Brain tumours are the biggest cancer killer of children and adults under 40 in the UK. This has to change.
When I wake up every day, I want to see it as a new day. I don't want the brain tumour to dictate my life.
Talking to other people who are in a similar situation, it's amazing. And it's amazing the stories that you hear and you realise that you're not alone.
I like how people can be different but still talk about similar experiences.
I lost my dad when I was 17 years old, and it's now or never. It's so crucial that we raise awareness and raise money and do the research to help hopefully find a cure.
The minds in this room and the people who are funding it yourselves will defeat this disease. There is no question in my mind that as we look forward to the future, brain tumours will become a thing of the past.
A very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 6 hours, 3/4 left to go in the SimGrid's Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone, raising some much needed funds for the Brain Tumour charity. We've already hit £1,834 and we will be hitting that £2,000 target tonight if I have to drag you kicking and screaming. It's David Christie here along with the man, the myth, the legend, Alex Goldschmidt, as we head into the night here at the heart of British motorsport here at Silverstone. It is currently Marek Schintz temporarily in the lead with a 15-second penalty for that punt and go on Michael O'Brien in the 26 Zancho McLaren. And Alex, has been a fantastic event so far. I just honestly, I want another 6.5 hours of this, please.
That makes two of us, my good friend, yes. Just to really reiterate what you said, obviously the video to bring us back in, we are doing some fantastic work to help raise some awareness and also some money for the Brain Tumour charity themselves. You know, it's just sort of like being able to bring the community together and to help drive urgent change. Obviously Tom Daly, Olympic diver, his father passed away due to brain cancer. Obviously, we saw about Ryan Ware's friend Harley battling with it at the moment and is currently winning the fight. It is never easy to have this kind of situation, no matter whatever your walk of life. It doesn't really matter. You know, there is a mortality in terms of us being human. It's part of the human condition. And for us to be able to do something and give something back is something that's rather fulfilling, and we are now 91% of this target. And you know, from my perspective, there's something that we can then do to help them out I think is just all the power to us, because we as a community can help those in need. And now we're on board with Mikhail Statsenko, who's closing up on Jordan Sherratt in the 157 GTWR Lamborghini. This is for position, but yeah, I think at the end of it all, with Michael O'Brien's unfortunate incident earlier on with Marek Schintz, it was difficult, you know, but at the end of the day, the race directors, they do have to look at every single instance from multiple different angles. I just have to branch on this comment here from Terence Ferreira. He said, I lost a friend because of you know, brain cancer earlier on this year. Terence, we feel for you, my friend. And you can now see, now Statsenko looking to go round the outside of Sherratt, and Sherratt made a bit of a mistake. He left the door wide open for this, and yeah, there's Samir Ibrahimi in the number 9 Renvelsen car. He's just got part. That's he's ahead of Killian Ryan Meenan. So this is really not abating. And with the amount of reduced visibility here, David, as you can even see sparks flying from diffusers on these GT3 cars, this is what I love about nighttime racing.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. It's a completely different animal to GT3, GT4 racing through the day. Now, what I'd be very interested in seeing is if we can get our broadcast director, Mike Yao, to give us an on-board from Jordan Sherritt on that Lamborghini, and in particular if we can try and see his dashboard, because I've heard rumblings that there's a bit of a warning light on the Lamborghini's dashboard at the moment, so I'd be very curious to see if that is the case as well, and if that is going to be something that they have to keep an eye on just now on the 157 Lamborghini from Jordan Sherritt, because Statsenko at the moment isn't really a threat right now. Can't see anything firing up, any warning symbols on there, so it's all looking okay at the moment. Yeah, I can't see anything on there, Alex, can you?
No, I think I saw something in the previous chat on the first half of
saying that message, yeah, but nothing
saying that would have been, yeah, and if it's like it looks like a yellow like transmission, that from my automotive experience, that would be an engine management light, and obviously that will be a possibility with a sensor or a wiring issue problem. And Statsenko has got past Jordan Sherritt, so looks like now is that that's Artur Kamara behind him in the 62 G2 Esports BMW.
Sorry to jump in. That's I think that's actually Niels Nyox that's just behind him just now, just because on the little board that's in the screen, it's NAU that comes up on the little board that's in there.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for that, David. It is you just try and.
Oh, so you're
right.
You're absolutely right. It is the same person that was Kamara, but they've swapped over to Nyox that's in that car.
Okay.
So that's why it's still shown in 10th place there.
So, yeah, I mean, this onboard we've got. Look, you've got the glowing red exhaust of this 5.2 litre V10 Lamborghini Huracan. We're like literally right behind the engine block on this car from this onboard. This is brilliant. This is what you want to see. A big thank you to Mike Yao, our broadcast director, always doing a stellar job whenever he's on broadcast duties. There's Daniel Ferrier in the number 25 pink performance car. He's closing on Alaimo in the 888, the VIG Project Strata. They've got the SimGrid GT4 car just up ahead, and they both managed to get past it. So also I've noticed a penalty for the number 94 car, and that is the Virtual Life Experience 94 Ferrari, which has got Ben Walker behind the wheel. There we go. Alaric Enslin says, yeah, the GTWR car has a yellow engine warning light on. So yeah, if that's not firing on all cylinders, that's going to be a wounded animal. That car, and that's probably what I'm just going to have a look at the times that Sherritt's in the 2-minute 5s on his particular. That Lamborghini is not firing on all cylinders, and that's really going to cause him a problem. Statsenko was on a 1:59.2, so Sherritt has lost out about 1.3 seconds on that particular occasion to the Lamborghini,
and that's potentially going to be a race-ending issue, because that's not something they're going to be able to get fixed in the pit lane, as far as I believe. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. But there we go as well, and I just cannot believe how much has happened, Alex, within this past hour. You've got that 15-second penalty for Marek Schintz on that punt to pass on Michael O'Brien. You've then got Igor Okorodnikov giving us grief here in the commentary box again, getting another 15-second penalty, and then Mikhail Statsenko in the 149 Mercedes getting a 15-second penalty, and then of course the number 94 getting that same penalty as well. Now we're saying that about Jordan Sherritt, but look at how fast that Lamborghini is absolutely tearing away right now.
Yeah, well, that Lamborghini was really, really, firing on all cylinders. So just had the message from Race Control. The number 94, this is on lap number 132. Contact between the number 94, that's the Virtual Life Experience car, on the number 79, that is the GT4 entry of NSN Racing. Avoidable collision was cited by Race Control, so that is why number 94 has got a 15-second penalty. We're on board with Daniel Ferrier in the the thing is that if this was in ADAC GT Masters, that would definitely have BWT livery on there. That is the BWT Audi car. I'm going to have to look through some archives if I can and try and find who actually sported the BWT livery in ADAC GT Masters. So but it's really good to see that someone's gone a very, very bright colour in terms of the liveries on the cars.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it looks like we do have a driver in to have a chat with. That's Zach Summerall, that's teammates with Declan Bowler and Charlie Kent. So we'll bring Zach in and have a very quick chat with him. Good evening, Zach. Welcome to the commentary booth. It's been a mixed bag for the Biscuit Motorsports team.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Thank you for bringing me in. It's been interesting, definitely. We've been trying to get ourselves back up the order a bit. We had a good start, and then all the big boys came to say hello again.
It's been a bit rough and tumble so far today.
Yeah, it's been a bit all over the place, if we're honest. We sort of, the first hour was chaos, as I'm fairly sure most people saw, and then the boys, yeah, Dec and Pavel have started the race, and me and Charlie are gonna finish the race. So we're gonna take the last 6 hours or so.
I mean, with 6.5 hours left to go, how do you go about that recovery drive? What's the strategy involved in?
Well,
how much does that change from the strategy that you had planned?
I think the main aspect of it was sort of the same. We've sort of kept to the same like sections of when people do stints, but the actual race, we've sort of just been pounding round, if we're honest. That's all we can do now. We've just got to keep going. We've just got to keep at it and see what we can do.
Finally, with the car currently down in 29th position, what's your thoughts and hopes? What are you looking to get out of this race?
We were here to turn up, really. We knew we weren't going to win. We knew we weren't going to be anywhere near the front with the amount of guys that were in here, with the likes of G2, Sancho, Simsport. We weren't going to. We're a fairly small community. We're a little team. We weren't expecting to win. We just wanted to turn up and have a race for a great cause. So we'll keep trying to do that and keep trying to run away from P30.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck, buddy, and look forward to catching up with you after the race.
Perfect. Cheers, guys.
There we go. That is Zach Summerall there from the Biscuit Motorsports team, the number 94 car, number 96 car that's down in 29th position just now, of Declan Bowler, Zach Summerall, Charlie Kent and Pavel Dolik in the Lamborghini right now, Alex, and you can tell the frustration there.
Yeah, I think it was when he said the words that the big boys came back to say hello again. That phrase just sums it all up, and it's sort of like you say, yeah, okay, completely get where you're coming from. When I was talking about the peak performance at BWT Audi, well, actually, yes. Yeah, there was a team that ran in the ADAC GT Masters. Muka Motorsport ran with 3 Audis, I think a couple of seasons ago. 2 BWT Pink, and the other one was the traditional Muka Motorsport Orange. Muka Motorsport, I think... now, look, this is... Look, Jordan Sherritt isn't done yet. Look, he's just literally powered up the inside of Artur Camara for 9th position. I think that Lamborghini isn't as wounded as we quite thought.
Yeah, he's looking quite strong in defending that position. I've got to be honest, Camara is going to have to give way more than that to do anything. Just as you mentioned the pink Audi, the 25, there's something in my head. Weren't they formerly calling themselves Mook Motorsport in that pink 25 Audi? I know that. I did think that in previous races we have seen that. Just had that confirmed in my ear from Michael Hamlet there. They were formerly racing under that banner in the pink Audi of Mook Motorsport, but they're now at Pink Performance. So that's why those two facts were kind of making it a little bit of deja vu for me there. But Daniel Ferrier in the 14th place there. And great to see that they're doing a recovery drive, Alex. They had a really difficult start to the race, but they're trying to make the best of things right now.
I think, obviously that incident going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel that involved Ogorodnikov, Matushka, and also James Baldwin, that was... We saw them tumble outside of the top 30 overall, and they were sort of in the midst of GT4 traffic. So... that just shows how, as we see the number 696 of Widest Peepo Happy car just going through there, and yeah, it just goes to show that you can have a really difficult first few laps and then still come back from it. David Hedges in the chat. Good afternoon. Currently GT4, it is Jan Bierman in first place for the. Ambassadors for Rennwelt and Porsche, ahead of Florian Bauer in the... Cody Pride just had a massive off, and that was off of the Wellington Straight. That was a massive hit into the barriers. That Alpine, the only Alpine, has just had a massive moment as we cut to that. But quickly for Dave Hedges, it's the 969 of Florian Bauer, then it's the 302 of Alex Leif, Oscar Sandberg back in the 100 as the Sierra GT4 car gets out of the way of Denise Pope. I'm trying to get through these results and something just keeps on happening. Oh my goodness me. Then we have Steve Donald, who rounds out the top 5 in GT4, and then it is Kieran Vidago in the 666 that rounds out the top 6 in GT4, has the number 65 closing in behind. That is the Lexus of FDS Racing, going through Chapel and down the Hanger Straight. Just over 6.5 hours still to go. How's your sleeping bag feeling at the moment, David?
Quite comfy and cosy. Flop top. It's lovely. I've got it going on. But look, Daniel Ferrier under all sorts of pressure right now from Michael Kondaksioglu in that 99 Ferrari, just 0.2 of a second behind. He is being hounded. And again, Michael's just having to wait his time, think about how he's going to do this, and then make the move when it can possibly stick. But Michael Kondaksioglu looking very, very menacing right now, Alex. Yeah,
so there's Artur Kamara just behind Jordan Sherritt. So Sherritt not out of the woods yet, as they've just exited Stowe, now going into Club and then into Vale, and the BMW seems to have the measure of the Lamborghini at the moment. And the funny thing is that one thing that surprised me is that even though the Audis and Lamborghinis are part of the same greater Volkswagen Group family, the Lamborghinis seem to have a bit more of a couple more cars here than they do with the Pink Performance number 25. It's quite funny how they underneath they have the same gearbox and engine, but they're two completely different animals when it comes to bodywork, aerodynamics. Completely two different ethoses in those cars, isn't it?
It certainly is, and it just goes to show in the way that the two different cars are being thrown about on track. They might share the same components, but as you said, spiritually they're completely different animals, and different driving styles required for the different machines as well. The Lamborghini is kind of like the McLaren. It's a very grunty, fast, nimble machine, whereas the other cars tend to be like take the Bentley for instance, and some of the Lexus as well. They're very, very heavy cars, very, planted. The BMW as well, planted, quite balanced, and back heavy cars, and they really, really rely on you just throwing those cars in within an inch of their life.
Yeah, so the total now just under 92% of the £2,000 target. As now was that Artur Camara going up the inside of Jordan Sherratt, and that was before Stowe Corner coming down the hanger straight. Great move by the G2 Esports driver in the number 62 BMW. That now puts them up into P9. Great move there, amidst the fact that now it's 7 degrees. Things are starting to get a bit chilly going into the midnight hours here at Silverstone, David.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. I've got to be honest, I wonder how much of that was Sherratt just kind of throwing the white flag and thinking maybe he was had enough. But having a look at Marek Schintz here, right? He's consistently... Now, let's ignore that contact between him and O'Brien as much as we can, because that's why he got the penalty. However, we can't mistake the fact that Schintz was naturally catching O'Brien anyway. That's how he got onto the back of O'Brien after that earlier spin that O'Brien had. So I do wonder if O'Brien is got some sort of issue there, because Schintz is doing 159.1s. O'Brien on that last lap there, bearing in mind he had the traffic, the 777 car just in front of him, was a second and a half slower, Alex. So we'll keep an eye on that time, but that gap is going up massively.
Yeah, that probably would indicate that Michael O'Brien's probably he's probably got damage on that McLaren. That's what it screams to me of, that he's got damage on that car, and he's just keeping, just trying to keep it consistent. Okay, the lap times are close to 2 seconds off of what Schintz is doing. However, you could sort of like say, well, that's the thing. In any sort of endurance race, no car is going to come back 100% pristine after the race. And it's like with the tradition at Le Mans, the car that wins overall, whatever museum they get stuck into, they're kept as they were when they cross the finish line. Because it's sort of like it's like a badge of honour, isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, they say that Robin's racing. Oh my goodness me, Michael O'Brien almost getting sent 3 wide, trying to take past a GT3 car, and that is 20th place of Jedwat, isn't it? And the BMW that's trying to fight him off there as well. So O'Brien really, really struggling with pace in that car right now, and what was looking like such a promising effort from that McLaren is now starting to go a little bit backwards.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it's about the character of the individual and also the team that you've got with you. You might just be a simple cog in the sort of like the operation of it, but they'll be sort of like saying to him, come on mate, you got this, just keep pushing. Okay, you might have 15-20 seconds damage on your McLaren, but you're still going to push. You're just going to push to what is probably the best consistency that you can have, as we now go to Jenson Button trying to filter his way, and that's past the Team Cake car, neatly done by the 2009 Formula 1 World Champion through Abbey. Looks like he's got an Aston Martin, that's probably the ART Esports car, just behind. But that's one thing they say. There's no I in team, however, there is a little me. But it's about how that team gels together. And if you're part of a really, really cohesive and well-oiled team, you'll all claw together. You'll all give each other that motivation to just keep pushing and go from there.
There might not be an I in team, but you've obviously never been on one of my teams, Alex, because it's all about me, my friend. But you're absolutely right. Exactly. It's all about keeping the car stable, keeping that was one of the biggest things for me when I was doing endurance races in sim racing, is to remember that you've got 2 or 3 other drivers that are taking part in that battle with you. I'm just watching Ash Bentley. Was that a Horton going round the outside? That was the 137 of, or fact, was that actually the 157? It was. That was the GTWR simulator giant truck of Sherritt just going round the outside there. So I was getting a little bit excited there for nothing. But Pavel Fedyanin, just ahead of Kondakcioglu there in the 99 Ferrari. He's the next one on the hit list. But what has happened there to the 157? That's now Simonini that's in that car. That's just come out of pit lane there. But the 191 of Marek Schintz, I was a little bit confused by is how much pace he's got. That's 158.554. I don't know if it's the fact that he's particularly got loads and loads of pace, or are Jan-Willem van Ormen and Michael O'Brien just really slow just now?
I think you've also got to factor in the back marker traffic here as well, David. The way that Schintz is siding his way through traffic, you're going to get a slipstream. No matter what car you're behind, GT3 or GT4 be it, you will get a tow. And that's probably where he's clawing that extra tenth here, extra tenth there, maybe a couple of tenths down the Hangar Straight, maybe 3 tenths down the Wellington Straight. You just don't know. But also, if that car's on a light fuel load, and he'll know how that car handles and how it reacts to, the finite steering inputs, brake modulation, throttle input. There's and also then you've got to look at the map, the traction control, the ABS, and it will be that Schintz will set it up to how he'll want it. Somebody else could, go into that car. For instance, let's say Ciclari, Crestani, possibly. They could get in that car. Okay, Marek's been running map 3 on the fuel. I'll run it map 1. And I'm going to go a little bit more fuel saving, but still see if I can push traction control. Someone might fancy upping the traction control just to have that little bit of purchase, especially in these colder conditions. So even on these, on this sort of software, like I said, Cross Competizione, things are just so true to real life. It is absolutely, it's gobsmacking how in depth these simulators are. And when I've watched like Twitch streams of drivers when they're like, you can see what they're adjusting, like tyre pressures, camber, caster, toe in, toe out. Are they going to adjust the rear wing? There is so much that you can change on these games. It is absolutely mind-boggling how true to life it really is. And now Van Ormen has got Jenson Button breathing down his neck, and Button's only half a second away, and this is the battle for P3.
That last lap, Jenson Button was just just under 2 seconds faster than Jan-Willem van Ormen, and that 39 Jardier car, it's really not had the best halfway point in the race, because when Jaroslav was in it, they were chasing down the leader, and then it was on to who got in next. It was Valentin Barrier, and it just didn't have the pace. And now it's Jan-Willem van Ormen that's in the car just now. So I wonder if there's slightly different pit strategies coming in, because it could be that car is heavy on fuel. That now that Jan-Willem van Ormen is behind the wheel, we'll find out certainly. But look, at the end of the day, we know Jenson Button is not a slow racing driver. He has got skill coming out of his ears. He knows this McLaren very, very well. He is very used to the GT car setup, of course, taking part in Super GT. And he knows his stuff. He knows Silverstone very, very well. And I think it's only going to be a matter of time, isn't it?
Yeah, they're now exiting Chapel, down onto the Hangar Straight, heading towards Stowe Corner. You can see the Van Ormen just keeping ahead of Button for the minute, but Button, if he decides to go on the brakes a little bit later, he can do. And he did on that particular occasion go through Stowe Corner, and he's now going to go down to Vale, or go to Club and then into Vale. Good evening to Chris Pinchbeck, one of the many people from SimSport Racing, another another community that runs on the ACC platform. He's just asking, Dave Hedges has already stolen my thunder by putting in the chat. Yeah, P6, mate. It's just like, hang on. Well, that's what I love about the community. That, yeah, it's sort of like, it was like, hello guys, and then they single me out. I'm just like, oh God, really? It's sort of like, and Alex.
That's your fan club.
Yeah, well, I mean, us commentators have got to have fans, haven't we?
Yeah, well, I think mine's is more sarcastic, but yeah.
Well,
like
to each their own.
Yeah.
For those wondering about where you can find the live timing, you can actually go to pitwall.live. You can't. So my apologies there. Yeah, with regards to the live timing, if you do actually have Assetto Corsa Competizione, I think there is. I'm not too sure, David. On the I think it's Racing is what it's called. You can actually go onto Racing and you can actually get the live timing. It might not show you every single driver, but it will show you the split times, it will show you the gaps, and also the sector times that respective drivers are doing, the make of their car, also the race number. So quite an intuitive bit of kit, I've been informed.
Yeah, certainly does the job, and it's a great accompaniment to watching the stream live here anyway. And to be honest, you know, not blowing smoke, but I think you're going to struggle to do a better job of covering this than our very own Mike Kiao. The camera angles are just absolutely fantastic and really give you a sense of the drama and the speed that is going on. We'll keep an eye on that battle with Jenson Button in fourth place, catching up on Jan Willem van Ommen to that Jardier car, but we'll keep an eye on the number 25 Audi of Pink Performance. This is Daniel Ferrier trying to catch up to the Ferrari of that's Ferrier. Oh, a little bit of contact, little bit of a hip check there from the Audi on the Ferrari, gets the move done, but here is Jenson Button again all over the back of Jan Willem van Ommen. Now that's a bit of a gap that's opened up in front. You've got two GT4 cars, and that has come at the worst possible time for Jenson Button. 6 hours, 17 minutes left to go in the race. This is coming through.
That's the battle. That's the battle for the GT4 lead. Is that the battle for the GT4 lead? I think that that isn't. That they're a lap down, but literally, Florian Bauer was trying to unlap himself ahead of from Jan Bierman in the 995. So lead battle for GT4 starting to heat up, but now Florian Bauer in the 969 has got himself back onto the same lap as the 995, ambassadors for Hanvelden, but now Florian Bauer decides to go into the pits. So does Oscar Sandberg from turn 1, who rounds out the top 4. You've also got the number 27 Chevy Camaro, and that is the SimGrid GT4. Steve Muckley showing up as in that car at this particular moment in time. So you can just see, look, these liveries absolutely pristine when they got going. What was it, just 5 hours and 43 minutes ago? Look at the state of them. Scuff marks everywhere, rubber pickup, and plenty of bug splatter on the front windscreen and also on the front bumper as well to boot.
I had a joke there, but yeah, it's probably best not to share that one at this time as the cars make their way out. So Jenson Button then still trying to catch up with Jan Willem van Ommen. Those GT4 cars have kind of paid a little bit to that battle right now. The gap up to 1.1 seconds. Meanwhile, this is the GT3R charity race machine, the 157 Lamborghini of Giorgio Simonini, taking over from Jordan Sherritt, just behind Niels Noyox in the 62 BMW just now. The cars racing their way down towards Cops Corner, and all hell is kicking off right now. This is awesome stuff that you can see right in front of you. In fact, that is the 995 that is right in front of them. That is, let me just double check, that's the ambassadors for Renfelten Porsche 718 then. That was Henrik Gamble that was in that, as well as Jan Bierman that made their way out of pit lane, dispatched quickly by Giorgio Simonini in the Lamborghini, and that thing just looked amazing. We were keeping an eye on that just to make sure there was no technical issues that we thought with Jordan Sherritt, but I'll keep an eye on that. he's definitely back up to speed in the 159.2s right now. So again, not really looking like there's any issues on that just now. Jan-Willem van Ormen is into the pit lane, and what has happened to Michael O'Brien right now? 2 minutes 12. Has he went wide?
He lost 10 seconds in sector 2. So 50.3 for Marek Shins, and then a 1 minute 0.7. That's over 10. That's over 10 seconds lost for Michael O'Brien. So I'm not too sure what's happened. Has there been an incident involving the number 26 car? That I would be rather interested to find out about. But your guess is as good as mine. As Yegor Ogorodnikov in the number 57 like and subscribe car now is also in the pits from P5. So yeah, the dramas start to unfold, and we're close to being halfway through this race, David.
Unbelievable stuff. 6 hours left to go, and just a little bit of change on top of that as well here at the Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone on the SimGrid. Live coverage provided to you by myself, Dave Christie, and Alex Goldschmidt. This is on board at the moment, and I think, is that Yvonne van den Berg? It is. Cracking little onboard stream here we can see, and again, this is a brilliant angle actually, Alex. You were asking about the concentration needed, and you can see just how dark it is, how little you can see, and the concentration Yvonne has to put in to keep herself on the track here.
Yeah, just thanks to Cam Royal for just mentioning this. Spun went too deep on the final corner, so that would have been coming out of Luffield, but yeah, on board with on the actual stream of Yvonne van den Berg in the number 66 GT WR female team. Yeah, you can just see how hard she's concentrating, but then also look at the steering inputs from her as well. It's just really, really impressive how these drivers put so much heart and soul into this, and also hard work, blood, sweat and tears. And it's just absolutely crazy. I'm in absolute awe of everyone that gets themselves behind the wheel of a simulator steering wheel. I've done that on a few times, and you know, in terms of like a LAN lobby or something like that, nothing like this, because I don't have a simulator at home. If I'm honest with you, I'm sure that I'll get some peer pressure at some point in the not too distant future to get one, as Michael O'Brien has pitted from P2, so whether that has caused a flat spot on the tyres of that number 22 car, but that means that Jenson Button now ends up into P2 in the number 22 and the number 22 McLaren. So yeah, it's getting rather interesting, and we're also at the moment we're on, what is it, lap number 170. So the total amount of distance covered, just over 620 miles.
Yeah, that's just a nice day at the races, really, isn't it? I mean, that is an impressive amount of distance to have covered in just under 6 hours. But that's exactly what has been done here. Michael O'Brien leaves pit lane, and that is just behind one of the Ferraris. In fact, let's have a look here. Just who he's catching up to just now. So James Baldwin then jumps into the car, the Jenson Team Rocket RGN. And here's an awkward question for you, Alex. That is by my reckoning, that is the second error that has faced Michael O'Brien in this race so far.
It is a difficult question, but you know, with the speed of Tobin Lee and James Baldwin, which they have proved in the early phases of this race, obviously Michael O'Brien has not had Lady Luck shining on his side. Let's be completely honest with you. You know what happened between him and Marek Shins. Then obviously the moment that just happened just now. Obviously Benedetti, you know, having that unsafe rejoin, and that was after Michael O'Brien was compromised heading into the loop. So Michael O'Brien he's the one that's got the short end of the stick at the number 26 crew. But we know that all of them are capable. I mean, Michael O'Brien, I've commentated on him for the last few weeks or so now in both GT3 and GT4. And he does a very good job. Obviously, you know, the real world skills transfer to this, and yeah, I mean, it's just having that luck. You know, you can have the best car, the best teammates, the best setup, But if you don't have any luck in racing, we know that for a fact, that you might think that everything's going your way, but it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, I mean, there is still a long way to go as we are watching the onboard stream there from the Renvelton driver right now. Just pointing out that it's 169 laps gone just now, and that is Samira Brimi that we can, I believe, can see just now in the number 9 car. Looking, I've got to be honest, that is a glorious, glorious car that we can see just now. Of course, this is the great thing from that just now. It's Samira Brahimi that's driving, and you can see that it's we're watching the Twitch stream of one of his teammates. You know, you'd think that, right, okay, I've done my stint, so I'm just going to go off and go and do something else. But what you often find, Alex, is that your teammates will stay watching with you. They'll give you that support, they'll give you that encouragement, and they will give you, you know, the love and the energy to keep on going. And I've got to be honest, it is a massive driving factor.
It always is the case, because it's about the team. You know, it's okay. Let's forget about the results for a minute. Whatever might happen, might happen. But it's all about how the team comes together. And if you have, as I said earlier on, a cohesive team, they're going to work together. They might be down on their luck, but they're still going to fight. You know, you're never going to keep a good team down at all. As Marek Schinzer's now pitted on lap number 172 of this race. You never can keep a good team down, and they will go, no matter where they are in the race, they will be supporting each other through thick and thin, come hell or high water. It doesn't matter. You know, you could have all the bad luck in the world, but if you have the team to bring you up, it's just really, it's just one of those things that it's about the team, the ethos, the motivation. You know, keeping each other in high spirits. And that's what a team is all about. You know, forget, you know, with the results notwithstanding.
Just watching the Twitch stream here of the number 25 machine at the moment. They are currently down in 13th place. That's Daniel Ferrier that is in the car just now. I'm not sure if that's who we're watching at the moment. In fact, that is. Yep, so that's Daniel Ferrier's stream. And this is the other cool bit. We've seen in the past couple of years in real life, Alex, different championships adopting this whole thing of fan cam, where you can jump on board with your favourite driver and watch their live onboard stream. And sim racing kind of has the ability for that by default, in the fact that, you know, drivers can watch our official presentation of it, but they can also go and keep an eye on their favourite person on Twitch as well. And it's just such a cool way of interacting with your favourite sim racers.
It's effectively what we'd class as the onboard variation of sim racing, as opposed to what you'd see in a real life situation where, you know, the driver would only be interacting with a pit crew, have a race helmet on, hands device, full race gear, you know, full 3-layer fireproofs, the whole lot. And then you look at it from a sim racing perspective. These drivers have become personalities in their own respect, and it's a very nice, interesting dynamic that you have such characters like Dow King, you have like George Boothby, you have Jardier. There are so many different great personalities that help sim racing what it is today, in terms of showing a positive outlook. You know, there's so many different people that decide to stream on Twitch, stream on YouTube. It's great, and it's part and parcel of what the community has been all about. I have to point out, you know what I was saying about the, you know, keeping positive? Zach Summerhill, who you had him for an interview, he said, well, this race just turned on its head for us, spun on the outlap, multifunction display engages the PSL, and then actual stop go 30. Ah, well, we keep going, long way yet, and now we're on board with James Baldwin.
So you say James Baldwin, and in my head all I hear is James Baldwin.
Well, that's because
that's his YouTube name.
Yes,
but
exactly.
I mean, he is just flying by. I've got to admit, I do like that stream setup. That is a very, very pretty little layout that he's got there. Just going back to very quickly Daniel Ferrier's Twitch channel that he had on. I was personally digging the Twitch chat that was going on just now. That it was they were commenting about his cam and why they didn't have a webcam of Daniel on it, and then comparing it to Jimmy Broadbent's. Well, at least on Jimmy's you get a view of his bed. And I'm like, that's real sim racer priorities right there.
A bed in the shed, the Somalian shed, as it was commented on, I think, by the Dutch, wasn't it? If memory serves. But you know,
I love sim racing. I really do.
To be honest with you, like the amounts of people that decide to, well, funnily enough, that James is actually his Twitter handle as well, because I've just looked that up. But I still remember. Just trying to remember. Yeah, James Baldwin actually used to race in Daytona D-Max, if memory serves me correctly. So yeah, he's he's come from karting, he's gone into sim racing. You know, he's made the transfer from sim racing into real life, a bit like Jan Mardenborough. When Jan ended up going to Japan for a multi-year deal, raced with Nissan in Super GT and Super Formula. So yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that the differences between sim racing and real life racing nowadays, with the immersive reality that you get with these games, is second to none. And it just goes to show that even top Formula 1 teams now, top sports car teams, are using this kind of software as a tool to sort of keep themselves sharp and learn the tracks. And like, say for example, the Nordschleife, you know, you'd have to put in a hell of a lot of laps to learn it, but some people, they'll do thousands and thousands of laps on their sim at home, and that still it doesn't give them the real feel, but it gives you as close as, damn it, what you're going to experience out on the circuit. It's just you won't find out until, like, say, going over Flugplatz, for instance, at the Nordschleife. You won't actually feel that sort of like all four wheels in the air moment off the tarmac until it happens.
Yeah, that's a great case in point. I've never ever been to the Nordschleife, but I can, without knowing the corner names, I can guide you through every single bump of tarmac, every single stretch of straight, and every corner on the Nordschleife, again, without ever having been there. And it's just such a bizarre feeling to know that you can kind of dream about it, about how to take every twist and turn, and it's just craziness. And it's such a great tool for drivers to be able to do that.
Yeah, just keep your eyes on, look, James Baldwin and Jenson Button. It's just this is looking rather interesting. And also you can see just up ahead is Van Ommen from the Jardier Community Car is actually just ahead of the two McLarens. There's Igor Odgorodnikov, and there's Dal Calmo. Just up behind them is one of the Sidemax Motorworks cars. I think that is the 99, but you now go on board with Igor Odgorodnikov. As we're about a minute and 45 seconds, David, away from the halfway point of this race. My goodness me.
I swear to goodness, if Igor gets another penalty, I will personally hunt him down. I cannot deal with this today. He is just all over the back of, I think, is that not Leonardo Giacomo that he's got just in front of him? And Giacomo was involved in contact earlier on. Oh, there's a little bit of a contact there. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. That was Team Cake that was on the left-hand side in the GT4 battle as well. This is the scene of the accident last time. Oh, guys, please, not again. Onto the grass goes Igor Odgorodnikov. He is not happy. Oh, my goodness me. My heart cannot take this. I just down into the inside. Oh, that was so close to contact. I'm really not liking this at all.
Alcamo literally planted that one where he needed to, but Odgorodnikov nearly went rallycrossing there on that particular occasion, coming out of Chapel and going onto the Hangar Straight. But the battle for sixth position on the road, you can understand why the number 57 was rather displeased, let's say, on that particular one. But still, I have to give props to Igor for keeping his throttle pedal stuck but to the floor on that particular occasion, just to keep pace with Dacalmo on that particular occasion. But yeah, it's getting rather interesting now, because the battle for P2 overall is covered by just under 1.7 seconds. But yeah, this battle for 6th place isn't over yet, and you've got the number 14 of Kundasioglu just behind, who is actually a lap or two adrift in 14th position overall. So that's not a battle for position. So the number 99, I think, is probably going to do the wise thing, as Dow King looks to have pitted from 22nd position. And the number 56, John Alesi Esports Junior team, with now has got Mia Rose back behind the wheel. They are currently P17 at this moment in time, as we are now officially past the halfway mark.
I didn't even notice that. I was waiting for it, and then it just completely distracted me with that battle for Igor Ogorodnikov. Now, I also noticed that James Baldwin got past Jenson Button very, very casually. Didn't really have to work for that one at all. I wonder if Jenson knew that he was a little bit faster and just decided to unleash him onto a Jan Willem van Ormen. Either that, or Button is thinking, you do the hard work, son, I'm just going to take that place when it all hits the fan. But we'll have to see, because look at the pace that James Baldwin has got on Jan Willem van Ormen right now. It's scary, scary stuff, and they're coming up to some lap traffic just now. That is the Bentley of Gergely Kunsabo, and then you've also got the, I believe that is Rob Taplin as well, just in front.
Yeah, Baldwin looking for the move on Van Ormen. Now this is going through. Oh, this is going through Woodcote, and now he's gone side by side. He's gonna get the inside run going through Luffield. Now Baldwin has got the move done, neatly done by the number 26. But Van Ormen could get the run back at him going through Copse Corner. But then James Baldwin will get a little bit of a slipstream assistance from Gergely Kunsabo in the 696 Bentley. Now they go through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. There's Jenson Button hustling his way through, so now he senses an opportunity. So as they come out of Chapel, Button's going to have the run here. You can see how close that is as Van Ormen kicks up a little bit of tyre dust there. Good evening, Yannick Müller. Good to hear from you as well, my friend. It seems like the Goldschmidt fan club's now emerging as well. But you can just see that Button is keeping Van Ormen very, very honest. Here is the number 666 SimSport Solutions positive perception car that they've just managed to get past, and that's going through into club before the next right-hander at Vale. But again, you can just see how hard Van Ormen here is pushing in that number 39 Bentley. He's trying to keep that car in P3, and still, even though that James Baldwin easily got past him, it's going to be a few laps, I think, before Jenson Button has the opportunity to get past the number 39.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. It's not like he's going ultra wide or having to be ultra defensive. He's just driving his own race and just putting that Bentley where it needs to be. He's got a lot of pace in that thing right now. Although he was compromised that last lap round, 2 minutes, 0.426, which is about 8/10 slower than James Baldwin in front of him, and a whole 1.4 seconds slower than Jenson Button behind him. So again, he's doing a good job of keeping that thing defensive, but he needs to get the pace up, otherwise that's going to be an easy pickings for Jenson Button. Just noticing that Von Vandenberg in 66 McLaren has a 10-second penalty, and the number 95 Biscuit Motorworks, that's the stop-go 30 that we were hearing about earlier. So yeah, it's been a bit of a dismal day out for the Biscuit Motorworks machines.
Yeah, here's the 995 class leader in GT4, ambassadors for Renvelden. They've got Jonas van Druyten behind the wheel in the 995, and then it is the 969 of Harvey Racing in the M4 GT4. They've got Ludwigs behind the wheel, Simon Speth behind the wheel of the 302 TPC Sim Racing Porsche this time, rounds out the top three. Jan Willem van Ormen from the Jardier community team, still keeping Button at bay, but for how much longer? Button looks towards the inside, going through into Club Corner on that particular occasion. not quite happening yet. So this is going to be it's going to be a case of wait and see. They get past the 969 button in the tow now of Van Ommen, going through into Abbey. I don't think he's going to try anything yet unless he's rather brave and does a Danny Rick and licks the stamp and send it. But with 5 hours and 55 minutes to go, it's anyone's guess what might happen. But now they go into Village and into the loop, and this is a great onboard shot from the rear diffuser of the number 39 Bentley. Great work once again on the cameras from Mike Yao, our broadcast director.
It certainly is. We get some amazing angles, and this just shows you here, or as you said, on the rear diffuser there, just looking, as you can see, the glow of the brake lights from Jan Willem van Ommen in that 39 Jardier Community car. Keeping my eye on that battle for 5th place as well. The 889 car of Martin Grady, having to do some real defensive work from the man on the charge. That is Yegor Ogorodnikov doing a 157.9 that last lap round. That gap is now just 5/10 of a second. You can see they're side by side, and there we go. That is a huge move up the inside for Yegor Ogorodnikov. Made it look so easy, and that is going to be up into P number 5 for Yegor Ogorodnikov. Amazing work for the Like and Subscribe Racing team in the number 57, given that they've had 2 15-second penalties and still in the top 5.
Yeah, it just goes to show that you need to just keep on pushing forward, just motivate yourself. Obviously they'll be disappointed. Will be a case of just moving forward and just keep pushing. Just forget about the penalties and just move on. That's the best way that you can do about it. Okay, you might be sort of like going, well, I'm not really happy about that, but I've still got to I can do something about it. And with 5 hours and 53 minutes still to go, there is every chance that someone in front of them might have a drama. You just don't know. You can't predict the future these days unless you had a crystal ball, but I don't have any because mine are all broken. So I don't know what to expect apart from it being unpredictable. And with 15 degrees now off the track temperature, we're now at we're basically at 12:27 a.m. on the server. 15 degrees drop in temperature. I think these tyres will be well and truly embedded in, but it's going to be a case of just sort of pushing through the night. And when, as I said earlier, happy hour comes along, when the sun starts to rise and we get sunshine beaming on the track again here, David, things will change again and the pace will ramp up even further.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the great thing about this race being double time. We've got essentially 12 hours still to go, and I have to preface that obviously we've got just under 6 hours to go. Don't want to panic anyone, but it does mean that by the time we get to the finish of this race, it's going to be 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to be lunchtime, so you know we're going to have the sun coming up about 7 o'clock, and then we'll be going through into the morning.
Yeah, and still the battle rages on for P3 in the GT3 class between Jan Willem van Ommen and Jenson Button. So the biggest thing here is it's just about carrying momentum. It's not about thinking, can I send it? Will I send it? Do I have the opportunity to put a move up the inside? Can I chance it going around the outside? And at this point in the night time here, David, you don't want to take any unnecessary risks, but still have that controlled, ruthless aggression when you need to make an overtake.
Absolutely. Again, it comes to a point I made earlier on. It's about managing odds. You can be the fastest guy on the track or the fastest girl on the track, but if you can't make the move stick in a safe and clean manner without bringing yourself into trouble, without knowing that the car in front of you isn't going to accidentally take you out, you know, it counts for nothing. It's a 12-hour race. It's all about keeping the odds in your favour, waiting until the moves can be made properly, and just, as you mentioned time and time again, biding your time.
Very true. I mean, Jenson Button has also raced with S&P Racing at Le Mans, and he knows, you know, Super GT. okay, people might say, oh, well, is that a GT class? Well, it is a GT, if you're in GT300, it's a GT3 style championship. GT500 is more like the silhouette style cars of DTM, but still had very much an endurance aspect. So there's a lot of experience with Jenson Button, not just in Formula 1, but also in Le Mans, also in GT. So he will know when to push, when not to push. It will be a case of just... it's just a case that these drivers know when to do these kind of things, and when not to. When there's sort of these sort of like measurement calls, you can't just think that that's going to make your race sort of like go, yeah, we can see P3, and it's just one of those cases where you can't take that unnecessary risk. If you take that risk for somebody else, you're not just affecting the result for yourself, but also the team in general. So, with that being said, there is just over 5 hours and 49 minutes still to go. Let's just have a check on the GT4 action at this particular moment in time. Jonas van Druyten still leads with regards to the running order, as now we've got Ludwigs behind the wheel of the 969 M4 GT4, that's Harvey Racing, then the 302 of TPC Sim Racing. And I do like Alice from Team Cake has just said, yeah, 1:37 is in the midnight of the soul, looking to bounce back in the morning. It has been it's been super fun so far. That are her words. Thank you very much, Alice, for that. Team Cake currently a little bit further down than what we've seen them, obviously, with the likes of Sebastian Handler. Was in the car. It's now Josie Austin who is in the vehicle at the moment. And in many respects, Cody Pride still in the Alpine. That has been through the trenches this evening as well. So we've got Van Druyten leading from Ludwigs. So that is the 995 of Ambassadors for Renvelten. Then we've got the 969 of Harvey Racing, 302 of TPC Sim Racing, the number 100 of Turn 1 Pro Racing. Ollie Moss in the number 7, that's Bordad Motorsports. And then we've got the 666 of Adam Istelovic from SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception. There is Santeri Rantala in the 100 GT4 car. So we've got an interesting battle here now. This is going to be for 6th position in GT3. So you've got Grady, Dalcamo, Naujox and Simonini. And in the middle of all of that is the number 25 of Ferrier from Pink Performance. And they've got, that's Konosioglu just behind in the 99 from Simax Motorworks. As we now have reached nearly £1,850 so far of the target that has been set at £2,000. We still have over 5 3/4 hours still to go. Still plenty of time to put in your money on the put your money in to donate, and if you hit that gift aid button as well, that will give us an additional amount of money to help hopefully put that barrier to shame of £2,000. But David, still there's still so much to talk about. I'm going to answer a question here which I mentioned about earlier on with regards to Michael Redford. Now, the maximum stint time, it's 65 minutes per stint. However, if it is a three-driver crew, it is more of a case of if it's 3 driver teams, then it's 6 hours per driver. That's 360 minutes maximum. Then the max driver time for a 4-driver team, no driver can exceed 4.5 hours. That's 270 minutes. David, I think there's going to be a few drivers that might be sort of getting towards the end of their recommended driving time, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. There's strategy coming into play here. The 65 minutes is going to be coming up. They're going to be looking towards their final 5 or 6 5 or 6 stints, pit stops that they can get in the final 5 3/4 hours of this race here for the SimGrid Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone. So much is going to be developing over the next 5.5 hours or so, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. As always, if you like what you see, hit the like, hit the subscribe button. And I think what we're going to do just now, we're going to take a very, very short commercial break, and we'll be back after these messages.
I'm Marie Hughes and I am Oscar's mum. Oscar was 8 years old when he was diagnosed with a medulloblastoma, the most common childhood brain tumour. If it can be surgically removed, there's a 70 to 80% chance of survival, but they survive with potentially quite a poor quality of life. So there's a lot of side effects that comes with the treatment that Oscar had. If I had known that he was going to die, I would have never let him go through that treatment because it was really that horrible. The PNET-5 clinical trial, funded by the Brain Tumour Charity, and the charity that we founded, Oscar's Charity, is part funding biomarker testing here in the UK. Children with medulloblastoma who goes on this trial might be able to have less severe treatment, making it less painful, making it less difficult for children.
Since you've finished your treatment, do you feel much better? How much better do you feel? So much better.
Yeah? Like this big.
Yeah?
Like this big, Mummy.
Really, really big.
Look.
Yeah?
How big?
Alex is a really cheeky boy. He's bright and he's fun and he's brave and he's strong. He's really strong.
So the PNET-5 trial had only just been launched in the UK, so Alex was the first to go on the trial. Anything that can offer a kind of treatment plan has got to be worth it.
We raised a lot of money with Oscar's Charity. We raised about £350,000 now, and I think working with the Brain Tumour Charity means that the money that we raise as a small charity will make a difference. We do this in memory of Oscar, and we'll never forget him. And this work, it means so much to all of us, to his brothers, you know, to make that mark on the world that we always knew Oscar would make. You know, it wasn't the way we wanted to make it, but yeah, Oscar would be very proud.
A very, very worthy cause indeed. We are all here today to raise money for the Brain Tumour Charity. It's the only national brain tumour charity to provide a variety of information and support services that allow people personally affected by brain tumours to access support both online, face-to-face and on the phone or in printed form across the UK, regardless of tumour type, age, location, for both adults and children. The services are focused on improving life today, helping people to live their life well with improved quality of life. Charity support and information services are available free of charge for everyone affected by a brain tumour, those who have been diagnosed, as well as family, friends, school and employers. Again, trying to support the circle of people affected by these horrible, horrible situations. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've just joined us, a very warm welcome. It's David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt bringing you live coverage of the final half of the Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone race, trying to raise money, as much money as we can, for the Brain Tumour Charity. If you can, please dig deep. We are only £128 away from making an amazing £2,000 target. Alex, what a race we have had so far.
Yes, David, very much the case. Really good to have the amount of people that have donated so far. Please keep those donations coming in. We now have 122 supporters on the link that we've got here. Obviously, there is a 24-hour race that kicked off about, close to 3 hours ago. And that's going for the full 24 hours. I understand that people are actually doing the full 24 hours themselves, which is rather. It just goes to show the length and dedication that people want to do with regards to putting themselves through the ringer and raise money for a fantastic cause in the process.
Absolutely the case, and again, we're just so thankful and privileged to be involved with this. It is a long haul, but we're very, very happy to be part of it. Adam Zilich looking very, very frightened, I've got to be honest, as Jenson Button tries to make his way around him. And this is what we've been saying for the past 5 minutes as we went picture in picture there. It is an absolute melee as we cycle through the pit stop windows right now. Just notice Samir Ibrahimi has got a 10-second time penalty on there as well. But at the front, just to bring you up to speed then, in the Bentley, it is the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Charity of Samuel Ratz that is in the lead, ahead of the 26 McLaren of James Baldwin. It's Jan-Willem van Ommen in third place just now with the 39 Bentley. Jenson Button in fourth place then with the 22 McLaren. It's Yegor Ogorodnikov. I'm going to have to start calling him as Yegor for the remainder of the race. In fifth place in the 57 Like and Subscribe Racing Mercedes. It's then Grady in the 889 Vig Project Strato machine that is in sixth place at the moment. Leonardo Giacomo in seventh place in the 28 Bentley, and it's Niles Noyox in the BMW in the 8th place. Giorgio Simonini in 9th place, and then it is Eamon Murphy in the Yaz Heat 149 outfit rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, so still plenty of racing still to go. In GT4, the running order is as follows. Is that you've got Jonas van Druyten for the ambassadors for Renvelten team. They're still leading ahead of the HAWE Racing crew in the 969 BMW. That's got Ludwigs behind the wheel. Then TPC Racing with Simon Speth in the 302 Porsche rounding out the top 3. Santeri Rantala rounding out the top 4 in the 100 Turn 1 Pro Racing Aston Martin. Ollie Moss in the number 7 Porsche is ahead of Adam Isailovic in the 666 SimSport Solutions Positive Perception car. Then it's got Samuele Cavagnino in the Energy Racing Team Chevy Camaro. Cody Pride in the number 2 Alpine. Josie Austin in the 137 Team Cake Aston Martin. And it's Chris Hallam in the number 32 X-Kart Esports car, as it looks like there has been a slight change as Ibrahimi has got a drive-through penalty. That looks to be track limits there on that particular occasion. So behind Josie Austin You've also got Chris Hallam from X-Kart Esports, Henrik Sarvas in the number 95, then Rob Taplin in the 79 NSN racing car, Steve Muckley in the 27, that's the Simbrid GT4 Camaro, Sam Delaney, as well as Ben Innes. It looks like the number 148, I think, might have called it a day. And that's the HSH Racing crew. Well, they're actually 70 laps or so down off of the leaders. Look, we've hit £2,000 on the charity on the fundraising page. Brilliant stuff, absolutely brilliant stuff. We've had a few more donations come in. Andre Dixon Shen. We've had Ian B donated $95. Papsty's donated €30. A big thank you from all of us to help hit this target of £2,000 with just over 5.5 hours still to go on the clock.
And what an amazing goal that has, that we've been reached at £2,002.96. Yeah, that is awesome. I've got a sneaking feeling with 5.5 hours we can push that even further, even to 2,250 or to 2,500. Either way, I mean, that is a glorious day and some glorious support that we have managed to get going there for the charity in question, the Brain Tumour charity. Fantastic support, and we've got 5.5 hours of amazing racing still left to go.
Yeah, and there's Simon Speth, almost. That's got the 192 car. That's one of the Racing Line Motorsport charity cars. That's the Aston Martin, whereas the 191 is the Bentley Continental GT3. Which is a little bit further up the order, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah, they're currently P1 all together. And yeah, it's just one of those things where these drivers are still pushing like crazy. There's still plenty of twists and turns to just really showcase how capable these drivers are, David.
Absolutely, and it's been a very interesting little display that we've seen ahead of, we've got so many championships. I mean, look at the World Cup. This is a perfect example of how things are going to lead up to that. You've got Jenson Button on the back still of Jan Willem van Ormen. I mean, I've got no idea how these final 5.5 hours are going to pan out.
Neither do I. The unpredictability is still there. We still are very much anticipating something special in the offing, wouldn't you say, David?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that we just don't know how it's going to pan out. You've got the feeling that this is all building up. I mean, we'd never have said 6 hours ago that we were going to see the 191 of Racing Line Motorsport charity in the lead. We thought it was looking oh so good for the McLarens. James Baldwin doing his best to chase that down, but then it's Jan Willem van Ormen, doing a good job in third place. But it's surely a matter of time before Jenson Button takes that place.
Yeah, it is a matter of time. It's just a case of when he's deciding to make that move, because you don't want to be over exuberant with committing to an overtake when you sort of like think, yeah, there's a gap, and then if you see the car turning in, and then you just sort of like think, oh, I can't, I'm not going to chance that. I don't want to end up with having to run round the track with damage on it for the next 20 or so minutes of my stint. That could also hamper the aerodynamic properties of the car. You know, you're going to see a drop in lap time, and the car won't be adhering to the track as it normally would do, with a full complement of the tuning vanes at the front splitter, all the aerodynamics on these GT3 cars, especially with the big rear diffuser on the back ends of these cars. I mean, they're absolutely monstrous.
They are, but they're so iconic as well. They really lend themselves to the spectacle. I mean, when you think of GT racing, Alex, that's exactly what you think. You think of that big aero, you think of the silhouette of the car that you know and love, like say the Mercedes or the Bentley, but then it's just on steroids. You've got all of these aero packages added to it, and it just looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we're getting a real bird's eye view of that Bentley's one at this particular moment in time as we ride on board with Jenson Button in the 22 Zancha Rocket Esports car. And to be honest with you, it's been patience has been the word of the night as the server time now hits 1:11 in the morning. There's Martin Grady, and you can see the amount of, look at that, the gaggle of cars behind. Dalcamo in the Jean Alesi Esports Academy, Aston Martin in the 28, not too far behind. This battle for P6 is not quite over yet.
Grady, though, I mean, fair play to him. He's doing brilliantly at keeping that that Bentley as competitive as it possibly can. Dalcamo and Neuyotz, I don't think they've got an answer for him right now.
Not at the minute. I think it's just the way that he and Grady and Macaulay and Parker have been doing. We've now hit. Next Gen Racing just said. So, shall we try and go for 3K? Come on, guys, up the target to 3K. Let's see if we can hit that and maybe a little bit more, because still with 5.5 hours left to go to raise money for the Brain Tumour charity. I think that's more than achievable, wouldn't you say, David?
Easily. I know how generous this community can be, and I know exactly what good sports they can be, especially in the final 5.5 hours. It's it's definitely achievable, plenty of time to do it, and let's keep it going.
So we've got just under 5.5 hours of this race remaining, and now behind the wheel of the 191 is Samuel Hatz in the Racing Line Motorsport Charity car, the one of two Germans in this. Marek Schinzer has just been out of the car, as we now see that the mind games start here between Bentley and Aston Martin as Dalcamo dives towards the outside going into Stowe Corner, looks to get the cut back, but on this particular occasion Martin Grady has his number, but a little bit of a squeeze there for Dalcamo, and that was the Simax Motorworks 99 Ferrari, I think just behind, trying to unlap itself. Who's behind the wheel of that? Kudasioglu, still behind the wheel at the moment. It's not been easy for that crew, especially when you've had the likes of Niels van der Kerkelt and George Boothby behind the wheel of that car as well already. They've been in the wars today, haven't they?
Yeah, for sure. And look, again, one thing that's really impressed me is we've seen battle scars left, right and centre, Alex, but so many of these drivers, so many of these teams have been able to take it on the chin and just keep going and just keep plodding on. As they say in Finding Nemo, just keep swimming. That seems to be the motto of the day. Just keep in there, hang on, and see what you can get out of this.
Yeah, Serge1991 says, how is team, how's the XCart Esports BMW team doing? Well, they are still circulating in GT4. They have currently completed 169 laps. They've got Chris Hallam behind the wheel of that one. They're currently P10 in the class. Michael Redford says, is anyone driving the V12 Aston Martin? Unfortunately, Michael, I'm the bearer of bad news on this one. It's a resounding unfortunate no. But David, the battle for P3 is still waging on. It hasn't changed at all. The Bentley is still ahead of the McLaren thus far. But yeah, it's going to be rather interesting how these drivers now decide to move forward and how they can actually get on with this. So we are now at £2,017.96.
Getting there.
So
quite quickly,
yeah, we're getting there. Getting there, slowly but surely.
On that point of the battle for third place, I've got to be honest. I mean, Jensen has had numerous opportunities to make the move, and you know, this is him who he is as a racing driver. He won't take an unnecessary opportunity. He knows that there's still 5.5 hours left to go. He'll happily sit back. I mean, it's not like he's slow, but he's not going to force the position. He's not going to force the car into somewhere it's not needing to be.
Yeah, so, you know, at the end of the day, I would imagine that Jenson Button will probably have a race engineer in his ears at this particular moment in time. That would, you know, they'll be going through what the data is, you know, how the car's reacting, how the, you know, what is the fuel consumption rate per lap, Does there need to be a tweak on the ABS or the traction control or the map setting to allow that opportunity of maybe getting a... And as we say that, the target has now just been increased to £2,250. So once again, we have another target to hit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Please feel free to click on the pinned link in the chat on the YouTube channel, and that will take you directly to the link that is in support of this particular event held by Next Gen Racing. There is a 24-hour console-based race that got underway. Well, it'll be hitting the 3-hour mark in about 3 minutes' time. So there are multiple, there's a couple of races. A big credit to Next Gen Racing to get this all together. And obviously we here at SimGrid, along with our partners at Coach Dave Academy and Thrustmaster, are very, very privileged and honoured to have been asked to do this to help raise money for a fantastic cause. And yeah, I think with the way things are going, we're into the deep of night. Track temperature, David, has dropped 16 degrees since we went green just over 6.5 hours ago.
It certainly has, and look at what a difference that's made to both the lap times, Alex, and the driving as well. I mean, we've seen the laps go up. It's now completely dry, but the lap times have gone up to the 1:59s, 2 minutes, for instance. But as soon as we start to get a little bit of heat, as soon as we start to get a little bit of light back onto the track, that'll go up in terms of the track temperature, and the times will come down very, very rapidly.
That's very much the case, and Van Ommen. Also, just had a message that Renvelton themselves as a team have donated €150. I think that's possibly in total, but that's brilliant. That's absolutely fantastic news. That Renvelton, they've come up. Yeah, they just that, and that's just a single donation, David. That is absolutely.
Am I right in thinking then that's what's kicked us over the £2,000 mark, because we were about £150 out, and they've went and done that. That's awesome.
That's brilliant. Oh my goodness me! I've just seen something in the chat. Oh my goodness, that's a laugh out loud moment if ever I saw one, Mr. Christie.
Sweaty is all I'm going to say to that one, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. I completely concur. But it just goes to show how hard they're pushing.
What a cracking battle we've got going on for P19 right now. This is Stensans. You've got Andres Mesa for the Virtual Life Experience number 94 Ferrari, and then you've got Mooning in the 127. That is the Art Esports Aston Martin just now. And again, this is a fantastic thing, right? We are 6.5 hours in a 12-hour race, Alex, and we have just got battles kicking off left, right, and centre. And, you know, the first 20 minutes, you'd be forgiven to think, my God, we're not going to last 6 hours. But after that first 20 minutes was done and dusted, drivers settled down. And it seems to be we get these quiet periods of about, maybe, say, 40 minutes, and then it all kicks off for half an hour.
Yeah, very true. It's sort of like, it's, you know, you get that calm, then you get a little bit of the storm, then another bit of calm, then another bit of the storm. It's just like, it's like saying, is the weather ever going to decide what it's going to do? And it's also like with trying to tell these drivers it's a 12-hour endurance race.
Spot on. But again, having been in that situation, both in real life in an endurance race and in sim racing, it's so incredibly difficult. We can sit here in the commentary box and go, oh, you know, come on guys, settle down, it's a 12-hour race. But when you're in that cockpit, right, and you've got a car in front of you and it's for position, I don't care who you are, you're going for it. You will really struggle. And fair play to Jenson Button. He obviously has the ability as a driver to think long term, bigger picture and stuff like that. But for the most of us mere mortals, you're getting your sleeves rolled up and you're getting into that fight.
It's what we call in karting elbows out. You know, you're not going to give quarter. You're not going to give people an inch because they'll take a country mile. It's like Mia Rose in the number 56 car has just pitted from P17. But this is a great battle. I mean, it was a bit of a mess for Andres Messer earlier on in the race when we saw him going literally sideways in the 94 Ferrari, but still keeping on point with the Joachim in the number 69 G2 Esports BMW. This is the battle for P19, and that Ferrari seems to have a little bit of the legs on the BMW coming down the Wellington Straight heading into Brooklands. And now through into Woodcote, into Luffield. Looks like we're just getting a bit of word from race control. There has been a penalty issued to the number 64 car. And that is as of lap number 156. Contact between cars 13 and 64. And the 64 will be one of the McLarens out there getting a penalty for causing an avoidable collision. Or avoidable contact. So again, these penalties still coming through, and we're close to being 7 hours into a 12-hour race here, David.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult situation for these drivers to be in. I've got no doubt that in 99% of the occasions, Alex, there's absolutely no malice meant in any of the contact or anything like that. However, I think there's a good majority of them, if they just sit down and think about what they're doing and think about the consequences of the odds that they're putting themselves into, they wouldn't be taking those chances. But you know, we've obviously had quite a conversation today about race control, and I stand by what I said earlier. The race control we've got here are some of the fairest, some of the most even guys and girls making decisions that you could possibly meet, and I'm talking about in my real life experience as well. I've had dealings with quite a few race control, and I wish it was as fair as some of the decisions that we've had today. And again, without going too far into it, if your driver that you're supporting gets a decision going against him, I'm sorry, that sucks. That's really, unfortunate. But that's just the rub of the dice. That's racing. Some decisions will go your way. Some decisions won't. Your job is to support everyone and support the race and support your driver as well. Fantastic move there, though, Alex, that we just saw.
Yeah, Dalcomo from the Jean Alesi Esports Academy got past Michael Grady for what is now P6 on the road. We're now back with Jenson Button in the number 22 Zancho Rocket Esports car. So obviously they have had one retirement on this out of their three cars. Well, it was actually the Zancho Simsport car and that is the number 23 of John Monroe, Ross McGregor and Ibrahim Khan. I really want to thank John and Ross for taking the time to really take the opportunity to come in and have a chat with us. Obviously, yeah, they've called it a day for the race, but I'm sure that they're enjoying the show as much as a lot of people that are watching and doing their part to help donate for what is a fantastic cause, helping provide money for the Brain Tumour charity, and obviously a lot of people deciding to hit the gift aid button, and that makes all the difference here, David.
For sure. And how lovely was it that, as I said, John Monroe and Ross McGregor came in to have a word with us. Me personally, if I'm retiring from a race, I'm not speaking to anyone. I'm in a really foul mood for the rest of the day. But John Monroe, Ross McGregor, two incredibly lovely guys, and it's great to get their perspective on when things don't go your way and the mature way to deal with it, because they're sitting there and they're like, oh, I hope everyone has a great race and hope everyone enjoys it, and thanking everyone for doing it. And that's the way you deal with things, Alex.
Yeah, you deal with it like take a professional and the glass half full mentality is how I would put it. They're off on the track, they're as competitive as anyone, we both know. But off the track, nicest guys you would ever want to meet. And that is very, very true with a lot of people that we've got on this grid, up and down the order. The amount of conversations I've had with such great people, within the same sim racing community and also real life as well. It's just really cool that some people you know, they'll go, yeah, I want to be competitive. I want to be the very, very best, or the best that I can be as a sim racer. But I'll still be nice as pie to everyone when I'm off the track. And that's personified through John Munro and Ross McGregor. Now, I've had chats in the past with Jenson Button, Michael O'Brien, Tobin Lee, amongst others as well, throughout this grid. You know, there are so many lovely people that I communicate through social media, multiple different platforms, and you know, it's always nice to have a chat.
It certainly is, Alex, and I'll be honest with you, I'm glad you held off for another couple of seconds before going quiet there, because the noise that I just made as Jan-Willem van Ommen fired that car into the corner side by side. I'm really not sure what it was. It was like when you inhale and scream at the same time. It was very unusual. Thankfully, nothing actually happened there, and he managed to tell the tale another day. But meanwhile, look at Jenson Button. He is absolutely all over the place right now, into the middle, 4 cars into the corner here. How did that happen? How did nobody die into that corner there? That is amazing respect from all the drivers there. Jenson Button tries to fire it up the inside. He's got number 65 on his outside there, and yeah, that is awesome stuff. I think that is the FDS Racing Machine. I'll get a confirmation on that in just a second, but that is the 62 trying to catch up onto Leonardo Giacomo, Nils Noyox, and we've got a monster crash, and that is the G2 real life drivers into that as well. We've got the 72 in that. Oh my goodness me, that's Joachim Stensons for the G2 Esports. Wait a minute, was that the teammates that we'll have to get a catch up on that, Alex, but that sounds like a monster accident at Brooklands.
Yeah, not great, and Stenson's getting the rough end of the stick, and he's now pitted, so there will be some damage there on that BMW M6 GT3. Yeah, it's very difficult when you've got people like trying to, you know, you see 5 go into 1, and you just think, how on God's green earth can you get through all of that? And you know, Jenson Button like literally flashing the lights as if to say, come on, get out of the way. Nils Noyox now coming into the pits from P7 in the 62 G2 Esports car. That now gives Michael Grady back 7th position. So these drivers, yeah, I mean, it's going to be rather interesting how things pan out in the next, what? I don't know when sunrise is predicted on this server, but if it's like within the next 5 hours, then we've got a lot of night racing happening, and people will get caught out.
Yeah, I reckon we've got about another 2.5 hours worth of darkness racing still in store in real time. That'll of course transfer to 5 hours. Usually it's about what, 7 o'clock that we start seeing daybreak happening here in England at the heart of British motorsport at Silverstone, as we look at Nils Noyox into the pit in the number 62. I believe this is just a standard driver change, but this is the replay here, and I've got a feeling this is going to be the monstrous accident. This is through Cops Corner, the number 69 car, and through Maggots. Oh, sorry, no, this is not through Maggots. This is through the second half of the circuit. This is obviously down into Farm Curve, then Village, into the loop. So it's going to be at the end of this Wellington Straight. So what we like to do here is we like to build things up massively, give you a little bit of context here. But the 69 G2 just behind that Ferrari. I've got a feeling, into the braking area, Alex.
Oh, and this was messy. Oh, was that the GT4 leader that got collected there a little bit? That could have been the 995, I believe, the ambassadors for Renbelton. And that was the number 94 with Andres Mesa behind the wheel, if memory serves me correctly. And as I said, that just goes to show what can happen in these sort of nighttime hours. But in the meantime, James Baldwin has looked. There's quite a few cars now coming into the pit lane. So that is the 302 that's in the pit lane. That is the TPC Sim Racing car. Then also the number 28 John Alesi Aston Martin. Also Martin Grady now pits from P7. They're all starting to come in, and Eamon Murphy has now got a drive-through penalty with Samuel Hatz in the Racing Line Motorsport car. interestingly enough, David, James Baldwin has really picked up the pace. He's running in the 158.5s at the moment. Samuel Platz running in the 159.3s.
That's an excellent spot there, because Jan Willem van Ommen 202 535. Jenson Button, I mean, I've got to be honest, I think Jan Willem van Ommen right now is a bit of a roadblock, because the two of them are so slow, but obviously traffic might be an issue. I just can't see it right now because they're in clear air at the moment, so I've got no idea what is going on with them two, but you're absolutely right, because James Baldwin 159.4, but then Samuel Ratz comes back with a 159.1. Those two drivers are some of the only in the top 10 that are doing 159 still.
Yeah, obviously with that incident between the 69 and the 94, that's allowed Mia Rose to get up into P17 in the number 56 John Lacey Esports Academy McLaren 720 SGT3. So Mia Rose trying to drop Andres Mesa, who's got the gap up to nearly 0.6 of a second. As they go through, they've just exited Copse, now into Maggots and Beckett's, and this is one of the nice sights that you sort of see at nighttime racing, where they go through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. There's one of the McLarens just up ahead of Mia Rose, so she's trying to get past rather quickly, and that is the number 97. That is the Sidemax Motorworks car, so that'll be the likes of Fuzi, Royal, Wenlock and Quaitzer. Also, I've just been informed by Next Gen in the chat, Next Gen Racing, they said that the console event that they have started has raised £302 so far. So the total at this particular moment in time is £2,319 and climbing.
Yeah, it's not often you get solidarity, but for today, I think especially, we're kind of linking up with our console brother and sisters. It's you know, the sim racing community as a whole, try to pull together for events like this. It's just a wonderful thing to see. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, the generosity from the community. I mean, goodness knows how many times Jimmy's done a charity stream, Jimmy Broadbent, and raising just crazy amounts. And it just shows you we do have the ability, believe it or not, we do have the ability to be nice people. It surprises even me sometimes, but yeah, it's great to see. It's a very worthy charity, and while the console race isn't being broadcasted like we have got it here, you can still check out the individual drivers, find out who's involved in the races. I believe Next Gen have got a link to all the drivers over on their social medias.
Yep, so fantastic work by all the team at Next Gen Racing, also getting the Brain Tumour charity on board, and as I said earlier, and I'll keep on saying this, we at the SimGrid are really pleased to be part of this effort. As Mia Rose now going for 16th position and is battling away with Fabio Ailamo in the 888 VIG Project Strato car, all going through Maggots and Beckett's, and then they'll be coming through into Chapel, but that McLaren seems to have the run on the Ferraris. They now will exit Chapel Curve. It's just about how quickly Mia Rose can catch up to Ailamo for 16th position. So this has been a great effort from the John Lacey Esports Academy junior team in the 56 McLaren. They've done a really good job, and just look how close Mia Rose is in the braking zone on the Ferrari, and they've got, that's the Alpine of PPR Esports they've just had to get past. Well, that was close and then some. Down into Club Corner, Mia Rose, is she going to get the inside line? She could do, as they now go nigh on side by side coming through Club Corner. Mia Rose has got the inside line on Ailamo here, and now going down into Abbey. Brilliant work by Mia Rose, absolutely hooked that one up, just kept going and just waited for that opportunity. She'd built momentum up to those couple of brilliant dynamite moves there, especially when they managed to get their way past the number 2 Alpine of PPR Esports. That was definitely heart in the mouth moment there, but what a drive from Mia Rose. Absolutely textbook there from the number 56.
Whew, that was scary, seat of the pants stuff there from Mia Rose, but you know, fair play, got the confidence in the car, in the drivers around him, and yeah, that was made to look easy, and that is just skill right there, nothing else.
This goes to show that if you're basically if you wanted to sort of go for it like that, Mia Rose just was absolutely spot on with how she just approached it. Just gave it a roll, had a go, and it paid off.
And that's exactly what it's about. It's about those odds. It goes very, very wide there out of Cook's corner. So, yeah, that's a bit awkward through Maggots and Beckett's just now. But, yeah, decent effort from Mia Rose there. Great run, though, you've got to say, well, you did say, from the Jean Lacey Esports Academy number 56 outfit. We've seen them, Mia Rose, just be dominant through more female racers. It's been a great performance, and it's fantastic to see that translating into competition, charity event, one-off event, really strong positions. Also noticing Altea Book out in the number 66 McLaren, the Amizante out in the 34th place car just now. This is Ryan Ware in the Holdcroft Empire GT4 right now. And don't be looking in your rear view mirror, son, because that is about to get very, very scary.
Yeah, especially when you've got the number 62 BMW G2 esports car going up your inside. So very good awareness there by Ryan Ware, as they've got that car emblazoned with Ryan's best mate Harley on the front bonnet. The got Harley peering back at the drivers behind, so when they actually get their headlights on the back of that car, they'll see a big pair of eyes with some glasses looking right back at them, as if to say, I'm watching you.
Fantastic action all the way through the field, though, and Ryan really having to hold on to that place. He's not got anyone near him just now in terms of for position, but it just shows you how aware these drivers have to be, no matter what place you are through the field. I mean, Ryan's down in 41st place at the moment. His nearest place is up in 40th with that 252 car. And I believe the Energy Racing team is, yeah, look at that, that's 14 seconds that they're ahead of them. So Ryan just out on his own, and this is what endurance racing is all about. It's just you racing your own race and just keeping yourself to yourself.
Yeah, but one of the other things was, I did see... I think a brief drive-through being shown, but look, James Parker now back behind the wheel of the 889 Bentley Continental GT3, now closing on the back bumper of the sister Jean Alesi Esports car. This is of Danilo Santoro in the number 28. We go on board with James Parker on the bonnet cam. So we've just exited Vale, now into Abbey. A bit of a kick up of the dust a little bit by one of the cars just up ahead. And you can just sort of see how committed some of these drivers are, and how hard they're willing to push. 2:07 AM at the moment on the server. Still just over 5 hours of this race left to go. This has been one of those, you know how they say like the drivers are absolutely ramped up on adrenaline? Well, that's how I'm feeling a little bit wired on adrenaline coursing through my veins, because this race has been rather entertaining, David.
And that's just putting it mildly. Yeah, and I know what you mean. I was starting to flag about half an hour ago, and I was really struggling, but I got a cup of coffee and a re-energised boost. And yeah, we are so lucky to be watching this right now. It's the 252 Energy Racing team of Lorenzo de Ciutlis through for his drive-through. I would presume that car is... I've got to be honest, I think We Buy Any Car are going to turn their nose up at that one.
Oh, dearie me. But look, the battle. Look, James Parker's still closing on Danilo Santoro. This is through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Parker's not giving this one up without a fight. You can clearly see out in the way. He's absolutely grabbing that Bentley and pulling it along by stripping the... kicking and screaming by the scruff of its neck. So yeah, that's really good to see that James Parker still keeping in close proximity to Danilo Santoro for 7th position. And it's not over yet here, David.
Oh, absolutely not. And if I was Danilo Santoro right now, I'd be very nervous, because James Parker knows exactly how to throw that Bentley around the track here at Silverstone. I was about to say Knock Hill accidentally for a second there, and thankfully managed to hold myself back, because you can get anything further from the truth here. It's such a wonderful track here at Silverstone. The very flat track here, it's so fast and undulating, and the corners are just something else. It is a real battle of the senses, Alex. It's the G-forces that these GT3 drivers must feel in real life is incredible as you're going through corners, say 110, 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're going through corners like Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, you know, going through Cops at over 115 miles an hour, it's a lot of strain on the body, and that's why a lot of drivers tend to work on core strength.
I was just about to say, and the reason behind that, as you said, the core strength is such a key thing, because one of the things that spectators don't tend to understand, or avid watchers, they think that the racing drivers go through and you'll see them on Instagram doing their mad fitness routines, and you know they're with the kettlebells, and you think it's just for diet or to keep themselves slim. It's not at all. It's so physically exhausting in real life driving one of these cars. And again, I don't have any personal experience of a GT car, but I drove just a C1 around here, and I honestly, I was ready for my bed after doing a 2-hour stint. And you think these things are only doing like 80, 90 miles at the very most. These GT3 cars are doing speeds, you know, 50% more than that at least. And the inertia, the G-forces, the weight of these cars, I mean, that gets all transferred to the driver. It is just incredible. And you know, driver fitness is one of the biggest things that I would say has come on in the past 20, 25 years.
Yeah, and it's a far cry from, like, say, in the 70s and the 80s, where diets weren't really thought about. You know, people were smoking, drinking, race weekends, that kind of stuff. But now, you know, a lot of people credit that Michael Schumacher was the man that really sort of put fitness on the radar of everyone in Formula One and top tier motorsport. Well, actually, there was a trendsetter before him, and that was Ayrton Senna. Senna was incredibly physically fit. He was training every single day that he could, despite obviously all the commitments with McLaren and obviously Williams in his latter days of his career. But also, you know, there was the charitable side. So Ayrton Senna meant, in order to be the absolute best, he had to make sure that everything, no stone was unturned. And that's why you see a lot of drivers now, like, say, for instance, a lot of, it doesn't matter what motor race category you're in, a lot of the drivers, they'll go out for like hundreds of kilometres of bike riding. Some of them will even do triathlons in their spare time, just to keep that cardiovascular fitness. And then you look at the equipment they have to use as well, in terms of like, say, keeping the neck muscles up to strength. You know, the amount of work that these drivers put in real life is absolutely incredible.
So we can see a little idea. This is the stream from, I'm just trying to have a look who that is that we're on board with just now. We'll find out in just a second. The 969 car of Hal Racing. Oh, that's Daniel Schwab that I believe we were watching the stream from there. They started in P3 in the GT4s, and it's been an interesting race in the GT4s, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, after what was an impressive qualification session, yeah, it's, you know, you look at the top 5 now. The pole sitter, which was the 666 of the SimSport crew, they're currently rounding out the top 5, and they started on pole position. Interesting spot from Javo CJ that Valentin Barrier had actually a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. So now Jack McIntyre finds himself up towards the sharp end. He's in P3 at the moment. And there is Mark Neutelings, one of the 4 driver crew from that team.
Just want to touch on a point made by Rapid GT99, saying that meanwhile sim drivers eat pizza and couch potato pros. Yes. I mean, let's face it. We all love a good packet of Doritos. However, I've got a good personal friend. I'm not going to name him, but he does F1 esports, and part of his contract with that is that he has, you know, things like a physio, and he has his own nutritionist. So while again we would think that sim racing is just a sport that your random Joe could just sit in his pajamas and play, and while that is absolutely true, when you get to the top end, the elite end of it, the expectations on you to perform are absolutely massive. So I would say that nutrition and fitness do prove themselves just as much a thing, not just in sim racing and other esports as well. It's quite common for fitness to be a massive push, because if you think about it, your brain is just a muscle as well, and you have to keep all of the muscles in tone just to make sure that they are working optimum and working their very, very best.
I think also one particular instance, you mentioned F1 esports. I'm going to give you a perfect example. And we know Rapid GT 99, you were just jesting. I mean, Brendan Lee, perfect example. He's now moved to Ferrari esports, and the guy is absolutely, he's a machine behind the wheel. But also, he was with Mercedes for quite a long time. They got him, and as you said, it's like with Marcel Kiefer and all that lot. They are all under contract. They have to do this kind of thing, and also, but obviously, with regards to having that physical fitness, it actually means that you have a clear and sharp mind as a direct result. You have to keep hydration, so a lot of electrolyte drinks. In top tier motorsport, there'll be special mixes that the physios and personal trainers for those drivers that will probably be by their side for the majority of the time. They have to do that kind of stuff as well, and there's going to be some sort of plan. It's the same. One of my friends actually asked me about commentary, and this is quite key. One of my friends actually just WhatsApp messaged me and said, "How since 10:30 have you and your friend David been sounding okay after that amount of time?" Oh my goodness, sorry, just before I'm about to make my point, the fastest lap has just been set on lap number 208 by the 191.
Yeah, that'll do the trick. Yeah, that's a bit awesome, isn't it? Well, actually, I don't know. I think that might be fibbing to you, because our race timing got reset a couple of times. I think the 191 actually set the fastest lap, but it was quite a number of hours ago. It's very close. 157.207, I believe, is the current fastest lap. So they're getting close, but it's just a couple of bit away. I mean, how did they get 10 seconds faster than James Baldwin? Do you think James Baldwin is in traffic, or he is in traffic? He's just behind or just got past the 252. He's just behind the 79 just now, and that is, of course, I'm not sure. That's the NSN Racing of Rob Taplin and Melissa Taplin. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. If you have just joined us, it is the Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone with just 4 hours 52 minutes left to go. We're currently watching James Parker from Coach Dave Academy in the 889 Bentley just now, currently in P7, flying the flag for Coach Dave Academy and the Sim Grids, and doing very, very well as well. And we've kept the plugs down low, but if you do want to pick up some awesome professionally developed esports setups, head over to CoachDaveAcademy.com and get your hands on them. But not before you head over to the wonderful Just Giving page for our incredible supported charity today, the Brain Tumour charity. We've already helped raise £2,047.96. I mean, that is just awesome. That is just, let's just not take anything away from that. It is just amazing. We can keep pushing the stretch goals as much as we want, but yeah, you guys have done absolutely amazingly today to hit that 2K mark, and anything else is just an absolute bonus right now. James Parker, that's a bit of a scary moment, having to deal with that lap traffic as he makes his way around. And I say lap traffic, but really he's got Danilo Santoro right on his tail in that Aston Martin, just 0.4 of a second behind him, Alex. And Danilo is starting to look a little bit racy again.
Danilo looking very racy in that Aston Martin, and obviously we can't not mention Coach David Canterbury, but we have to mention Thrustmaster, because I saw that someone has just taken delivery of a brand new T300 RS.
Oh, me? Yes. Yes, I've got, and no word of a lie, this is just because I looked at my receipt and I had a Thrustmaster, or I've still got one, Thrustmaster T150. I bought it 2016, no word of a lie, and I was still using it as my daily driver. I love that wheel so much. It still works, but I mean, it's time to move on. I wanted to take sim racing a little bit more seriously. Saturday, a couple of weeks ago, kind of showed me that I'm not as in the pace as I used to be. So I've treated myself. I've worked very hard last year. I've treated myself to a lovely T300 RS, and I've got myself a set of TLCM load cell pedals as well. I only got a brief chance to try it out on my new VR headset last night, but yeah, awesome stuff. No, that is me, Rose, off at turn 1 in the Jean Lacey Esports Academy. Hopefully there's no damage, but that car looks a little bit squint to me.
Yeah, that's allowed Capoccia from the Yas Marina crew through now. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously some of these drivers, I'll be completely honest with you here, are in actually, you know, some people are racing in different time zones. Canada, Australia. It's just one of those things where, you know, the Italians are here, you know, the Germans, the Irish, the Polish, the Latvians, Finland, Hungary, you know, the amount of different nationalities. That's one of the other things about the very, very inclusive nature, not just of nationalities, but also of people themselves, you know, irrespective of who they are. It's always a good sign to see that so many people from different walks of life, different religions, different you know, beliefs and all these other things, they can come together in sim racing, and that just shows today with this race, which has been rather enthralling. I can't believe that we're still 4 3/4 hours still to go as Valentin Barrier now closing up to Jack McIntyre. We're going to go to a replay now. This is Mia Rose we're going to go to now. And this is, sparks fly from the rear diffuser, right rear tyre. Oh, nearly gets collected there as well, does Mia Rose, but she keeps it out of the barriers. Nice save there.
Certainly was, and yeah, that is exactly not what you want to see. However, did a great job keeping it off the barriers. As you pointed out, at the end of the day, it's maybe cost her 10 seconds. Easily caught back. Oh, Valentin Barrier almost collecting Jack McIntyre. Oh, that 22 was so lucky. And here comes Valentin Barrier. I tell you what, Alex, he has got a point to prove, because Valentin, as soon as he took over the car earlier on, that car started going backwards, and now the car is roaring into life, and Valentin Barrier looking to make short work of Jack McIntyre. Look at the speed difference he's got right now on the run down the straight here. Fires it up the inside. Surely Valentin Barrier is going to have that move done. That was lovely, but that is some scary, scary pace on that Bentley right now.
Well, one of the biggest things, I've just had a look at Jack McIntyre's previous lap time. He was nearly 2 seconds slower in Sector 1. So obviously McIntyre's had a possible moment, and that has allowed Valentin Barrier to close up onto him. So now the real sort of chase starts right now, and obviously Barrier is just about 16.3 seconds behind James Baldwin, but the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Charity Bentley Continental GT3 still leads after 211 laps. But yeah, Barrier's just really unlocked something in that Bentley, and you know, McIntyre's keeping with him for the minute, but it just depends on how hard McIntyre wants to push that car, because if he does push it way too hard, way too early. Luca Burke has just said Jack McIntyre currently has no force feedback. That would explain the differential in time. Luca Burke's just gone, he's not having fun, laugh out loud. on the chat. Thank you, Luca, for that bit of insight. So it just goes to show that these drivers, you know, the amount of equipment these guys are using, what was it, like, say for instance, like you know, a direct drive sort of hub for your steering wheel, you know, that thing, it costs like over two times the amount it would cost me for a major service on my car. That's just to put people in the picture. And I just drive a medium-sized hatchback, but the amount of money that is paid for equipment in sim racing is absolutely it's dumbfounding at times, because I look at it and go, well, actually, I know what I could buy for that, I could buy for this, I could buy for that. Oh, hang on a minute. You know, so that's where it's really gonna, it just really shows how much emphasis there is in having the right equipment that feels right to you, irrespective of who it's with.
See, what I take away from that story is that should have got a Thrustmaster wheel, but yeah. You know, tagging that corporate line. There we go, boys. Right,
there you go.
Andrea Capoccia back to the track, making his way round, almost coming in to collect the 96 car there, and I've got to be honest, I don't think they're too happy about that. That was a little bit aggressive from Sidemax Motorworks. That is, of course, Lucas Kreuzer, Owen Winlock and Marcel Fusi. Marcel Fusi, what can I say about Marcel? I joked about in our private chat that we need to get him a 10-second penalty for trying to incite a riot in chat earlier on, and I'm going to fight my damnedest to make sure that that happens. But Fabio Alamo in the VIG Project Strato machine, the 888 machine, in 15th place. Decent performance from them just now. But then the pink Motorsport 25 Audi of Wilf Machuska trying to recover, and just as I say that, Wilf gets a 5-second penalty. Oh my days. Well, Wilf Machuska, the day has just gone bad towards it in that pink ID. I've just seen the car going along the inside of the loop there, and yeah, this is all starting to get a little bit weird here. So
yeah, I think with regards to just heard that the 149 Yaz Heat car, I think is just had Cam Royal on YouTube saying that Eamon Murphy had a huge lag spike that threw him off the track. Then they had a drive-through bug that wouldn't let our car move. Unfortunate, but the guys carry on. This is a great cause, and thanks for hosting. That's about persistence. That no matter what happens, they're gonna still try and fight all the way through until the checkered flag. Because as they say, it ain't over until it's over, David.
It certainly isn't, and how often have we seen it in these races where the final 2 hours, crazy things happen, and oh my goodness, he fires it up the inside, sorry about that, but Fabio Alamo, oh my goodness, that was from absolutely nowhere, just sent the RKO, sends that Ferrari up the inside there, and Andrea Capoccia just watching, holding his head in his hands. This is Henrik Campbell, the ambassador for Renfelt in 995 machine, believe the leader of the GT4 class just now, doing fairly well. But yeah, Andrea Capoccia putting all sorts of pressure going on the inside here of Alamo. The thing that gets me is Andrea Capoccia really is doing a good job here of just holding back. He could easily get past this car, but he's just biding his time, just waiting, and trying to see how this one's going to pan out.
Yeah, it's just a real, you know, there's so much that can happen in the next 4 hours and 40 minutes. You just can't sort of look ahead and say, oh yeah, well this is going to happen, that's going to happen, this is going to happen. You just don't know. You can't predict it. As easy as people might say, yeah, well my bet's on this person. Yeah, well what if this person ends up there?
For sure.
So it's
for sure.
It's one of those things, mate.
It is, and you're absolutely spot on. Do you know what the biggest thing is? Is that hindsight's a great thing. So we're all watching. So myself and yourself, obviously, we're watching the live feed, and everybody else that's watching YouTube is watching what we see about 5 seconds later. But these guys have been doing this for the past almost 8 hours. I think that was a BMW that was going to be spinning there, but Fabio Alamo still up the inside there of a GT4 car, and that was the 525, I believe it was, wasn't it? The Energy Racing, 252 Energy Racing Team machine that he's just got on the inside there, and onto the straight again. Capoccia really being left for dead right now, but to say exactly what you say, we're all just spectators on this. These drivers are the only ones that know the full context of the driving, the situations that are going on right now, and they're the only ones that really have to answer to their teammates. But that battle for third place is starting to get a little bit drawn out now, because Valentin Barrier pulling away from Jack McIntyre. The gap now just 1.8 seconds. It's gone up even further now, 1.9. And I wonder if Kirill Antonov is going to start setting the sights on Jack McIntyre. But meanwhile, Alamo is still getting all this pressure right now from Andrea Capoccia.
Yeah, Capoccia, the driver that tries to do his best to get past, and Capoccia, we've seen Capoccia try all the way through this race. No matter, when we saw him against Benedetti, and look, it looks like there's going to be a great opportunity here. Capoccia up the inside of Alamo, going through into Stoke Corner. The Yaz Heat car is now in front, and Alamo nearly comes across back onto the racing line there. Now this is through into Club and then into Vale, but that was a brilliant move. Capoccia just timed that to absolute perfection, and now they've got one of the BMWs ahead. I think that might be the 969 Harvey racing car. That was a brilliant move. Capoccia just timed that perfectly.
He certainly did. Made that look so easy as well. And again, it was just about waiting your time. Look at the gap he's already got. That's 0.2 of a second that he's got ahead of Alamo just now. But again, he's in no man's land right now, because Gamera is about 4 seconds up the road after that. This is Sergio Mendes in 302 TPC Sim Racing Machine. Must be, about 15-20 seconds behind your GT4 leader just now. Mendes down in 37th place, and then it is Daniel Schwab in the 969 machine behind the 995 of Henrik Gamble as well. So the GT4 battle still raging on. The 777 just making its way around the outside there, and there's James Baldwin as well. So these GT4 cars, Alex, I feel really sorry for them, because they're just constantly swamped.
When you look at it, the amounts of multi-classes that you and I have done before, take for instance Suzuka, it's for Spa-Francorchamps, where we had that GT3 and GT4 battle. In 90 minutes, it's not that much. But then you look at what happens in a 12-hour or a 24-hour race. It's a completely different proposition altogether. You never know how it's going to pan out, and it's a case that the GT4s, okay, they're more production-based as opposed to the GT3 cars, whilst they keep going. And this is where it all can really change. And obviously there you've got a lot of drivers now going in towards the last sort of just over 4.5 hours. These drivers are not done yet. They still got strategies to call on, and it's about the one that the one team that makes that ultimate move that could decide the difference between winning and losing.
We'll have to wait with bated breath to see how that is all going to pan out. Strategy, we've spoken about it many times through the past 7.5 hours. It's going to be absolutely key tonight as Santeri Rantala gets overtaken. That looks to be the third place of Valentin Barrier. That is just ahead of him. In fact, I'm completely mistaken. It's of course Danilo Santoro that just made his way past there just now. Mark Neuterlings in the SimSport Solutions Positive Perceptions 666 car 39th position overall. He's in the GT4 battle just behind Rantala and Schwab and Gamble as well. Doing a decent job. Again, it's a decent recovery drive from the 666 car. The GT4 cars tending to keep themselves to themselves, but my heart goes out to the PPR Esports White team, that Alpine A11S of James Warren, Cody Pride and Miguel Ruiz that is still trying to circulate around the track. They were caught up in a huge moment, causing some big damage to that car. And it's great to see them back out on track. This is Ryan Ware in the Holdcroft Empire GT4 car. And again, fantastic to see the backstory to that car. And yeah, you've got to love it, especially the fact that the person involved with that, Harley, is winning his own personal fight against his brain tumor. So a very personal, link with the people that we're raising money for today, or we're helping raise money for today, the Brain Tumor Charity. And some very, very worthwhile efforts that they do to really try and take care of the full circle of brain cancer and brain tumours, trying to accelerate biobanking, to accelerate the research that they do, trying to help diagnose brain tumours earlier, which means that people have a much better prognosis and a much better quality of life. They try to increase the understanding, not just for you and me, but for the scientists to understand the genetics and how the brain tumours actually come about. They try to catalyse the laboratory discoveries and try and turn that into actual usable things like new and effective treatments that increase survival rates and the quality of life. They also enhance care and the quality of life for everyone affected by brain tumour, not just the patients, but the carers, the loved ones and the family as well. So a very, very worthy donation is requested very kindly from ourselves to you today. And hopefully we can hit that £2,250 mark if you are able to do so. Remember, in this time where everyone's affected by this worldwide pandemic, it is these charities that are really struggling just now to push things forward as they would normally be able to do, because they can't stand out in the street anymore. They can't shake that bucket. They don't have people throwing spare coins in, giving what cash they can, taking part in their fundraising efforts, so they rely on things like this and kind-hearted people like yourselves at home to dig deep and give very generously indeed. With that being said, back to the track action then. 4.5 hours left to go. Your race leader still a cracking performance right now from the 191 of Samuel Ratz in the Racing Line Motorsport charity outfit, doing very, very well indeed. And this is an awesome race that we've got in store.
Yeah, very, very much the case. I think I've just seen a couple of penalties just being issued by Race Control here, David. Incident between cars number 64 and 101 on lap number 174. The 101 GTWR Porsche has been given a 10-second penalty for avoidable contact, and also on lap number 202. We're currently on lap number 219. A 10-second penalty has been issued to the it's the McLaren 720 from Jean Alesi Esports Academy. Tucked between, well, hang on a second, I've just seen cars 27 and 56, so the 27 is going to be in the GT4 field, I believe, and that would be the SimGrid GT4 Chevrolet Camaro. So a couple of penalties being issued out by Race Control. But in terms of the penalties, and I say this whilst doing this, the thing is, because we've been more in a consistent rhythm, they have been very, very few and far between, haven't they? I mean, to be honest with you, the thing is that now that drivers are really into the thick of the night, the server is now at 10 past 3 in the morning, with 4 hours, 31 minutes and 38 seconds of the next gen Silverstone 12-hour brain tumour charity race powered by SimGrid. Still very much underway. We're on with the 252 of the Energy Racing team, Chevrolet Camaro, with Lorenzo Di Chiotis behind the wheel. Do recognise one of their drivers that they've actually got with them. Mark Raddenbury asking a question about who is the oldest team on average. I wouldn't know. You've got a definite varying age set there, though, Mr. Raddenbury, I must admit. Also, we've had another penalty issued, and this goes to car number 137. Oh, that's Team Cake. That has just had a penalty, and this is for a avoidable contact, only 5 seconds thereof, for an incident on lap number 186, and that is with the ambassadors for Renvelt and GT4. That's the GT4 class leaders. Is it possible to donate via PayPal? On that front, to Sissy Driver on YouTube, the only thing that you can do is actually go through the Just Giving page and see if that is one of your possible options. So I wouldn't honestly know on that front. But still in the deep of night, Colm Sinnott is closing up to no cake for 137, says H on YouTube. Well, the thing is that might give them a additional time to maybe have an extra slice of cake whilst in the pits. Josie Austin behind the wheel of that car at the moment in the 137. So Alice, what do we need to do to remove this penalty? Obviously, this is not down to us. We are just the messengers here in the commentary box. Reference the penalties, but still 4.5 hours still to go. There is still plenty of time. Jack McIntyre trying to filter his way through backmarker traffic, and that is Antonov just in front in the number 57. And Antonov is ahead of the McLaren now, so the battle for P4 has changed in its dynamics. Yeah, Colm Sinnott still trying to keep in touch. Now this is with the number 69 G2 car, and that's got Carlos Orchelotti from Spain behind the wheel of that one. So this is the battle for the final position in the top 20, and Colm Sinnott doing his level best to get past the number 69 in this particular battle. This is where it's going to get rather interesting, and at the moment we have completed, our leader has completed 221 laps. I want to hear from those people out there watching. How many miles or kilometres do you think that we will have covered by the end of this race? Just something for fun here. So we just covered 808.86 miles. And you put that into kilometres, that's going to be 1,304 kilometres. Now, this is the move between Jack McIntyre and Antonov in the number 57, like and subscribe car. And that's a pretty clean move from the Mercedes up the inside, nice and cleanly there. So Victor's come in with the first one of 1,350 miles, okay. But you can just see how clean that move was by Kirill Antonov. Got the run on Jack McIntyre, so that looks to be that the number 22 car is starting to struggle a little bit, but also what you've got to remember is that the McLaren 720S GT3 is the only car that has got ballast on it, 30 kilos, on all of the 7 vehicles that are on this grid tonight, here on the on this continuing coverage of the Next Gen 12 Hours Silverstone Brain Tumour charity race here, powered by SimGrid. As Colm Sinnott now gets past Orchelotti for 21st position. I did do a couple of laps ago. So the number 127, the driver from Ireland, he's now in the top 20. So we'll see if he can catch up to Andres Mesa in the number 94 Virtual Life Experience Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. There's Grigory Stangrit rounding out the top 14. And that is in the number 4 car. That is the Couscous Racing Team. And as Fedanin, Stangrit, Anufriev and Shahin in there as well. Wojta Pawelczak here in the number 27 Simgrid car. That's the GT4 Camaro. Actually built in conjunction in real life with Reiter Engineering, who also did a GT3 variety as well. Some of my friends who race on ACC, they call it the Flying Brick because of the amount of sheer grunt that car's got behind it. So we'll see how Pawelczak gets on. But the drivers continuing to I think it's just a case of just making sure that you hit your apex, you hit your braking point, you hit your throttle input, and you don't do any unforced mistakes. Myself and David were talking about that a lot in the first part of the broadcast. We continue to talk about that in this. I mean, for those wondering about my commentary background, it used to be in sprint racing. It was sprint racing and karting. I've done my fair share of endurance races. But coming into something like this is rather different. A different tone, a different cadence, a different rhythm. So you can just see that some drivers will be really into the groove at the moment, trying to get themselves going forward. We're now at 94%. You know, it is a case that you see how hard the drivers will push. You'll see how they'll be motivated by the rest of the team. They'll be on the Discord chats and everything like that. It's going to be rather interesting how that all pans out in the coming 4 hours and 25 minutes of this race. So let's, with just over 7 hours and 35 minutes through this race at the moment, the top 10 in the respective orders in GT3 and GT4. It is the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Charity Bentley Continental GT3 that is currently leading at the moment with Samuel Hatz behind the wheel. Then it's the number 26 Zancho Rocket Esports McLaren 720S GT3 with James Baldwin behind the wheel, 43.6 seconds off. Then we head to the number 39 Jardier Community Team Bentley Continental GT3 that is currently in third position in the number 39. Then it's the number 57 of the like and subscribe Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo that has Kirill Antonov behind the wheel. Then it's Jack McIntyre in the 22 Zancho Rocket Esports McLaren that rounds out what is effectively the top 5. Gregor Schill in the number 62 G2 Esports BMW M6 GT3 rounds out the top 6 ahead of James Parker from the 889 Bentley Continental GT3, which is a Tijni stroke Coach Dave Academy collaboration on that particular occasion. Then it's also the Jean Alesi Esports Academy team in the 28 Aston Martin piloted by Danilo Santoro. 9th, GTWR 157 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, piloted once again by Germany's Tobias Pfeffer. And then it is Michael Tauscher in the 211 JLO Sidemax Motorworks Porsche, rounding out the top 10 in that class. Looking at GT4 now, it is still the number 995 of the Ambassadors from Rennwelten GT4 Porsche that leads the way, and that currently has, at this particular moment in time, Henrik Gambal behind the wheel. Then it's Daniel Schraber in the 969 Have Racing BMW M4 GT4. Then it's the number 302 TPC sim racing car with Sergio Mendes behind the wheel, running out the top 3. Mark Neutelings from Sim Sport Solutions Positive Perception in the 666 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 rounds out the top 4 positions. Ryan Ware rounding out the next position. That's rounding out the top 5 That is the number 7 Bordad Motorsports car being piloted by Ryan Ware. Lorenzo Di Chiotis in the 252 Energy Racing Team car is next up in the Chevrolet Camaro. And I've just seen that that looks to be Ruiz. Miguel Ruiz in the Alpine has just put it into the pits for the Alpine. There it is itself. Loving the sort of like the dark, the very sort of like dark livery, but with a hint of colour thanks to the yellow on there. There's Oscar Sandberg. He is currently out on track in 8th position. And he is ahead of Team Cake's very own Josie Austin in the 137 Aston Martin GT4. And then Hendrik Sarvas rounding out. I think that is the top 10 so far in the number 95 Pop Gymnastic car, the livery that David Christie has got a bit of affination and a bit of love for, with the amount of different colours that's on that thing and the different shapes it's making as well on that livery. David, are you back with us?
Well, I'm here. I don't know about back with you. Oh, like, come on! It's just been awesome. I honestly, I've said a few times, right? I just feel so privileged that we've been able to be part of this today, Alex. It's just been one awesome turn of events after another, hasn't it?
Yeah, very, very true indeed. And there is. It's really good. A few other people joining in the chat. Adam Isailovic from SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception. He says he's cheering on his buddy Mark Neutelings, who is currently P4, 3 laps down off of Sergio Mendes. So, despite the dramas for SimSport Solutions, Positive Perception, they've had a bit of a comeback drive in their own right, haven't they?
They certainly have, and it seems to have been the theme of today's race, isn't it? I mean, drivers coming into obstacles, into hardships, and having to overcome them and push through. I really have to admire the determination and the tenacity shown by some of these teams to keep themselves in it. I've got to be honest, if it was me, Alex, and I was having, the incidents that some of these drivers were having, that's steering wheel getting thrown out the window territory for me.
Oh well, it's just going to be one of those things.
That speaks more about my patience levels and driving ability.
Well, I have thrown out a little bit of a fun challenge for the folks at home to guess how many miles or kilometres we will cover by the end of this race. Now we're currently over. I think it was about 815 or so miles. Victor in the YouTube chat has already put in his first estimation. I don't think this is actually too shabby one, because obviously when we get the temperatures up, the cars are going to go that little bit faster, cover a little bit more mileage. He's put in 1,350 miles as a guesstimation.
Can I put in my guess?
Go on.
1,351 miles.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Okay, so seeming as you have put 1,350 miles.
Don't you do it. No.
I'm actually doing something rather sensible. Okay, so Jambo CJ's just put in... Oh, he's done it. He's beat me to it, mate. He's put 1,350 miles. So yeah, they're all coming in. They're all flooding in now. You see what I've started here, David?
Quite like it, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's pretty good actually. But I'm going to go with 1,400 miles. To be honest with you. Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's reasonable. I can. Let's just hope we have as many stoppages as we can then, just to make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, well, you know what? Look at the window. Okay, Sam Harrison's jumped in with 1,349 miles. Oh my God.
Lottie Robertson, just like telling you, just 1,401.
Yeah. Thank you, Lottie. Thomas Matthews is coming with 1,347. Yeah, Thomas Matthews, you need to select another number because Lottie got there first. But that's what, you know, that's about bringing a bit of fun, a bit of interactivity here on the SimGrid. That's what we're all about, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is, Alex. No, but look, it's an absolutely awesome little question, and I'll be very interested to see who gets the right answer. We'll maybe keep a little eye on what some of the answers are, and we'll nothing more than bragging rights, but I'm going to win, obviously.
Oh, he who laughs, laughs last, my friend. Now, we've just seen that the number 56 car just picked up a... that's Alex Votero, that has just picked up a drive-through penalty, I believe. Now, I'm not too sure what that is for. It's going to be rather interesting over, you know, the... Lottie Robinson's just brilliant. You know, this is where the puns now start. Could go with some bragging rights to go with my bragging lefts.
Hey. That's my kind of
That's a
joke.
brilliant one.
That's straight out of an old Christmas cracker, isn't it?
I know. It's but I think at the end of the day, you gotta have a bit of, you know, without laughter, life is not worth living, is it?
Yes, exactly. A question come in from Samuel Harrison. What's going on in GT4? I can tell you, not much. There's a battle for I think for first and second right now between Henrik Gamble and Daniel Schwab at the moment. In fact, no, there's not, because there's an entire lap between them at the moment. So we'll get the leaderboard up for you and just confirm that. But certainly from what I'm looking at the time screens here, Henrik Gamble and Daniel Schwab are in 35th and 36th position. Hold the phones, because Henrik Gamble has got a drive-through penalty.
Oh.
Well, that's a bit of a bombshell.
Can I just say, that's not a commentator's curse. Sam Harrison, that one's on you. You wanted to know about GT4.
And this is why we haven't been talking about them. The less we talk about them, the less we can jinx them.
That's true. That's very, very true. We'll just see what happens, because obviously with the drive-through penalty, you've got to serve that within 3 laps, and that will give Daniel Schwab in the 969. Sam Harrison, that's a bit late for your oops. But it looks like we are getting some more messages from Race Control there now. Incident between cars number 96. Daniel Schwab. There was an incident between the 969 and the number 56, which is...
Oh no.
The John Lacey car.
Oh, right, that's okay.
There's a drive-through. There's a drive-through for avoidable contact on the 56.
Yeah, you hate to say it, really. That is not so great. That was, in fact, Alex Votero that we saw there. So that was just confirming why the 56 did get that drive-through penalty there. And again, what I'm liking is the fact that Race Control has been decidedly quiet. We're seeing maybe 1 or 2 messages per hour here.
Yeah, I think it's because now that the drivers, you know, when you get that initial adrenaline, and especially with the race like this, you know, okay, it's 12 hours, even though it's run on a 24-hour server with the 2 times multiplier, there'll be that time where you get that big lull. And that's what I think we've got at the moment. You know, it's 3:48 in the morning on the server, and it's just one of those things where you just have to sort of like sit down, look at that for a shot, just off the pit lane here. That's epic stuff as always. You know, and like literally, we're on the gantry just above. You know, you've got the pit lane to your left-hand side there. You've got the grandstands to the right. And yeah, that's absolutely epic, wouldn't you say?
I love that. Do you know what's even better is that I wish I had one of those little graphic pen tools, because I could almost circle the garage that me and you were standing outside when we had the commentary, the interview on camera. It was literally right there on the left hand side.
Well,
oh, there we go. Second garage from the left.
yes, right between the break between the two sets of garages as well. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's really funny how things, you know. Can I see a little bit of change in the sky there, David?
Yeah, it's starting to brighten up a little bit as dusk turns to dawn, and we get ready for a new day. Arrives here at Silverstone at the heart of British motorsport. The light starts to rise, and so does the temperature. 7 degrees Celsius air temperature, 7 degrees track temperature, and you better believe in the next 30 minutes the temperature on track is going to rise as well, with all these battles kicking off.
Yep, 4 hours, 10 minutes, 50 seconds still to go on the clock. 95% of the now revised target to £2,250. Michael Tauscher in the 211 Porsche has now pitted from what was P10. So Simonini in the 157 GTWR car now moves up. Oh, Tauscher gets a stop, go 30. That's for speeding in the pits, isn't it? Oh, well, that's not gonna. I mean, we've seen it before. I've seen it before in other competitions where the drivers come in, gone into the pits, come out, instantly broken the pits, the speed limit in the pit lane. Whoops is all I can say about that, and that's not what you want. You know, with just over 4 hours and 10 minutes still to go.
Yeah, that's a bit of a schoolboy error, because of course he's got to come and serve that within 3 laps. It's not just like a time penalty where he can add that on to his pit stop, and it really, I mean, it's a non-issue. 15 seconds in the pits is absolutely meaningless. It doesn't really do anything overall to your time, as Grigory Stangrit looked very, very deep into that corner there, trying to catch up on Niels van de Kekelt there. Beautiful overhead view here of Silverstone Circuit as the cars make their way round. I'm not going to lie, I've not seen this angle before. How amazing is that? Like, you can see the little headlights just going around the circuit. That is awesome.
You can also see all the spotlights surrounding the circuit as well. So that's just epic stuff. And look, you can even see, even on the number 4 Cuscus Racing Team Aston Martin, look how bright how red hot those exhausts are. Absolutely incredible just to see that under the nighttime sky. But there is the 149 of Capoccia just up ahead, and these two are not too far off Niels van de Kekelt in the number 12 in the number 99. But Kirill Antonov is closing up on Valentin Barrier for 3rd position. Those are separated by just over 1 second at this particular moment in time, as Grigory Stangrit trying to go to battle with Andrea Capoccia. This is the battle for P13, but this will effectively be the battle for P12, as Malinowski now is in the pits, serving the drive-through penalty, the stop-go 30 for the 211 Porsche team. And once again on the back, on the rear view camera here on the back of the 149 Yaz Heat Mercedes AMG GT4. They've just got past the Bordad Motorsports Porsche just behind. That was going through Maggots and Beckett's, and there's Barrier. He's now coming under close fire from Kirill Antonov. Antonov's right with him, and James Baldwin's just had a penalty thrown his way. That is a 5-second time penalty.
It's a 10-second time penalty.
Oh, now this could be going up in increments here. Now, has there been an issue for James Baldwin that has caused an incident, possibly? Not too sure. We'll find out. Well, hang on a second. You can see that Valentin Barrier, he's coming under close fire from Kirill Antonov. Antonov's really got the fire stoked in the belly, and he's only 3/10 off.
Yeah, this is getting very, very close. In fact, Kirill Antonov into the pit lane then, and instant between cars 995 and 26 on lap 24. That is, of course, the 996 of I will find out who that is. 995, sorry. That's the leader of the GT4. So it's Ambassadors for Renville and the 26. That's a 10-second penalty for James Baldwin. So yeah, I think they're starting to slowly throw away that challenge for the lead. However, stranger things have happened, and well, There you go. And I'll be honest with you, Alex. There you go. There's an instant shotgun through the floor of any of the conspiracy theories that were floating about in YouTube chat earlier on today.
Yep, and I think I'm just going to leave that as water under the bridge for now, my friend, because we've still got a race to carry on with. 4 hours and 6 minutes and 23 seconds still to go. And we are currently on 232 laps. So, just to give you people at home an idea, we are just over 40 laps left until the fact that we hit 1,000 miles. So after just over 273 laps, when they're like literally 20% through that 274th lap, will be 1,000 miles covered here at Silverstone. A rather interesting statistics. So we do have 9 people that have made predictions. Myself, David Christie, Sam Harrison, Lottie, Serge1991, Jambo, CJ, Victor, Thomas, quite a few people, and we'll see who gets bragging rights or bragging lefts, as Lottie said it, as to who got the closest. Moment for Dennis Lind! Oh my goodness me, that's a heart in the mouth moment, and that was coming through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. I am not going to say anything apart from 4 letters, David. PTSD.
Yeah, it's actually this corner here that I get PTSD at, but yeah, that's a horrible place to do it, because the car's coming on your way at full speed, at full chat. It's scary stuff, Alex. I know, I've been there for real myself, and yeah, we'll just glaze over that one quite quickly.
Yeah, I have to give a shout out to Lottie Robertson, saying the size difference between the Bentley and any GT4 car is hilarious. Well, it is one of the biggest cars out on the grid, the Bentley, in terms of the size and also the sheer mass of said vehicle. To be completely honest with you, Lottie, but you know, the Bentley is a car that a lot of drivers do enjoy driving, and it's good to see a few on the grid.
Yeah, certainly is. We see James Haskell in the GT4 X-Kart machine, number 32, getting overtaken by 2 different GT3 cars around the outside, going into Stowe Corners. We come rapidly up to 4 hours left to go. We're still at that 95% mark, ladies and gentlemen. £2,136 being raised so far, just £114 left to go for this current target. 4 hours left to go. I think we'll easily eclipse that in the next hour or so. So yeah, there we go. That's an awesome stuff, and I've got to be honest, I'm really looking forward to how this race is going to develop over the next 4 hours.
Yeah, very much the case. I think you might have a visitor incoming. Looks like Marek Vons from TPC Sim Racing wants to have a word, David.
Yes, that's a great one. Thank you very much for pointing that one out. I'll bring him in and have a little chat to Marek Vons from the TPC 302 Sim Racing team in the Mercedes. A really mixed bag for you guys today, and how is the GT4 handling just now?
Hello guys, good evening to all the viewers. I was sent here as a representative for TPC because I'm not taking part in the actual race, but I'm joining the guys in the pit wall and as a race engineer, so I'm enjoying the time together with them. But yeah, just to tell about GT4, I think the guys are really enjoying their time in the Porsche, and they were pretty good, and they are just putting correctly all the PSIs, and every one of them is having a great time in the car, and I think that's what's most important on this race, because it's for charity, and yeah, I think that they have a good time in such a race, and donate some money for the good thing is always good.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. How difficult is it for the guys in GT4? Because obviously they're swamped every other lap with the GT3 cars coming through left, right and centre, while you guys are trying to fight your own race. What are you hearing back from the drivers?
Oh yeah, that's a good question as well, because I've been hearing all around from the guys, but yeah, sometimes it's too crazy for them watching the mirror, because there are just groups of 5 or even 10 GT cars coming very fast speed in the mirror, coming in quickly, and just maybe someone dives it in. So yeah, they have to have a great awareness, all of them, and I think they just made this goal for them, and they really have a great awareness, and they see what's happening in the mirror and on the left side and the right side, because there have been some crazy moments going 3, maybe even 4 wide into some corners, but yeah, they held well, and yeah, we didn't have any big contact or a spin, so going on pretty well.
And obviously for Michael Martin currently in the car just now, he's got a drive-through penalty that he's got to get served just now. What is the hopes for the TPC team? What do you think you can achieve in terms of a result here?
Yeah, I just saw that we got a drive-through penalty. It's for the track limits, because they've been for quite a long time already on 3 warnings. It's been few hours. They've been on 3 warnings, maybe 3 hours or so, but they've been holding up well. But yeah, I think we have a good gap behind us, so it should be still good to stay in P3. And what's the goal? I mean, we've been starting from P8. The goal was just to have fun and enjoy time racing together in another endurance race together. But yeah, I think the goal for now, with 4 hours to go, the pace is pretty good for the P3 to stay in the podium. So I think that will be the goal from now on for the last third of the race.
Well, thank you very much, Marek Vons from TPC Sim Racing. Best luck to the team, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, guys, for organizing this, and yeah, I hope some viewers will still donate some money to the charity, because I think that's the most important thing what this race is about. Thank you very much.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Marek Vons from TPC Sim Racing, the number 302 GT4 outfit. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. 4 hours left to go. We've broken the back. 2/3 of the race is in the bag. Look at that sky. It's already starting to get a little bit lighter here. 4:14 a.m. And that is a yellow flag that's out. The 79 car. That's the NSN Racing Ginetta G55 GT4. They're stuck on the pit exit of all the places to be stuck. That is horrendous. It's Abbey, sorry, not on the pit exit. That is a very fast place to be stuck. So the car will get going as soon as it possibly can, and that is a frightening. Look at it. It's spinning the wheels. That car cannot move. He's stuck right there on the so into pit lane, and that is, I've got a feeling that is severe suspension damage that is happened to that car, so that'll take a while to get fixed. But if you've just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. It is David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt, who is having a little bit of a comfort break. He's away getting some food, and welcome to the next gen 12 hours of Silverstone here at the Sim Grid. We are just 4 hours away from finding out how this race is going to pan out. Your current race leader in the 191, that is of course the Racing Line Motorsport charity outfit, doing 235 laps. That is of course Ciclari, who is in the 191. Kevin Ciclari from Italy is in the lead of this race. From that is Tobin Lee in the 26 outfit. That is the Zancho Rocket Esports McLaren GT3 from the UK. And then it is Antonov in the 57, who has done a cracking job of getting into that third place, jumping Valentin Barrier significantly in that like and subscribe Team 2 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Teammates, of course, with Igor Ogarodnikov and Konstantin Soldatov. So Kirill Antonov behind the wheel just now, 12 seconds behind Tobin Lee. I've got to be honest, that is an amazing move to jump Valentin Barrier in the 39 Jardier community car. 2 seconds there behind him, and then it's Luca Berk on the comeback drive in the McLaren. Watch as the temperature rises on this track. Those McLarens are going to come firing through this order. Don't be surprised if you see them fighting for the podium later on. But Luckenberg down in 5th place. And then it is the 62 G2 Esports BMW of Arthur Kammerer from Germany in 6th place. Joe McCauley in the 889 Bentley down in 7th. And then it's Luca Lozio in the 28 Bentley as well. In the 28 Aston Martin. Giorgio Simonini in the 157 GTWR Simulator Giant Truck Lamborghini Huracan. We did have concerns earlier on for that car. We thought there was going to be a yellow flag on the Lamborghini there. No such issues. They're still managing to keep themselves going, and they're currently in 9th place just now. There's Chris Hook in the number 9 Lexus. Currently in 10th place for the Renvelten Pro team, doing a great job alongside Samir Ibrahimi and then David Mikkel as well. So here we go then, 3 hours 56. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorn, get your chips, get your juice, get everything ready, because this is going to be a barnstormer. This is what the previous 8 hours has been leading up to. Setting yourself in the pound seats and getting yourself primed, ready, and making sure your team is in the best possible position for these final 4 hours. Let's have a look at the lap times then. Valentin Barry 1:57.6. Now hang on a minute, because Valentin Barry has just come out the pits, so he's likely got quite a lot of fuel on that car. 57.6 on that. That is 4/10 away from our fastest lap of the race so far. This is going to be absolutely crazy right now when you consider the weight in that car. So the Bentleys seem to be the cars with the pace just now. Victor on chat saying that Stratford cash, but all you can do is £10 for sure. That is absolutely irrelevant, Victor. Thank you so much for sparing whatever you can. Very, very much appreciated, and I do mean that genuinely. No popcorn, only pizza. I hope that is a delicious, delicious pizza that you are having tonight, my friends. Next Gen saying it is a calm night in the UK for once. I agree, the wind is 0. So that is, yeah, that's a very calm night. Also noticing the sky is starting to go that lovely indigo purple way as the sun is deciding to say hello here at Silverstone. The sun is about to come up in about half an hour's time, but this is Michael Kondaksioglu in the Sidemax Motorworks 99 machine, the Ferrari, roaring its way across the start-finish line just behind. I think that is the number 4 for Couscous Racing Team. I love that name. It sounds like actual couscous. But that is Pavel Fedoyanin from Russia in the Aston Martin just now, trying to hold off that Ferrari. And that looks like a losing battle, because Michael Kondaksioglu looking very, very fast in that car in the number 5. In the 99, 158.782. And Fedoyanin doing a 159.625 that last lap round. As I said, if you are just joining us, this is a very special charity event that we are hosting to try and raise money in conjunction with Next Gen for the Brain Tumour Charity. The Brain Tumour Charity is the only national brain tumour charity to provide a variety of information and support services that allows people that are personally affected by brain tumours to access support online, face-to-face or on the phone, or in printed form anywhere across the UK, regardless of the type of tumour you have, regardless of your age or your location, for both adults and for children. The services that they do are focused on improving life today, not in the future, but today, helping people to live their life well with improved quality of life. The support, their support and information services are, as always, available free of charge for everyone affected by a brain tumour. And again, important to stress this, it's not just the patients that suffer through this, it's the friends, it's the family, the schools, the employers. So again, the Brain Tumour Charity, incredible work they do, and this is why we keep banging on about how important it is for you to give whatever you can. You've already exceeded anything that we could have imagined here, hitting over that £2,000 mark. If we can hit 2,250 in the next hour, that would be super awesome. And looking forward to seeing if we can do that. But let's find out a little bit more about the Brain Tumour Charity.
One of the biggest challenges for scientists working to cure brain tumours is something called the blood-brain barrier. So, what is the blood-brain barrier?
Well, quite simply, it's a layer of tightly packed cells that help protect the brain from harmful substances, like viruses, bacteria and chemicals, which flow through the blood vessels.
This barrier of cells lines the walls of blood vessels in the brain, acting like a security system. There's just one problem. The barrier is so good at keeping things out of the brain, it makes it really difficult for life-saving medicine to get in and work to defeat the brain tumour. So what can we do about it?
Well, at the Brain Tumour Charity, we're funding specific research projects to try and overcome this major hurdle. One project involves something called nanotubes. Nanotubes are tiny needle-shaped carbon structures that you can load special gene editing proteins onto. These nanotubes could then carry therapies across the blood-brain barrier.
Another exciting project the Brain Tumour Charity has funded focuses on glioblastoma and is researching substances called hydrogels. Hydrogels are designed to store and release drugs. During surgery, once most of the tumour has been removed, the hydrogel can be applied locally to the surgical site. The aim is that the hydrogel will kill any tumour that could not be removed. In this way, the drugs bypass the blood-brain barrier.
For both of these approaches though, it's still early days, and being able to cross the blood-brain barrier will be key to their success.
So a little reminder there of just exactly why we're all here today, enjoying all of the excitement. 99%, we're up to £2,228. Again, thank you to every single one of you kind-hearted souls out there on Tinternet. And a huge thank you to... I've got to point out, right, we've just had an anonymous donation of €100. So that's a bit awesome. Because it's anonymous, I'd love to take credit for it, but in all honesty, it wasn't me. So yeah, thank you to whoever the very generous and grateful we are indeed for that one. So let's get back to the racing. This is why we're all here, to have a bit of fun while raising as much money as we can. This is Dennis Lind for the G2 esports machine, currently making his way down the back straight down towards that is going to be down towards Brooklands, isn't it? Yeah, so this is the Wellington straight there. Who is that behind him? That is the rather menacing looking Aston Martin, the 127 Art Esports of who's that? That's ComSignet that's behind that. Oh no, is that another drive-through for Mikhail Statsenko in the 149? I mean, that's the second drive-through they've had for track limits. So this is from Stuart, I've just been informed, so I'll have a look at the penalty channel and see if I can figure out that one. Yep, so drive-through for incident on lap 193 between cars number 13 and 149. The 13, I've got a feeling, is going to be a GT4 car. It's the SVP MR with next-gen car, and they have retired from the race, so yeah, I hope that wasn't as a result of that issue. Thomas Truffaut here for the VIG. Thomas Truffaut for the VIG Project Strato 888 Ferrari, looking rather resplendent in that livery. I'm really enjoying these liveries right now. Jinx one way to the left, 3 wide. Oh my goodness me, that poor GT4 car is going to be absolutely eyes on stocks right now. A little bit of a hip check from the Aston Martin. That's Ferianen on the inside. Oh, round the outside. Take a bow, Truffaut. That was an amazing move. Absolute fortitude to hold it round the outside of Stowe there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Oh, and straight into the back of a GT4. Oh, no. Oh, that's so bad. Yes, that was an amazing move, and then straight into the back of a parked car. Well done. Colm Signet for the Art Esports 127 on the back of Lind here in the 69 machine. They're on the run down the straight just now. This is, I believe, the run down to Brooklands again. So again, this is the Wellington straight right now. This is the jinking left, right section on the run in towards Luffield that they're into now. It then cuts onto Woodcote, and then that very, very tricky, treacherous Cops Corner that I really don't like. It's a very difficult corner to master. Always brake way too late, and always go very, very wide and extinguish one of my 3 track limit lives here. But both cars seeming to do okay. I'm not sure if that was netcode there from Colm Signet or the car looking a little bit twitchy there. But either way, makes the best of it and keeps himself going through just now. Confirmation then that Statsenko into the pits for his drive-through penalty. The 149 comes out, I think is going to come out in about 17th place, just around about Raymond Mooney, and then Walker in the 94 car as well. 3.25 hours left to go in this race, and again, we said this all the way through, it's all about how you set yourself up for these final couple of hours here. It's the whole purpose of these the last 8 hours that you've been racing, is to get yourself clean, clear, and in a position for contention. That's all you've got to do, just to buy a ticket for the raffle, and who knows what's going to happen, because you've still got 8 drivers on the lead lap. So for me personally, that's 8 drivers that are still within. What is this? Hang on, what is this? Mark Roddenberry in the middle of what can only be described as a jam sandwich, as 6 GT3 cars go around the outside, and it almost gets absolutely sent to the moon by the Bentley there. And wow, this is scary stuff. The light really beginning to rise here at Silverstone, and really start to make things a little bit easier. Well, there we go. That is it. We have bounced well and truly past the record, ladies and gentlemen. £2,272. That is awesome stuff, with 3 hours and 3/4 left to go. I mean, that is just amazing work. I'm so proud of you guys and girls, everyone that's donated so far. We hope you've enjoyed what you've been seeing on track. Certainly, it's like a little travelling circus of performing clowns just for you. Not that I wish to infer on any particular driver or team. Colm Signet, though, in the Art Esports team, again, he's just dropping away a little bit from that 69 of Lint, and I'm not really sure. I think Lint has got the pace in that BMW. In the BMW. He just doesn't seem to have any run at all right now. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. Danielle Brambray is saying, glad there's no default golden hour in ACC. It's best to save such views for tracks such as Bathurst. I would disagree, actually. Again, as a photographer, I think there's a rather fantastic golden hour both in the morning and at sunset on pretty much all of the tracks. You get that natural refraction from the light as it's going down. You get some beautiful tones. And remember that 20 minutes ago it was pitch black here, and so quickly over the space of what essentially would be an hour. I mean, look at that. That is a beautiful spring morning here at Silverstone, the heart of UK motorsport. Really captures our imaginations and our minds. It's not even 5 a.m. The paper boys are still soundly sleeping, and we are still racing away. A balmy 7 degrees Celsius both on track and air temperature, and that's a beautiful view. That is outside of the loop, through entry, and then onto the Wellington straight. Gorgeous view.
Yeah, very much the case there, David. It's always a pleasure to see the sunrise here at the home of British Motorsport at Silverstone. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that one of the biggest things here is that it's still pretty much cloudy, isn't it?
It is, and the track is it's not going to warm up as much as we'd like it to. Bear in mind, I mean, it's still 10 to 5 in the morning. That'll change very, very quickly. But the cloud cover is still there, which means that the air temperature stays very, very cool indeed.
Yep, and that can help the engines to breathe. And you know, the biggest thing is that with these tyre temperatures, they're not going to like 7 degrees Celsius. They'll probably like more like what we had at the beginning of the race. What was it? 15 degrees north of 7 degrees Celsius makes 22. So it's really funny how we're now getting a few things about people saying in the chat, how much have we got to donate to get rid of the penalty for 6.96? Oh God, here we go. This talk all over again. And it was and Zach Summerill's gone. I think you need to pay £696.96 because 96 was the car it was against.
Oh, guys,
I'm for just a pound there, Zach Summerall.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I'm just like grinding my teeth at that one.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. We can roll with the punches and take the laughs as well. But calm sign it. I mean, Alex, this has been brewing for a couple of laps here. He's got himself into contention with Linz in front in that BMW, and I wonder if he's just waiting his moment and going to push that BMW into making a mistake.
I would think so too. That's probably the best sort of strategy that you can have, especially in these long distance endurance races, where anything can happen. And if you play your cards right, you bide your time. You're going to make sure that there's that possibility. Next Gen Racing have just put an update in the YouTube chat. Total between PC and console events, the total now has exceeded £2,600, £2,604, and they say a big thank you to everyone that has donated so far. Oh, and David, we've just had a penalty issued by Race Control. There has been a stop go 30 issued for unsportsmanlike behaviour. Now, this was due to an incident between the number 99, which is Sidemax Motorworks in the Ferrari, and then also the number 32 of X-Kart Esports, and the 99 has got a stop go 30 for its troubles. Then also the 696 has been given a 10-second avoidable contact penalty for an incident between themselves and the number 96, which looks to be Biscuit Motorsports UK, I believe. So penalties still coming through on the odd occasion here on the sim grid, but you can see one of these. Look at that virtual recreation of a pit wall with data not specifically bespoke to any particular team as such, but still there nevertheless.
State-of-the-art recreation there, but where is Solitaire? That's what we need to know. We need to ask the important questions here, Alex. Where is Solitaire on that pit wall? That is realistically what race engineers get up to while we're all out on track.
Well, I know that some of the race engineers that I know of, they won't be playing Solitaire unless it's at the hotel room rather than doing it at the trackside, because the first thing you do is you get a big slap on the wrist and get told off as a direct result. But never mind. We digress. There's Luca Burke in the number 22 Sancho Rocket Esports car, currently P5, 1.2 seconds behind Valentin Barrier in the number 39 Jardier Community Team Bentley GT3. Kirill Antonov still behind the wheel of the like and subscribe number 57 Mercedes. It still must credit where credit is due. Kevin Ciclari and the team at 191 Racing Line Motorsport have done a really good job so far. There's Maximilian Pahl in the Pop Gymnastic 95 car. And they've just gone past. It's Melissa Taplin, and there's why does Peepo happy? People were asking for the livery to be shown. There you go, in prominence. Well, not quite prominence, but there or thereabouts.
I do love the livery on that car. It's such a top quality meme livery that's on that thing. You've got to love a bit of the old people. It reminds me a little bit of a Pepe livery, but not quite. But Maximilian Prahl for the Pop Gymnastic car, just getting absolutely swamped by that Lamborghini just out in front, and it really is such a tricky thing for these GT4 cars to just keep themselves to themselves. Well, you've got GT3 cars who, quite honestly, sometimes expect you just to disappear.
Yeah, there's you know what they say about assumption? It's the mother of all. I'm not going to mention the word because that obviously that's an expletive. Well, it's basically assumption is the mother of all muck-ups. That's the PC version of it.
Okay.
You know, assumptions will get you nowhere these days. Yeah, no bias there at all, Alaric Enslin, on who the best team is. Why does Pipo happy, of course. But the Bentley seems to be struggling a little bit because Luca Burke is now closing in on Valentin Barrier. Look, they're right there. And that is one of the GT4s just up ahead. They're going through the loop now into Aintree. This McLaren. Now, we talked about this earlier, didn't we, David? That when it was dry, the McLarens absolutely flew and everything else seemed to struggle, despite the fact that the 720Ss were having a 30-kilo weight penalty.
Yeah, the Bentleys really like it because of their extra weight, and I know that sounds silly given the McLarens with their ballast, but the Bentley, and again, it could come to setup. The Bentley really just isn't seeming to have the I'm trying to think of the word here, the setup, and I mean more specifically than that, it's to do with the way that car is handling the curbs right now. It's so lacking in confidence, and being able to put the power down a lot earlier. You look at the McLaren, it's just absolutely eating these curbs and going over it to a much larger degree than you see that Bentley of Valentin Barrier. And it's important to remember, Barrier is down to 158.8 there, but your race leader, Kevin Seclari, he's still doing 158.6s right now. So, I mean, he's still got a little bit of pace in that Bentley. So I don't think it's specifically the Bentleys that are losing out. I think it's the Bentley of Valentin Barrier.
Yeah, and obviously the back marker traffic, they've just tried Luca Burke just threaded the eye of the needle there. 3 wide, going through into club, and Luca Burke is now... That was very, very clean from Luca Burke. Rapid young sim racer is Luca, and you can just see Valentin Barrier going wide, coming out of club corner through Vale, and now Luca Burke going through into Abbey. He's got the inside run, but how much speed did Valentin Barrier just pull through Abbey and into Farm Curve? But Luca Burke just not giving him an inch to breathe, and Burke just timed that to perfection, just neatly waited until they got through to Village, took the tight inside line, and all of a sudden, there you go.
That was like candy off a baby. However, this is the run down the Wellington Straight here. This is where it's all going to come undone, I think, for the Bentley, because he's going to try and outbrake round the outside Brooklands, and that's a spirited effort. Surely it's never going to work. He's going to try and outbrake around into Luffield. Oh my goodness me, wild stuff right now. 3.5 hours left to go, and you'd think there was only half an hour left to go, and Valentin Barrier's done it. He's got the move done round the inside of Luffield. That is amazing stuff.
Luca Burke coming back at him, though, going through into Copse Corner. Now we've got the fastest part of the circuit still to come in terms of the twisty stuff as we go on board with the number 22 McLaren 720S GT3. We're now going to go into Maggots. And you can just see that Luca Burke's taking a neater line, I must say, in comparison with Valentin Barrier, who's kicking up a little bit of dust in the Bentley, but he's still keeping ahead. They've got a Porsche just up ahead as they go down the Hanger Straight heading towards Stoke Corner, the right-hander that will lead us into Club and into Vale. And look, the Bentley's got the poke in comparison with the McLaren, but look, through the braking zones, Luca Burke closes up on Valentin Barrier. This battle for 4th position is by no means over.
It's only just started, I think. I've got to be honest, because Burke is coming from absolutely nowhere to make that move happen. He was about 3-4 car lengths back and just managed to fire up the inside. But yeah, this is game on. I mean, we've got 3.5 hours left of this, and then you've got pit stops into this as well.
Oh my goodness me. Yep, still 3.5 hours to go. I can't believe it. We've been on the go since what is it? This is now coming up to. We started at 10:30 this morning here on the SimGrid. It is now coming up to, and that's UK time. In about 10 minutes, we would be at officially 10 hours so far. Still plenty of this race still to go. I think it's many people might think, how can you be so excited about this race all the way through, having commentated on it from literally lights out about 3.5 hours ago? Well, there's plenty of stuff to keep you going. You know, hydration, you can have a comfort break from the odd occasion, but also the fact that the racing so far. Now, you and I have commentated on multiple SimGrid events here, David. 2.4 Enduros on Super Saturday. We've done 90 minutes. We've done multi-class. This, for me, this event has been absolutely brilliant so far. Like, we've seen some great respect between drivers out on circuit. We've seen some incidents that have incurred the wrath of race control. But all in all, it's what you would expect from this kind of race, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is par for the course with the long scale endurance events here at the SimGrid. I remember one of the best ones that I've seen was at Spa last year for the World Cup, and you know, coming down to the end of the race and having positions decided on the final corner is just absurd. I mean, it just doesn't bear thinking about. And this is what's going to happen here in this race. And I'm wanting to see, that's Chris Hook in the background there with a lot of pace and trying to unlap himself over Luca Berk right now. So what has happened to Luca Berk's pace? Has he driven those tyres too hard? Oh, we've got a car off into the inside there. That was, I think that was Feyenoord there that was off into the inside. And there we go, Valentin Barrier having to catch up. Now, what has happened there? Because Valentin Barrier was about a second up. So, yeah, that is awesome to see there. But here we go then. Luca Berk still trying to catch onto the back of that car. And Alex, I've got to be honest, I just have no idea what is going to happen.
Well, I've just been noticing the lap times. Chris Hoek has been quite comparable to Luca Berk on pace. They're within 1/10 of a second of each other in terms of pure lap pace. So that's why that Lexus has sort of come alive in the last few moments or so. But obviously this is not for position. Yeah, Chris Hoek, if he gets an opportunity, will try and put himself a lap back onto the side of things. That would actually put him onto the lead lap, because everyone up to Luca Lozio in the number 28 Journalesi Sports Academy Aston Martin has been lapped so far. The number 28 has yet to be lapped, as that was a really good run there. Oh, it's nearly 4 abreast. You've got PPR Esports White. You've got NSN racing there. Chris Hoeke gets a little bit of impediment in his way. And with Barrier and Berk managing to get away from Hoeke, even though that battle is not for position, but it's for Hoeke to try and get back onto the lead lap and start chasing, because with still 3 hours and 28 minutes still to go, David, there is every opportunity that if the number 9 Renvelten Pro team was able to get up towards the sharp end of the grid, they could factor in, because we know how capable the Lexus RCF GT3 is.
We certainly do. It's going to be a very interesting prospect for sure. Another thing to keep your eye on, Alex, is Valentin Barrier, for a different reason. Kirill Antonov is a little bit slower than the 2 cars behind him, and that gap is now down to 4.2 seconds. So again, that is for the final podium position, and he is getting caught quite quickly.
Yeah, things still keeping interesting in some respects through what is happening in GT4 at the moment, as Luca Berk looking to try and see if he can get past Valentin Barrier, but you can see the sun starting to rise as the server now hits, well, it approaches 5:20 in the morning, and looks like a bit of red sky morning, shepherd's warning, as they say, and that's probably a warning shot across the bow for these competitors for the next 3 hours and 27 minutes. But in some of the twisty stuff, Valentin Barrier seems to be doing a really good job. Luca Berk's just trying to carry the momentum through and use that momentum of that 720S to get through, especially with the way that engine is mounted in that car. For sure, and it's all about using the benefits of what you've got
to make the most of it. You know, maybe the car's not as good in a straight line. That's fine. You just absolutely hammer it through the corners and try and make the positions work the best that you possibly can. And it's the great thing about these events, Alex, the amount of work the teams have put in to learning the car, to learning the track, and really, you know, exploiting every avenue that they possibly can. They are literally pushing these cars to whatever they are possibly capable of.
Yeah, very much the case, as Colm Sinnott gets past the turn 1 number 100 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Our target has now been extended to £2,500. We're at 91.3% of this target, £2,282.13 raised so far for the Brain Tumour charity, with this fantastic event arranged and organised by Next Gen Racing. And we at SimGrid again are very, very happy to have been able to facilitate this for Next Gen Racing and also the Brain Tumour charity. But the battle now, all the 666 SimSport Solution car gets a little bit in the way there. But with that closing speed, Luca Burke was right on the back bumper of Valentin Barrier going through Abbey and into Farm Curve, and nearly could have gone up the inside of him. Through into Village, now into the loop, and then through into the left-hand sweeper at Aintree. This battle is not abating by any stretch of the imagination. So now down the Wellington Straight, Luca Burke. Oh, now was there a slight touch? Not 100% sure, but where has Barrier gone? He's off. Barrier's off the circuit, off of Brooklands. Oh my! That could have been the slightest of nudges. I'm not. I was keeping an eye on that, and all of a sudden, the number 39 Jardier Community Team Bentley Continental GT3 exits stage right, coming out of Brooklands. Oh my goodness me! It's not what you want to have at this particular moment.
No, exactly. You hate to see it. You really, really do hate to see it. Valentin Barrier down to 6th place then, and Luca Burke up to that 4th position. I still say Antonov is a marked man right now. Maybe not on this lap, but yeah, it is certainly, the bells are ringing right now.
Yeah, very much the case, but that's something that I think might be investigated, to be completely honest with you, David. But the thing is that with the angle that I saw it at, as Terry Brogard's bringing the jokes in, he said, "Please, I'd like to report a murder." In the chat.
There's been a murder.
Oh, only you could say it. Obviously, with that accent, my friend. And if for those people, probably that might be in my age bracket. If anyone's heard of the series called Taggart, you know exactly where I'm coming from on that one. Not that everyone will understand it, but if you haven't heard of Taggart, go and look it up on YouTube. You'll probably find Taggart murder. You'll get the line straight. Job done. Wouldn't you say, David?
I hope so. Although I'm not sure how many people got the quality casino reference that you made earlier. So yeah, I think that one's even more vague. I know, right? It's we'll just have to educate the viewers one movie at a time.
No, if someone, it started. It started. Your line has been repeated in chat, unfortunately, without the accent, because no one can hear you. Right, okay, here's a replay. Now, this is with Valentin Barrier and also Luca Burke. Now, this is going into the corner. There was the slightest touch, and that through that kind of corner. The slightest touch can unsettle the back end rather easy. And especially when you've got a front-engine rear-wheel drive car, there's not so much weight on the back end, and that just showed how easy it can send a GT3 car into a spin. We're going to have another on board, this time with Luca Burke, like literally right as the impact happened. That's a bit too tough to call, really, from my perspective, on what the decision from race control will be, because I'm not a race director, I'm a commentator. But that was deathly silence there after I said that. But Kirill Antonov still in P3, looks to have a a bit of back market traffic. Looks to be Team Cake. Oh, now Antonov just goes right round the outside of the Aston Martin, going through Abbey. So very nicely circumnavigated by Kirill Antonov from the Like and Subscribe team in the 57. They are still currently, they're a lap down. Well, I think, well, they're 15.5 seconds behind number 26 Zancho Rocket Esports car. This time it hasn't got James Baldwin behind the wheel, it's now got Tobin Lee. So this is where these drivers now can just keep on pushing forward. The track is now gathering temperature, but not by much. It's gone up a couple of degrees or so since the sunlight came out, but it will take a little bit of time, as that is the number 99 Sidemax Motorworks car that Kirill Antonov has just gone past. Okay, incident on lap number 243. This is the incident between the number 97 car and the number 100. The number 100 is the Turn 1 Aston Martin in GT4. And I think the number 97, that will be the McLaren 720S. And that has Owen Wenlock behind the wheel. That is one of the Sidemax Motorworks cars. As there is Valentin Barrier, who's lost out to Artur Camara as a result of what happened earlier, but Barrier is absolutely flying. The flying spurs on that Bentley definitely homing in on the rear bumper of that BMW M6 GT3 here at Silverstone as they now exit through Stowe Corner, and then they'll head into the left-hander here at Club before the next couple of successive right-handers here at Vale. And to be completely honest with you, there are so many different possibilities of what might happen in the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. Your guess is as good as mine. Who are you rooting for? Who are you cheering for today here on this next gen? In this next gen 12-hour Silverstone brain tumour charity race here, powered by SimGrid, as we stay with Valentin Barrier in the number 39. And it looks like there's a bit of banter going on between SimSport Racing and Kieran Vidago in the chat. Good evening to SimSport Racing. I hope the community over there is keeping well. And Kieran Vidago goes, what's that barrier doing in the middle of the track? Well, Kieran, might want to point out which one it is. And there's been a cheer for, thanks to Kovac on YouTube, saying, I'm cheering for the commentators. Great job for sticking with this. Thank you, Kovac. We really do appreciate that up here in the commentary box. It's been an interesting 10 hours and 5 minutes as Valentin Barrier gets past the number 137 of Team Cake. Now, who's behind the wheel of that car at the moment? That has got Sebastian Handler from Austria behind the wheel once again. Jimbo Mancy 46 says big shout out for the number 27 with Frank Lucid. So big thank you to Jimbo Mancy 46 for that one. And that will be the SimGrid 27 Camaro with Steve Muckley behind the wheel. And they're currently out just outside of the top 10 in GT4, but still moving at a pace. So 46th overall in terms of the class, as Joe McCauley looking to get up the inside of the number 2 PPR Esports. White Alpine A110, Luca Lozio is still trying to chase down the Bentley. So the Aston Martin, the leading car in the two that have been fielded by the Jean Alesi Esports Academy. Jean Alesi, famed F1 racing driver, raced with the likes of Tyrrell, Ferrari amongst others. And his son Giuliano currently has been racing in as high as FIA Formula 2 as of 2020. So one of the many drivers from the world of Formula 1, including the likes of Romain Grosjean, who have decided to set up their own either academies or teams. Grosjean now having made the move to Dale Coyne Racing in IndyCar for 2021 and had a recent test at one of the road courses and thoroughly enjoyed it despite an off-track excursion earlier on in the test session. But Luca Lozio still trying to close in on Joe McCauley, and this battle waging on. Again, now the sunshine is going to start causing problems at particular points in the circuit. Now that would be going into Copse Corner. So other points on the circuit would be like, say, Village, the Loop, where the sun is actually rising at the moment. We go on board with the number 20 Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT3. So these two covered by about 0.3 of a second down the hanger straight, heading into the right-hander at Stowe Corner. Our leader, Kevin Ciclari, in the 191 Bentley Continental GT3, has now completed a total of 257 laps. So that, in total, is currently 940 miles and 40.62 miles if you want to be on the decimal points this evening. So we will find out in about 3¼ hours who has guessed it right, or who is the closest person to the amount of mileage, as Luca Lozio goes side by side with Joe McCauley. Now that was close, going through into the loop. The Aston Martin's got the run coming out of Village, now onto through Aintree, now onto the Wellington Straight on the run down to Brooklands. Lozio will have the advantage, but will McCauley go late on the brakes? Not on this particular occasion. Lets the number 28 Aston Martin through, but could he get the cutback going through Woodcote and Luffield? Not on this particular occasion. The car's split by a car length or so as they now go up the gearbox, up the rev range, and power across the line once again. And that sunlight is getting rather low. But even though the sun is still rising itself, it's still rather low, so the drivers will have to watch their braking points on that particular occasion. Miguel Ruiz now being passed by the 888 Ferrari, just now coming through Woodcote and through Luffield on that particular occasion. So that 888 would have been the VIG Project Strato 888 Ferrari, who started P34, and at this particular moment in time they are currently in 13th position, a gain of 21 places. I think that's the highest positional gain that has happened all the way through this race, and it seems like there's a whole lot of love in the chat. All the hearts are being brandished out, so I'm gonna follow suit. Does that include you, Mr. Christie?
It certainly does. I've just dropped a little heart on the old stream there. It's got to be done, you know. We've got a shared love out there, ladies and gentlemen. We've just, in the space of 12 hours, raised just under £2,300. So, yeah, I'm definitely feeling the love this evening, Alex.
And there's been a comment by H on YouTube saying, how's the Alpine got full of mud? Well, there was rain. And when you got a lot of pickup, and if there's been a bit of grass tracking, maybe, if that Alpine's been rally crossing, who knows? But obviously, these cars do get rather dirty at the over the course of the race. But it seems like that the Alpine A110's livery from PPR Esports White has seemed to have attracted the most amount of dust. As all the leader, Ciclari, very brave. They're going through Abbey and Farm Curve and then into Village. But that closing speed, that we've seen that quite a few times in this race, where the closing speeds on the GT4, courtesy of the GT3s, like literally we've been caught unawares, haven't we?
We certainly have, and the comment was mentioned earlier on, Alex, about the size difference between the GT4 cars and the GT3s. I think that's a perfect example there. The big bad Bentley comes muscling in, and honestly, that Alpine is left looking like the little car from Brum. It's just absolutely tiny in comparison.
It's a bit like the GT3, GT4 equivalent of Tom and Jerry.
Yes, it absolutely is, and yeah, a huge size difference, and it makes it so intimidating when you're sitting in a little GT4 to see all of these GT3s come firing down left, right, and centre of you. Because let's face it, the GT4s are just expected to move out the way. Lottie Robertson is saying that it's a French Brum, Le Brum.
Oh mon Dieu. That's all I'm saying on that one. But there's Fraser Rostance in the number 36 Aston Martin from Next Gen CAS Racing. Currently P33. They've got the pink performance car not too far behind the number 25. But that's possibly for... and that's got Phil Vitt behind the wheel, the Canadian back in the pink Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo. Looking to just get past, and it's really nice to see that a lot of these cars, you know, we haven't heard of many retirements over the past 8 hours and 49 minutes, and I think we've still got probably around about, what, over 90% of the field still circulating here at Silverstone, and a few have been in the trenches, let's not forget.
Yeah, it definitely has been a war of attrition for a lot of these drivers on the grid. Thankfully, they've just knuckled down and decided to get themselves, or try and get themselves through it. So we see Joe McCauley in the 889 Coach Dave Academy car trying to catch on to the back of Luca Lotto in the 28 Aston Martin. But I've got to be honest, I think Luca Lotto is already starting to check out. That gap's just half a second. And then next on his hit list is going to be Valentin Barrier and Arthur Kammerer in the Bentley and the BMW respectively. Look at the level of detail inside the car, Alex. I mean, look at the way that the webbing beside the driver moves with the G-forces of the car. That is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a Schroth harness, and you know, just sort of like seeing, because I mean, you can see the intricacies of the amount of detail here on the Bentley Continental GT3. No traditional sort of steering wheel like we'd have in our own road cars. You've then got the panel on the left-hand side of the driver's left knee, where it's got all the different controls. So obviously that'll be for like mapping, switching the windscreen wipers on. You've got all the buttons on the steering wheel itself, a full-up display with a rear, one of the the rear view cameras are quite personal on this as well, because it really, it's something that I remember seeing quite early in the early 2000s when when LMP1 went sort of closed cockpit and then went hybrid, and instead of having a traditional rear view mirror, because it used to be open cockpit in LMP1 for the World Endurance Championship, they then had the foresight of putting in these cameras and having a rear view mirror that was actually fully digital. And they started doing that in other forms of motorsport. DTM was the most prominent one for the sad, after a sad 2 years of Class 1 actually being literally thrown away for no one to speak of again, probably until the next time that it gets caught up as Joe McCauley comes into the pit lane. All the DTM cars had a digital rear view mirror because there was a camera pointing backwards over the rear wing, so the drivers could actually see who was behind them.
And it makes such a difference as well. It all adds to that spatial awareness that the drivers are so supposed to have in these massive GT3 cars. And really, there's no excuse with having side mirrors, rear view mirror that does work, and a rear view camera as well. And again, a lot of these GT3 machines have cameras that not just show the display, but it also shows how close the car behind is to you in terms of time on track and in terms of distance as well. So incredible technological advances in the cockpit of these cars. They're definitely not a case of just putting your foot on the accelerator and going for it, as we're watching Lorenzo De Gruytis for the 252 Energy Racing Team getting absolutely munched there by the Bentley there of Valentin Barrier just on the entrance to the loop. So we're now coming into the pit window, Alex, and I think 4 to 5 laps we'll see them starting to come in. But again, this is now the final roll of the dice for strategy. We're going to see the final driver changes starting to happen over the next 2 hours. how do you think strategy is going to play?
Well, firstly, the person that you want in your last few stints, if I'm completely honest, if I was part of a team on this, effectively you want to have the person that's actually not done the most amount of driving. You want to have that person that's a lot fresher, because they'll have that. You know, you put someone in there. You put someone in there that's been in there for quite a lot of the time. They could be close to exceeding the maximum driving time allowed, which for a 3 driver crew is 6 hours, and then it's 4.5 for a 4 driver crew. So that's the first thing you've got to look around. You then also got to say, well, okay, who's done the most stints? Okay, we'll let them. They can rest for the rest of it. We might let them have a little bit more, a little bit more of a respite. Maybe put them in for the final stint. It also depends on how the stints have sort of racked up. Have the teams had to do any necessary pit stops, or pit stops through incidents that have not been of their making, and so on and so forth? There's so many different factors that you've got to put into it. But if it was me, I'd rather have the driver that's done the least amount of driving to be the last one going in, because they'll be the ones that might be able to push that little bit extra to get that car over the finish line, and possibly to get up the order to a point where the drivers can say, right, we've bettered our target, we've under-promised ourselves, we've over-delivered, and that's one of the good things. If you achieve above where you set your targets, that in any team's goal in sim racing is a big thing. But obviously, everyone wants to go for the W.
Absolutely. There is no second place. There's just first loser, as they tend to say. And I think that's an unfair way of looking at it. But in reality, when you're racing, you're either just happy that you finished, or you're racing for that win. Anything else in between, you never race for second place. You never race to take third place. You race to take the best possible position that you can. But Zach Summerhill on YouTube actually pointed out their McLaren at Work has a full Motec system, which is the onboard computer system, which shows the which way the driver behind is going with a flashing arrow. Shows where they are, how far behind, lap deltas, things like that. And again, it's for driver awareness. It's to show the driver, where they're likely to be vulnerable on, where they're catching up, where they're making the gains. And it's also part of that system of data and telemetry that can be passed from the car to the pit wall. And one of the things that we haven't really spoken about for some of these drivers that take sim racing professionally, and again, some people will scoff at the idea, but sim racing does get taken professionally. And when I say that, what I mean is the fact that sims like Assetto Corsa Competizione are capable of generating and logging real-time telemetry data, just like you would in a professional race car from the onboard computer. It logs it. You can then take it into the exact same software that you would use on a race car, Motec, to have a look at things like your acceleration logs, your braking points, your GPS plots on a map, and you can actually then look and corner by corner re-go over the data and just see how consistent you are. Where can you improve on? Where can you make 0.2 of a second up on one particular corner? It's fascinating to see. And if you have got any interest in yourself improving as a driver, that is part of the stuff that Coach Dave Academy offer through their one-to-one coaching. But outside of that, just go and Google it. Go and find out how to do a Assetto Corsa Competizione into Motec. Get yourself a copy of that and have a look at the data that your own sim provides for you. It's invaluable stuff.
And especially when, a lot of the, I've talked to drivers about data, and I said, how do you approach it? They said, it might be the most tedious thing, because all you want to do is get behind the wheel and drive, which is completely fine. They go, it's rather helpful because you find out, if I braked 20 metres later, I could gain possibly half a tenth on a lap time. This corner may be an additional 5 kph faster, so maybe a bit more throttle pressure. It's just one of those things, and data in sim racing helps absolutely. And I was just about to finish my point. I've just seen what's popped up on screen.
Yeah, penalty for the 22 car of Jenson Button at the moment for incident between Valentin Barrier and that car. That will have been while the previous driver was in the car there, and that was of course Luca Burke that was in that car, and yeah, 10-second penalty for there, and yeah, you hate to see it, but that's now, I'd just like to point out, that's now a penalty for both the 26 McLaren and the 22 McLaren as well.
Oh, I'm not saying any more. But coming back to my point, you know, the amount of time I've seen data even being used in karting. You know, the amount of sensors that are in these modern day racing cars is just absolutely mind numbing. You know, and then you sort of like look at how much even in the modern day, you know, passenger cars, and especially with the likes of electric mobility coming, there is so many sensors and wiring harnesses and control units in everything that hits the track or hits the road, and you can just extrapolate so much data, especially when things are fly-by-wire these days. You know, braking systems. Schaeffler were running a fly-by-wire steering system on an Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo, and the person that was driving it was Kari Schreiner, who was in Adidas GT Masters last year with Rutronic Racing. You know, the technology that's coming through now is just absolutely mind-boggling on how much the advancements of motorsport have really gone to another level, especially in a new decade.
Absolutely spot on, and you know, the developments have really been coming on thick and fast over that past decade, but yeah, it is fantastic to see. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us, a very warm welcome as we hit 3 hours left to go in the Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone live here on the SimGrid with myself, David Christie, and with Alex Goldschmidt. We are raising money for the Brain Tumour Charity, and we hope that you are all enjoying this. We're already up to 92.3% of our new goal. £2,306 already been raised out of 2,500. Without further ado, we're going to take a very short commercial break, tell you a little bit more about the Brain Tumour Charity, and then we're also going to give you an immersion break, let you go on board with one of the drivers.
I'm Claire Gregory, and my daughter Olivia died 6 weeks ago from a DIPG brain tumour. She was just a pretty normal little girl, really. As a family, we could all see she was a poorly little girl. It was like something was just draining her. It was bizarre. We went to see a consultant paediatrician. I then thought, I'm going to be brave. I'm going to say it out loud. I think she's got a brain tumour. And his words were, they're very, very rare. And I think I said something along the lines of, well, they may be rare, but someone has to get them, and why wouldn't it be my child? I had days where you feel like you want to just run away, just run away, but you can't. And it didn't make any difference if we went away, because she was still going to die.
Brain tumours are the biggest cancer killer of children and adults under 40 in the UK. Being diagnosed with a brain tumour can reduce life expectancy by up to 20 years. That's the highest of any cancer. Research is the only way to combat a disease like this, and that involves funding. £500 million a year is spent in the UK on cancer research, and yet less than 2% of that is allocated for brain tumour research. This has to change.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Then 2 hours 51 stands in the way of us and finding out who is going to win the GT3 and GT4 classes tonight here at the Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone, raising funds for the Brain Tumour Charity. It's David Christie here for the final 6 hours alongside with Alex Goldschmidt. We're already halfway through part 2 and into the final 3 hours. It's Kevin Sinclair in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Charity in the lead by a commanding distance, 49 seconds ahead of Michael O'Brien in the 26 McLaren. They've had a really difficult race so far in the Zansho Rocket Esports McLaren 720S, of course, with that 30 kilograms of ballast. And then it is Konstantin Soldatov in third place. On to the GT4s is Jan Bierman in the 995 machine, the ambassadors for Renfelten GT4, currently out in front by an entire lap right now from Florian Bauer in the 969. Hall Racing BMW M4 GT4 along with Daniel Schwab and Ludwigs from Germany. Alex, what a race we've had. We've had literally everything you can imagine and thrown a kitchen sink at, but things starting to calm down a little bit just now.
Yeah, I think a few of the drivers have been throwing virtual saucepans at each other throughout the duration of the last 9 or so hours, but to now be into the final 25% of this race, it's been, we've now, the server time's now at 6:33 a.m. And we've raised so far just over £2,330 for the Brain Tumour Charity, which is really, really wonderful to see all the efforts that Next Gen Racing and the Brain Tumour Charity of getting not just this event but the console race, which is also running alongside. They're now into hour number 6 of their race, which started at 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, and they're going for a full 24 hours, whereas we're doing the I think the more sensible thing of running it as a 2x server multiplier, but doing it over 12 hours. But there are some people on the 24-hour race that have to give credit where credit is due. It might be balmy or anything, but to race for 24 hours, you've got to have a big pair of stones to do that, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wild one, and I'm sure the teams involved in that will be having an absolute laugh right now taking part in that. But as we said, we are helping raise money for the Brain Tumour Charity. The link is in the YouTube, it's the pinned comment. But the Brain Tumour Charity is a UK-based charity dedicated to funding research, raising awareness of brain tumours and reducing diagnosis times, as well as providing support and information for people with brain tumours, their family, friends, loved ones, and the likes of work and schools. Charity's goals are to double survival of a brain tumour diagnosis within 10 years in the UK, and to halve the harm that brain tumours cause on the quality of life. So anything that we can do as a sim racing community will help massively, and I think they'll be very, very grateful for the nearly £2,400 that you guys and girls have so very generously raised so far today. And I've got no doubt whatsoever, in the next 2 hours and 50 minutes we can smash that £2,500 mark. And I tell you what, both myself and Alex will be very, very happy if we're able to do that.
I mean, it's great having the targets and all, David, but one of the biggest things is that I've noticed something very, very a nice little bit of placement of wording on the ambassador for Renvelten's car. If we can go to the back of that car, just underneath the rear spoiler, so that's just behind. There we go. A cure can't wait. Perfectly placed there, so people behind can actually see that. That's. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm loving some of the liveries that we're seeing on these cars, but to see where the teams have thought about it, and those that have been running with custom liveries here on ACC, like the Giannoletti Esports Academy Aston Martin, they've got it on the door panel on the left-hand side of the Aston Martin. Every single team that's come in with a custom livery has been requested, they've been informed that to run this custom livery, you have to have the Brain Tumour Charity logo on there. And I think that's brilliant, because it helps the teams bring awareness on their liveries of what we're doing, but also it just brings us together as a whole.
It certainly does. We are joined, ladies and gentlemen, by YouTube royalty. Random Call Sign has decided to make an appearance tonight, so a very good evening to him. I quite enjoy watching some of the videos that he puts on. A lot of Assetto Corsa Competizione content and a lot of excellent sim racing content in general on their channel. So go and click a little subscription to him, and yeah, that'd be awesome. So thank you very much for joining us tonight. But this is Konstantin Soldatov in the number 57. Like and subscribe Mercedes. And I've got to say, Alex, given that we've already been here for nearly 9 hours, 9 and a bit hours, that car is looking remarkably clean for the drama that they've been through.
Yeah, we've also had some new penalties being issued as well. Now, this is an incident between the number 100. That's the turn one. That's the turn one Aston Martin in GT4. And then also the number 56, that is the Jean Alesi Junior team in the number 56 on lap 253. The number 56 picks up a 10-second penalty for an avoidable collision, and then also on lap 262, the number 137, that is the Team Cake car, who have had a slight coming together with the SimGrid GT3 Porsche. Team Cake get a time of a 10-second time penalty for that incident. So the drivers have really been pushing like crazy. The liveries might be dirty and scuffed up to hell, but they are, by golly, aren't they, racing still with 9.25 hours completed. Good to see Ryan from the number 7 car, which has got his mate Harley on there. It's just one of those things where these drivers now really trying to push, as Jenson Button now closing on Konstantin Soldatov in the number 57, and H says that Team Cake need to do some baking. Well, I think Josie Austin promised you that earlier on before we went green, didn't she, David?
I guess Sebastian Handler has found out that he can't have his cake and eat it.
Oh. Hey! He's got it in there with that.
Boys, if that's not worth another £151, I don't know what is. You are absolutely spoiled tonight.
Oh dear. Keep them coming, Mr. Christie, keep them coming.
That's it, no, Pete, that's it. It's done now. I'm going to sleep for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, but just to be... I mean, the thing is to still be going after this amount of time. I think we're both gonna. I think not just us, but everyone that has competed in this race, everyone behind the scenes here at SimGrid, also the Brain Tumour Charity. A big thank you for their their interactivity with us on the YouTube chat. And someone was asking why there was a penalty for Jenson Button. Well, the penalty wasn't for Jenson Button. It was for an incident between the number 39 Jardier community team Bentley, had Valentin Barrier behind the wheel, and then there was a slight touch between him and Luca Burke, who was in the 22. So as a result of that, Luca Burke and Jenson Button switched the cars, and in that particular aspect, it's Luca Burke that has sort of handed the penalty for Jenson Button to serve at the next pit stop. Now, will Jenson Button do another stint afterwards? Not 100% sure, but I'm sure we'll find out.
We certainly will, with 2 hours, 3/4 left to go in this race. I've got to be honest, Jenson Button looking very, very close to the back end of Konstantin Soldatov, and that number 57, like and subscribe racing Mercedes, is having to make his way past the GT4 cars. Oh, and they're side by side. Oh, onto the grass, and that is surely going to give Jenson Button a bit of a chance here around the outside on the run down to Brooklands. Surely not. Surely it's going to be a case he's just going to duck in and try and regroup and make that work elsewhere. But that was a huge moment there for Konstantin Soldatov, and a very, very scary moment indeed.
Clean up on aisle 3 is what I'm going to call right now after that bit of moment for Konstantin Soldatov. That was so lucky the 57 Mercedes did not end up in the barriers after that. Oh my goodness me. Heart in the mouth stuff once again. But that's the thing, we've had so much calm for so long in this race, and you see something like that, as now Jenson Button going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, he's closing on Konstantin Soldatov. We now go on board with the Mercedes on the left-hand side of the car. And you can just see that Jenson Button closing, but not quite close enough just yet.
That car looking decidedly unstable. Look at how much steering inputs Konstantin Soldatov. You just see it through the window on the right-hand side there. How much micro correction he's having to do to make sure that that big German muscle is able to stay planted on the track round here at Silverstone. Gets it going again, and that gap now up to 0.3 of a second. But it seems to be under braking that McLaren really able to make the sun shine, as Konstantin Soldatov right outside of one of the GT4 cars on the brakes in towards the first half of the circuit. That is, of course, in the village. Then it's into the loop and then towards Aintree.
Yeah, they just got past the number 32 X-Kart car in the BMW M4 GT4. That's the 969 Havilland Racing car. In that particular instance, that car is still, I imagine. Let's just have a look. Still, that has got Florian Bauer behind the wheel, and yeah, still good spatial awareness. You know, the drivers are going to start feeling a little bit tired if they have been in the car for an excessive amount of time. But there'll be some drivers that will have kept themselves fresh. They will have probably have tried as much as they can to get a good night's sleep before tonight. But when you've got such a race that had so much hype, when you and I were talking about it, and especially coming into this morning, you know, even though I was up at like 8, I was like up at about 7:30 this morning. I didn't really get much sleep last night. I think I'm working on like about 4.5 hours sleep. But this has been a really, really good race. It looks like Chris Herka in the number 9 from Renvelten has just got a drive-through penalty on this instance. I think that's possibly for track limits as such. So that will drop the number 9 Lexus out of the top 10. Still with just under 2 hours and 40 minutes still to go. It's been still rather interesting as Team Kate goes off the circuit. That's going through into Club and into Vale. I couldn't really sort of it was difficult to make out whether there was the slightest touch or was there a moment. I couldn't really call it there from the rear view of the rear diffuser of Konstantin Soldatov's car. But it's just I'm just really, really impressed with how some drivers are really doing their absolute best to just keep going.
That was a very, very unusual one. Just looking back from the tail end of Konstantin Soldatov there, it did look like it was how shall we put this? An American football tackle that happened there on the Team Kate car. A very, very forceful move that was done there. But again, we'll check on the replays. But there's a lot of hype and chat in the YouTube chat about this Jenson Button guy. I've got to be honest, who is he?
Never heard of him.
Are we just letting anybody in here now?
Apparently he's got, if he's that fast, he's got a good career ahead of him.
But is he faster than Igor Ogorodnikov? That is the question, because at the moment it's not looking like it. Konstantin Soldatov in the 57 is kind of putting paid to that one right now, and I think that we're kind of hearing that his fan base are right now. Although I might be made to eat my words, because look at this, Jenson Button out of that corner like an absolutely rabid animal, has got the 57 in his sight. But again, look at that. Discretion, the better part of Valor, backs off, thinks I'm not going to be able to make it stick there. I'm going to just leave it for a couple of corners.
Yeah, just had seen in chat, thank you to Jan Bierman from the 995 ambassadors from Renvelten online. They've just pinged a message saying that sorry for the bad ping. We pitted again after 4 laps because of the bad connection. You know, I mean, Soldatov we've seen in GT3 and GT4 action. Let's not forget here, and he's capable in both. So you know, KDS just reminding us that Soldatov actually held back Sinclair for 1.5 hours at the 24 Hours of Kyalami, which was recently held, and he said Button's too easy for him. Well, let's see who has egg on their face after that one, KDS. We'll find out in due time whether that does happen. Obviously, we've got to consider the pit stop phases in the last 2 hours and 36 minutes. So, yeah, who knows? Anything's possible. We know that, David.
We certainly do, Alex. But I mean, thinking of bragging rights, how cool is that to say? Yeah, I'm currently beating Jenson Button, F1 champion. Right, let's have a look here. Right, okay, yeah, that wasn't anything to do with Jenson there. Team Cake outbraked himself, ran into the rear quarter and straight off onto the grass there.
Yeah, it's now just keep your eyes on Niels Neujoks just behind. Look, that BMW is getting ever larger. Oh, tangle between Zolotov and Button. Oh, that was coming out of Chapel going onto the hangar straight. My goodness me. Oh, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. This is not a drill. It's incoming. You can feel it, the rumblings. But yeah, that look, that was... there's no doubt about that one. That was a push to pass for sure. And yeah, I think we need to have a look at that one.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where I think, as you like to say, you know, we've got Jeremy Buttonson being branded around the chat. I mean, it's oh my goodness me. But you know, that was very close indeed, and you know, Button knew that Neujoks was closing, and it was only going to be a case of, I wouldn't say desperation in some sort of respect, but it was more a case of what was going to happen. Was there going to be a concertina effect? And that's exactly what we saw.
It certainly was, and yeah, look, it is what it is. It'll be dealt with by race control. I've got no doubt it'll be another penalty going on to that 22. But the simple fact is, right, Soldatov was losing time hand over fist to Button. I mean, you saw how quickly Button kept catching up to that car there. But I'll be honest, I'm quite happy for Niels Neujoks to get third place, seemingly out of absolutely nowhere.
Right, let's have a look at the replay. Now, this is going to Maggots. Now, that's the 66 GTWR all-female crew just up ahead. So, Zoldatov tries to... so, Button looks to the inside. Oh... And that was going through into towards Chapel, wasn't it? So, and Zoltov, I think he was trying to get in front of Jenson there, but obviously with the 66 in front, Zoltov had to try and make a move in order to keep Button at bay, but Button was like quite up the inside. I'm not too sure. That could be 50-50 racing incident. I'm not too sure, but I'll leave that for race control on that one.
Well, can I say it? There's been a murder. Potentially. But let's have a look. This is on board, I believe. Is this with the Soldatov then? And just having a look here.
Right, so just we're just keeping on board now. Just keep your eyes on what happens here. So there was an opening for Button.
That was a very weird bug on that, because Button's car wasn't even in the rear view mirror on that one. That was very strange. Yeah, so that's because of course that's a known bug, isn't it? On the replays, it's the real mirror that you get rather than the event that you're replaying. Never mind. Right.
Yeah.
Strange one. Right. Okay. Well, yeah. I've got to agree with you, Alex. It makes it a little bit murkier after seeing that replay, because, you know, the two cars have got to kind of allow space for each other. James Bacon is such a wind-up.
Oh my god!
I know, right? I think we should just time him out for that. That needs to be punished. That sort of behaviour.
He needs to be put on slow mode for that one. But I think we've also had... we're going to go to another replay. Now, here's a different angle. We're actually on board with Jenson Button. So you can see the 66 just up ahead of the 57. Now through into here. Now, Button... Oh. I think that might have... I'm going to sort of like side on the racing incident side on that particular point. I think it could be that Zolotov has come across, has seen where Button is, but we'll leave. I'm sort of siding towards racing incident, but I'm not 100% sure. But we'll wait for the decision from race control on that one.
Just watching here on Konstantin Soldatov now, he is under all sorts of pressure from that Bentley of Jan Willem van Ommen in the Jardier number 39 car. And of course, what we've got to consider is there might be some very slight damage to the right rear of that Mercedes right now. Thankfully, the Mercedes are built like an absolute tank. They can take a whole load of punishment. But yeah, Jan Willem van Ommen looking very menacing in that 6th place. Try to take 5th place here with 2.5 hours left to go. Jenson Button now on the back of Niles Nyox, trying to get that final podium position wrestled away. And it's looking very, very comfortable. Michael O'Brien, that gap was starting to come down in 2nd place and 3rd place. But to be honest with you, that's left him breathing a big sigh of relief.
Well, we now have eclipsed 1,000 miles 6 laps ago, David. So we are getting closer and closer. 200. Well, the leaders now, the 191 of Racing Line Motorsport Charity 191 Bentley is leading now on what is now lap number 280 so far, as the server time now hits 7:14 a.m. Track temperature starting to come back a little bit here. We were as low as 6 degrees Celsius in the middle of the night here at Silverstone. But now it's incrementally going up to 10 degrees. But the wind has picked up slightly. There's still a bit of cloud in the sky here, David, but plenty of sunshine nevertheless.
Yeah, it's a glorious spring morning here just now, and yeah, this is what more could you ask for? It's clear conditions. Let's let the drivers race on track, and I can hear in my ears Michael Hamlet trying to do some sort of voodoo rain dance, praying for rain, and as he always does, cackling away in the background. But I've got to be honest, I've got to feel I think we're going to stay dry for the remainder of this race here, and Jan Willem van Ommen trying to provide an omen for Konstantin Soldatov right now in that 57 like and subscribe racing car just now. Look at how all over the back Jan Willem van Ommen is right now, and this is some massively defensive driving from Konstantin Soldatov. He's not used to this because it was him providing the pressure all along, and yeah, this is not going well for that Mercedes.
Yeah, very much the case. And you can see the PPRE Sports number 1 McLaren not too far behind, but obviously they're not battling for positions. And in some respects, you can just see this has been more a race of survival in many respects for a lot of the drivers. This is Mikhail Statsenko. Oh, and that's the 888 of Sorgiacomo in the VIG Project Strato. They've just gone literally one side and then the other around the outside of TPC Sim Racing. They go side by side through into Stoke Corner. Statsenko looking to try and go around the outside of Sorgiacomo, but not on this particular occasion. But good run for the Mercedes from Yas Heat.
Whew, that was looking a little bit fighty for my liking on that one, but manages to get away with it. But Statsenko still on the back of Sorgiacomo there in the 888 Ferrari. Cannot believe the closing speeds on these poor GT4s that are just getting absolutely manhandled out the way here, swamped left and right, and this is just craziness. I would be absolutely petrified. Oh, here we go. Incident between cars 777 and 9 on lap 260 to drive through penalty for car number 9. That is the that is the Renville Pro team. So that is just to bring you up to date on why the team of Chris Hook, Samir Ibrahimi and David McKell getting that drive-through penalty earlier on. They've already served it, so it's not a new one, just keeping you guys up to speed at home. Talking about up to speed, 95.8% of our new target reached £2,395. That is amazing work. Let's see if we can hit that £2,500 in the next 26 minutes. I'm just so excited, and I think we'll get some stuff sorted out because that is a massive result for that. But right, let's have a look at more penalties coming in just now. GT4s are getting penalised left, right and centre, 24 and 2 on lap 244. That is, of course, the PPR Esports White, who were just absolutely nowhere. And the 244, I don't actually have who that is.
That's lap 20. That's lap
24 and 2, sorry.
And that's lap 24, which would be the SimGrid GT3 car.
Yes, exactly. Drive-through for unpredictable driving. You get a drive-through for that? I should have been getting one of those every single lap on Saturday then.
What, Super Saturday, you mean?
Yes, exactly. Unpredictable driving. My goodness me.
Well, you did get quite a bit of bigging up from a few of our fellow commentators, including Jessica Paul, who had a fantastic debut at Super Saturday 2.0 when she partnered you in the Super Trofeo and the Ginetta races. Before it was myself and Lewis McGlade that ended up sort of calling on one of your races. Look, Van Ommen and Zolotov. Oh, that's the Sim Sports Solutions with the that was very close indeed. I nearly crossed my wires there completely. I lost my complete track of thought. Positive perception. My apologies there. So yeah, I mean that was very close. But you can just see the closing speeds. We've been talking about this again and again. It's so close. You just don't know what's going to happen because we've seen it time and time again. We've seen people going, side their way through the middle of two GT4 cars, and then you've also had, drivers, a GT4 car being in the middle, and then you've got a GT3 either side, like literally going down a straightaway, like say Hanger Straight or Wellington. It can happen.
Yeah, it certainly can. It does. I mean, almost anything can happen here in multi-class racing, as we have seen over the past 9.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. We have got just under 2.5 hours left to go, and as that rattles down, I'll tell you what, Alex, I don't know about yourself, my friend, but the smile on my face is getting bigger and bigger, knowing that we've nearly conquered this mammoth 12 hours here, and talking about conquering, here comes Jan-Willem van Ommen side by side through into Maggots and Beckett's. This is never going to work. Oh my goodness me, how is there not in contact? Willem van Ommen slides, but that's going to keep the place for Konstantin Soldatov. He keeps on to the position, and Jan-Willem van Ommen thinks better of it, tucks in behind, and that could have been disastrous for the two of them.
If that was a heavier contact, then you could be guaranteeing that Zoldatov would have been off into the barriers after that one. But it was the slightest amount of contact. And when they're pushing over 180 kilometres an hour going through Maggots and into Beckett's, that is definitely heart-stopping moments right there and then. Zoldatov would have been thinking, I don't know how this is going to pan out. Van Ommen's sort of thinking, right, I'm going to send it. And you get one of one and 500 of the other going into a place where you think, not too sure. Is X-Kart Esports on the left-hand side. Van Ommen towards the outside of Zoldatov, now heading into Abbey. Oh, that was so close. That was literally an A4 piece of paper between the pair of them. But Van Ommen just absolutely nearly gave us all a heart attack. I think Michael Hamlet's nearly about to faint at this particular moment in time, but it's still not over. This is, we said about the calm before this. That's a normal phrase that's used in motorsport. The calm before the storm. The biggest thing is the temperature's going up, not just in terms of the air and track temperature. It's also how fiery all this action has become. And the biggest thing is, David, we've now got clear. We've got blue skies up ahead, hardly any cloud cover. There is sunshine beating down, and everyone can see everything on the track now, wherever they are. Oh my goodness me! I just do not what happened. I'm just having to close my eyes once again because Jan-Willem van Ormen and Lottie Robertson again talking about the size of the Bentley versus the Alpine. It never gets old. You're completely right, because as soon as you see a big lump like the Bentley, you see something as you know, with regards to how big the Bentley is and then how small the Alpine is, it's just really, really funny.
It certainly is, and my goodness me, I mean, I was literally lost for words there, Alex. You're not wrong. That little battle between Van Ormen and Soldatov, you're absolutely spot on when you say that it is just starting, because look at the pace that Willem van Ormen has got right now, trying to catch back up to Soldatov. I mean, the pair of them now losing time hand over fist, and if they're not careful, Martin Grady is about 24 seconds behind, and they're lapping every single lap, 2 seconds a lap slower. So yeah, awesome racing, but Van Ormen is just biding his time. He's setting himself up again, and he's going to try and fire that up at the moment we least expect it.
Yeah, thinking of lining up and firing, Van Ormen again is closing up on Soldatov, and this is going through into Brooklands. Now there's a couple of cars just up ahead. There's a Lamborghini, I think I just spotted, that would have been the 95 just up ahead. But Soldatov not out of the woods yet. Van Ormen closing down once again. 2 hours and 20 minutes exactly still to go of the 12. You know what? I think shall we see if we can get another interview in? I think we've got Josie Austin from Team Cake coming in to join us.
Let's bring her in, have a little chat then. Good evening, Josie Austin. Welcome back to the commentary booth. How is Team Cake doing?
Hello. It feels like a whole day since we spoke.
It was.
Yeah.
Firstly, how's the car after that little excursion across the grass?
You know what? I don't think I was there to see it. I haven't actually asked my teammates about it yet.
I've just thrown somebody under the bus then.
Yeah, no, I thought that we would get. I mean, like this is the thing, right? You know, we're 10 hours in, and everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. So, like, all bets are off, and right now we're just gonna bring it home.
I was going to say that outside of this pandemic stuff, that's my plan on a Saturday night. But
Want to get punched in the face?
No, just everything's normal until you get a punch in the face, you know.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, but look, joking aside, like 2 hours left to go. I mean, it's been a strong performance from Team Cake, barring that little incident there. What's the strategy? What's the top secret super strategy call from Josie for the final 2 hours?
We just sort of drive around.
That's a bold strategy, Colin.
Yeah.
How do you think that one's going to work out?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Like, right now, you know, it's been after 7 hours we started getting silly, you know, and you know the jokes start to come in, and you lose your professionalism a little bit, and you sort of edge into it. You know, it just becomes your life. Like, this is my life now. I'm pretty sure that, like, even after 2 more hours, I'm gonna be like, okay, guys, halfway through the race, here we go.
What on that note? I mean, what keeps you guys going? Do you all stay in voice chat together and keep each other motivated?
Yeah, we do. So we're always making sure that there's people around to support the drivers, and yeah, just sort of keep each other sane, call out the cars going around, and you know, bring a smile to each other's faces every now and again, just to keep the spirits up. It always helps.
And for you, what's been the most memorable moment of this race so far?
About an hour and a half into the race, I left my desk and I had a slice of cake.
That is living the dream. What kind of cake, Josie? We need the answers.
It was an apple and beetroot cake.
And
it was truly wonderful.
What is that? What apple and beetroot? What kind of monster are you?
I mean,
who actually has beetroot in a cake?
Well, you only put a little bit of beetroot in. Like, it actually has a really good flavour once you like mix it up correctly in the context of the rest of the cake, and it goes very well with apple.
I'm absolutely speechless, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry for making you sit through all that horror show. But no, joking aside, Josie, it's been absolutely fantastic to hear from you tonight. What position do you think you're going to finish in tonight?
It's really hard to say. You know, our team, we've got a big mix in terms of abilities. We've got, you know, like newcomers in our team. We're just really pleased to be able to bring the car home and have like this good performance. You know, we've bonded over the last 12 years of this race that have been going through. So I think at this point, like, we'd love to hold on to top 10. We're just gonna drive. Like, we've not got anything else to do right now.
Well, keep the beams and the banter coming, and we look forward to hearing from you guys and girls after the race.
Thank you.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, apple and beetroot. I have never heard the likes. I do apologise for putting some of the viewers there at discomfort, but look at my actually. I might have to have a little look into that. That's,
I think a couple of people have sort of like said, oh, well, there's one particular emoji that I've just seen, which is just like, no, not in favour of that. Well, the thing is, how do you know until you've actually tried the recipe? So
I know, because it sounds horrific. That's how I know.
Yeah, I mean, but as they say, to each their own, David.
Alex, when we inevitably meet again, my friend, I am serving you some apple and beetroot cake, and you will eat it. And you will like it.
Is that a threat or a promise, Mr. Christie?
It depends on how well we get through the next 2 hours, 15 minutes.
And then what, you know, closing off the stream as well. We've still got all that to do, you remember, my friend.
I'll throw you under the bus on that one. That's all good. That's all good. Right, Mal.
Other people under the bus. Why is that going to be any different?
Yeah, you know. Right, the 211 Porsche, back to the race. The 211 Porsche Malinowski gets a drive-through penalty. And yeah, that is not been the best day out for the Porsches, for the JLD team, Sidemax Motorworks. And yeah, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Back to the battle for Jan Willem van Ommen and Soldatov. That gap was, it had stretched out to about 1.5 seconds. Back markers and lap traffic really causing a bit of an issue here for Jan Willem van Ommen. I do wonder if he's just thinking, back off a little bit, keep the tyres in one piece. But to have a look at Leonardo Giacomo here, just behind Martin Grady in the Bentley and the Aston Martin. Really the battle of Britain right now as they tear down towards Copse for the 286th time for them, because those two are, I believe, just about a lap down on the leader right now. Crazy pace. We have to take a moment to, you know, tell you about Raceline Motorsport charity and the incredible pace that they've got right now. 53 seconds ahead of second place Michael O'Brien there. Stunning stuff.
Yeah, very much the case. Is now the leader, Kevin Ciclari, in the 191 Bentley. Now has completed 288 laps. So we're about 11 away, David, from hitting 300. Oh, now Van Ommen's passed Zoldatov in the meantime. Now looks to have made the move through, that would have been through Vale. So yes, very shrewd and strategic driving there from Jan Willem van Ommen in the Jardier community car. But look, Zoldatov's not going to give that up without a fight though.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, that is... That's a great move done for Jan Willem van Ommen. And 97.6% on our target, £2,439. Right, Looks like 2,500's back on the menu, guys and girls. Just £61 away from that. And my goodness me, what a final 2 hours that's going to set us up for as well. Alice Tricks has just realised that Josie is eating cake before the end of the race. I think that's you know, regardless of what's in the cake, that's not a bad thing. You know, it's a difficult job doing these stints, Alex.
Yeah, very, very true indeed, and especially you want to recoup your energy in the best way possible. And so for Josie, she decided, well, I'll have a slice of cake. Fair play.
So, yeah. Whatever floats your boats, guys and girls. 2 hours, 11 minutes left to go in the race. We're still watching Leonardo Giacomo here trying to hunt down Martin Grady in the 889 Bentley just up the road as well. We've seen Jan Willem van Ommen get past Konstantin Soldatov. Now, can he deal with the abundance of pressure that Soldatov is going to undoubtedly apply to him in the next 5 minutes? Sharon, the Brain Tumour Charity Events manager, has said everything is better with cake. Absolutely, absolutely, just not apple and beetroot. Hashtag controversy. Alex, what is your chosen cake of choice?
Carrot cake, actually. I'll be honest.
Carrot cake's nice. A little bit of custard. A little bit of caramel over the top.
Possibly, yeah. I think it just depends on you know, what kind of carrot cake you end up buying. I mean, I'm not one of these people, if I'm completely honest. I don't bake cakes. I don't do any baking at home. I'd normally go out and buy something. That's probably the better way of describing it. And sometimes you can get some really good carrot cakes. I've had some howlers in my time, but you know, red velvet is another one I like as well. So I think you know, you can't always be choosy about certain flavours of cake, David.
You can. You absolutely can, and I will not have any other argument on any other way. But the important arguments of cake aside, we are nearing the final act of this race. We have already nearly got in the bag, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it or not, 10 hours. We are 9.5 minutes left to go. Let's see if we can hit £2,500 for the Brain Tumour Charity in that next 9 3/4 minutes. Leonardo Giacomo, though, still hustling down that Bentley of Grady that is just in front of him. The 889, that is of course the VIG Project Strato Bentley that is, excuse me, sorry, that's the Tichney CDA Bentley that's in front of him, of Martin Grady, that is just pulling away a little bit. And I'm having a look, is that Chris Hook behind him in the number 9? It's certainly one of the Renvelton livery cars that's behind him. I can't make out if that is I think it is the Lexus that's just behind him. Yeah, it is. So that's the number 9. So he's already a lap down, trying to unlap himself on the track. And I've got to be honest, the pace that Hook's got, he may very well do that.
Yeah, very much the case. I've just been looking into the fact that we are now 10 laps away, or actually 9 and a bit laps away from hitting 300 laps in total. And the distance covered will be 1,098 miles. So Thomas was the first person in the YouTube chat to put up 1,347 as his guess on how many miles we would do. To do that, you would need to achieve 368 laps. If you wanted to hit my target of 1,400 miles, you'd be looking at 382 laps at this particular moment in time. And yeah, it was quite funny. Obviously, Josie Austin now saying, I'm so glad that 10 minutes after my interview, you're still talking about cake. And then we see that Alice Horton goes, well, that's how they recruited me, cake.
And then Alex Trick says, that's all the value we've brought to this race. Oh, I love our little community that we've got here at SimGrid. You're all wonderful, wonderful people. As we see Steve Muckley throwing the Chevrolet around here. And the SimGrid GT4, the number 27 machine. And like you say, I've got to be honest, those GT4s are having a very lonely race at the back of the grids, because they're all spread out and all being absolutely manhandled every single lap by these GT3 cars. They can't get a lap in edgeways. They can't get a really fast lap in because they're just being compromised all the time.
Yeah, very true. There's Chris Hallam from X-Kart Esports. He's just been passed, I think that was by the 192 racing line Aston Martin, I believe. Miguel Ruiz behind the wheel of the number 2 Alpine A110 SGT4. I think, if memory serves me correctly, this car actually has the lowest displacement in its engine out of all of the cars here. 1.8 litre 4-cylinder turbocharged engine, producing around about 250 or so brake horsepower. So I think it is the car with the smallest engine in terms of displacement here on this grid. It's quite interesting. I mean, you just have to sort of give a shout out really more than anything. Gregor Schill and Niels Nyox at the team at G2 Esports and Arthur Camara, you know, they're up to P3 now, and Niels was, you know, they started P6, they dropped their way down the order after, you know, the incidents that we saw earlier on in the race, but to come back, that is just absolutely brilliant. How and this Dynamite trio, they've really come good in this race, and it's just been a pleasure just to see them move forward. And look, Niels Nyox is only 7 seconds away from Michael O'Brien in the battle for what is now second position with just over 2 hours and 5 minutes still to go.
Yeah, and on that note, I mean, obviously, I think we have to discard Kevin Siclari up in the lead just now because he's away. 56 seconds, certainly by no means out of contention for any of the other drivers catching up. But at the moment, if we focus on Michael O'Brien, on Niels Nyox, on Jenson Button, and Jan Willem van Ommen, those 4 drivers, right, we're 10 hours in, nearly 10 hours into a race, and we'll also add into that Konstantin Soldatov. Those 4 drivers are within 40 seconds. 40 seconds on a 12-hour race. That is absurd.
I have no words for that.
The other point on that, Alex, is that you've essentially got 8 drivers within, 7 drivers within 50 seconds of each other, and with 2 hours left to go. I mean, we know that can completely evaporate from one driver. So any one of these 7 drivers could take a podium.
Yeah, there is every realm of possibility that could actually happen. You just don't know. It's how the dice are gonna fall when you roll them, and that's from any one of those particular teams. You just can't. You know, we're still in what is it, nearly 10 hours completed of this 12-hour race. We still don't know how it's gonna. You know, we can make all the predictions in the world, and you know, go from there. But that doesn't detract from seeing it actually unfold. You know, lots of twists, lots of tales. You don't know how the story is going to end until they cross the finish line. And you know, Dalcomo in the 28, John Alesi, Aston Martin, you know, they've been up in the top 5. Now they're in P8, and they're trying to close on the 889 Tidgney Coach Dave Academy collaboration. And well, they're now ahead of them because Grady's in the pits. Zoldatov is now in the pits. Jenson Button now in the pits as well. So again, it's all changed. You know, the musical chairs have started moving around again. So you don't know where these cars are going to end up. So Dalcomo now ends up in P5 at the moment, because now that means that Zoldatov and Button and Grady have pitted. So that gives the Jean Alesi crew an opportunity. However, when they pit, what are they going to do? They're going to change driver. How many sets of tyres have they got left? How much fuel are they going to put in the Aston Martin? Do they want to brim the tank and go, you know, maybe get that fuel to lap as long as possible? Who knows?
Well, we're about to find out, because the drivers coming into the pit stops for their penultimate roll of the dice. We are well within that second to last pit stop window, and yeah, this is going to be very, very intriguing as well. Let's remember that several drivers have been absolutely jumped in the pit stops as well, so we'll have to see how that one's going to pan out. As we see, that is Jack McIntyre into the controls of the 22 McLaren as well from Jenson Button. Oh, that was a car facing the wrong way on the exit of, what corner was that? That was on the exit of the loop. And Aintree, that was a car facing the wrong way into traffic. I think that's the 56, which is a like and subscribe team, is it? Oh no, that's the 57.
No,
so that's Jason Jr., the Jean Lacey team.
Yeah.
So they were facing the wrong way there, and thankfully they've got going again.
Yeah, that's got Mia Rose behind the wheel of that. That's the number 56 McLaren as Dal Gallimore now decides to pit from P5. Oh, that was definitely an in moment for Sim Sport Solutions and Positive Perception in the 666. Oh, that was very... that now, I think, well, that has got Adam Isailovic at this particular moment in time, as there is Mia Rose in the number 56 car. That is... and you know what the more impressive thing? Out of 51 cars, David, we still have 47 of them racing. That is 92% of the field still racing after nearly 10 hours here at Silverstone.
I am loving that percentage calculation on the fly there, Alex. That was awesome, buddy. I would have taken about two weeks and a secret Google page on that one. But yeah, look, it's an awesome turn of resilience for the cars here. And yeah, 2 hours left to go. I can't believe we're finally here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying with us. 250 loyal viewers staying with us right until the end as we near the final act here of the Next Gen. 12 hours at Silverstone to raise money for the Brain Tumour charity. And we are into or just about into the final 2 hours. It is David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt taking you through the dying breaths of this race. It's going to be an amazing finale, better believe it. And what a worthy cause that we are raising money for as well. £2,456.58 in the bank for the Brain Tumour charity, a very worthy UK charity dedicated to funding research, raising awareness of brain tumours, reducing diagnosis times and providing support, information and help for people with brain tumours, their family, friends and loved ones. Alex, 2 hours left to go. What on earth have we got in store?
I don't know, but I'm going to love every single second of it, David Christie. That much I can guarantee you of.
Fun times in store. So just to bring you up to speed then, we are in the middle of our pit cycle, our penultimate pit cycle. It's currently Kevin Siclari in the lead in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport charity Bentley from Michael O'Brien in the 26 McLaren, ahead of Jan Willem van Oomen in the 39. However, those three drivers yet to pit. Gregor Schill jumps out in the 62 BMW for his penultimate time. Jack McIntyre in 5th place in McLaren. It's going to be Leonardo Giacomo in the 28 Aston Martin, Igor Ocker on the call for returns behind the wheel of the 57 like and subscribe Mercedes, and then it is James Parker in the 889 Bentley, Giorgio Simonini in the 157 Lamborghini, Chris Hook in the Lexus, the number 9 in 10th place. So that is where we go.
And Actions has now got behind the wheel of the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Bentley, and now they head out back onto the circuit. Still got a comfortable lead at the moment ahead of Michael O'Brien in the number 26 Sancho Rocket Esports McLaren. And it is one of those situations where it is that woulda, coulda, shoulda, isn't it, David? That Michael O'Brien is the one driver out of that crew that has had no... You know, he's had a bit more luck this time around, now that we've gone into daylight. But obviously, getting towards the evening, the two major incidents that he was involved in, as now he is in the lead, but obviously they've still got to have another pit stop, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, on the number 26 Rocket Esports car. It's going to be about who's going to really chance that strategy to the absolute maximum.
It certainly is, but I hope you were touching your desk when you said that, because that is prime commentator curse material on that one. I'm touching my desk just in case. But look, yeah, Michael O'Brien really trying to undo the earlier misfortunes that he's had there. But Henrik Gamble in the GT4 race for Ambassadors for Renville, the 995 car, 1 lap ahead of Florian Bauer in the 969 BMW in that second place for GT4. It's then the 302 GT4, that's TPC Sim Racing, of Simon Speth, Michael Martin and Sergio Mendes that are in third place there just now in that 302. Sorry, Sergio Mendes, Michael Martin, Simon Speth and Alex Leith, who I didn't see at the end of that lovingly put together spreadsheet. Alex, I've got to say, that is an amazing spreadsheet, buddy, you've put together for today's race. Everything has just been at my fingertips all through the race.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate it, my good man. To be honest with you, this spreadsheet was actually 2 weeks in the making. As soon as we knew that we were doing this, the first thing was, right, I'm gonna put all this information together, and that's what I do in karting commentary. You know, you've got to have all this relevant information, and like 181 drivers. When you look at it from a team's perspective, is rather different to singular drivers. So like, say, 200 drivers from 30 different nationalities in 5 racing classes in karting. That's completely different. But I started doing spreadsheets for that, and I think that's one of my traits. I like to prepare and get things, sorted out and ready, and that's how I roll, my friend.
It certainly is, and for me, it's a sign of my middle age, the excitement I get doing a good spreadsheet and learning how to do a pivot table. I tell you, it's all rock and roll in my household on a Friday night. I tell you, an hour and 55 left to go in the race, and the dice being rolled for the penultimate time. We're kind of filling time while the penultimate pit stops are taking place just now, and all the dust starts to settle. Jaroslav Honzig back into the 39 now. That'll be very interesting to see what he can do with that car, because Valentin Barry had a good burst of speed through in the Jardier number 39 team car, but really they just haven't been able to keep on the same pace that Jaroslav had through the race. James Baldwin back into the 26 McLaren, and I think this is now the final burst of the big guns. I think this is going to be a 2-hour split for a lot of these drivers.
One of the biggest things here, David, even though it's 8:24 in the morning on the server time, considering the fact that when we started, the temperature is half of what it was effectively yesterday. So, the track temperature hasn't come up as much as we would have possibly expected or anticipated. So now it's about who manages all of this correctly, and we'll find out in about an hour and 54 minutes who's timed it to perfection effectively.
And again, one of the points that we've made all through the day, Alex, is that it's all about this. It's all about this last 2 hours now. Everything has been leading up to this point. It's all about being putting yourself in the best possible position, and that's what those 8 cars have done. You've got Marek Schintz in the lead, Michael O'Brien, but the gap between 2 and 3 is down to just a couple of seconds. So Gregor Schill's lost a couple of seconds in the pits, and that gap is now just 5.5 seconds, I think it is now.
Yeah, that's not much. That's 5.4. So Gregor Schill putting the hammer down in the number 62 G2 Esports car, and he's in the he's in the high 57s, a 1 minute 57.777 from Gregor Schill. That's on lap number 297. So as Jardier just trying to get past the 969 car, and there is the man himself streaming live via his respective channels, and obviously there is a slight bit of a slight delay between obviously seeing it, but you can but that was a nice overtake around the outside of the GT4 car from Jardier. So yeah, this is going to be rather interesting, and you can actually see, look, the driving time left between the drivers, and look, Jardier's got 2 track cuts.
Oh, that's a second of 3 lives then for Jardier. Do you know what I love about his stream is the fact he's always smiling. he's always so incredibly happy. And yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what sim racing does to you. However, that might change if he gets that third track cut, and that may very well knock him out of contention. Big wave there. I'm loving that. We're famous now. We're obviously getting acknowledged on Jardier's stream there.
Yeah, they probably told him that he's now live on the official SimGrid YouTube channel. Well, it's good. This is what I like. I mean, Jardier, he's happy-go-lucky. He's got an awesome dog as well, I understand. You know, I mean, he's just one of those people that just exudes positivity, and that's what you need in this kind of community. You need someone that can keep on smiling, and no matter how things might get you down, Jardier's always smiling. So you can just sort of see that there's a lot of interaction on his stream at the moment. But is it me, or have I just seen... I've just seen another Bentley do a fast lap, and that's from James Parker, 1 minute 157. He's set on lap 297. James Parker in the Bentley has just set the fastest lap of this race. That is ridiculous, and that's 2 laps before we hit just under 2 miles short of 1,100 miles here in the 12 Hours of Silverstone. Wow, where did that lap come from?
Alex, do you remember last week when we were setting lap times of 2 minutes and 8 in the rain? That's what it feels like. All that time ago when it was raining. Now we're into the 150. To be fair, across the board, looking at 157s. Yeah, I think we could be into the 156s in no time at all. The track temperature climbing very, very gradually through the virtual morning here. And yeah, that is a huge lap there for the Bentley of James Parker. Huge lap there. And yeah, sign of things to come, I think.
Yeah, very much the case as we head into the last hour and 50 minutes. It's getting rather close on what is going to happen. But yeah, I mean, Gregor Schill, he's still running in the 157.8s. Marek Shins has also responded. He's put in a 1 minute 57.759. James Baldwin on the 158.3s. Jack McIntyre 159.4s. Jardier's putting in the 157.7s as well. So that's 3 of the top 5 cars in this race. David, we've hit £2,500. We've hit £2,500.
No sooner have we done that, and it's gone up to 2,750. Wow, there's no chill on this target whatsoever.
Yeah, like literally, it was just over 100%. It's like one of those anti-climaxes. You're like, yeah, oh, you know, sort of reaction there. It's a bit like a tennis match when you hope that some miraculous point is going to be played, and then you just get completely disappointed. But the thing is that it's not about the disappointment. It's just striving forward, and that's what we want to do, raising funds for the Brain Tumour charity here on SimGrid alongside Next Gen Racing.
Well, that's it. There's nothing like it, and I've got to be honest. I mean, let's take a minute right now to appreciate just what you guys and girls out there have done. £2,500 raised in less than 10 hours for this event. Thank you so much for that. It is just an incredible feat from everyone out there. So from myself and from Alex and everyone here at the SimGrid, I mean, that is just so humbling that you guys have been so generous. And yeah, 2 hours to go. I think we've got a little bit more left in the tank.
Yeah, I'm sure that we'll be able to possibly exceed that £2,750, maybe even get close to £3,000. Because obviously along with this, the console race is going on for over 24 hours that started 6.5 hours ago is still going strong. Obviously that stream is not being broadcast. There's obviously people that are racing in that event. Some people doing solo 24-hour events to help raise money. As I said, it's... Ultra Gaming has just said, can we push the 3,000 barrier before the end? Well, if you people out there keep on donating, I'm sure that will happen. And there's a big thank you coming from Next Gen Racing for everyone donating so far. Hopefully we can get a cumulative total on what is happening between and that looks like it's over. You know, Sharon from the events team at Brain Tumour Charity said £2,500. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Hashtag A Cure Can't Wait.
So, an hour and 3/4 left in this 12-hour race here at Silverstone, ladies and gentlemen, and the action just does not stop whatsoever. Because have a look at this, Igor Ogorodnikov coming under intense pressure right now from James Parker. That back end of the Bentley wants to step out. James is all over it and keeps it under control, but Igor Ogorodnikov now feeling James Parker breathing down his neck as he wants to try and take that position, and Ogorodnikov in that 57 Mercedes is going backwards since before that pit stop. Look at the run that Parker has got out the corner. They're going to be coming up through Maggots and Beckett's just now, and Parker sits in behind. He's going to try and want to get him on that straight that's coming up. Of course, that is the Hangar Straight that they're about to jump onto very, very shortly. And yep, here we go now. And I've got to be honest, I think Parker might be a little bit too far back to properly get the toe. He'll run out of road down into to Stowe Corner. But yeah, that is awesome stuff. And I think it's going to be within the next couple of corners, Alex.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, we have now covered over 1,100 miles in this race. We're now on lap number 302. We covered on lap 301 just over one. I think it was close to 1,102 miles so far. So yeah, it's been a great effort from all the drivers so far. And even Widest People Happy, who said that there's going to be some more money coming from us at the end. Well, that's really good to hear that people are willing to donate, and obviously I'm sure that Next Gen Racing will be keeping this link open as long as humanly possible to help raise money. You know, A Cure Can't Wait. We can still donate at the end of it all, can't we, David?
Oh, I like that. That rhymes, mate. That's yeah, we're keeping that one. Right, just keeping our eye on this battle here between James Parker and Igor Ogorodnikov. Ogorodnikov doing it, and I've got to say, I mean, hats off to him, despite the earlier moments, just keeps that car absolutely planted, looking so stable and so fast in that car right now. But James Parker throwing everything that he possibly can to catch up with him. Having a look as well at Jack McIntyre, Jaroslav Honzik, aka Jardier, is now just 3.9 seconds behind him as these two come back into Maggots and Beckett's for 302nd time of asking. 302 times we have been round this circuit here at Silverstone, and Parker tucks to the inside, and I honestly do not know what is going to happen in the next hour and a half.
Neither do I. As I said earlier on, I'm going to look forward to every single second that occurs, you know, because there's still quite a few thousands of seconds still to go here. But yeah, James Parker really trying to do his level best to get past Igor Ogorodnikov on that particular moment, as Daniel Holmer in the Team Simpac Racing number 65 car manages to get past the 969 Harvey Racing M4 GT4, which is still plodding along, and that's one of the good things. Oh, and Widest People Happy have just got a drive-through. Looks who's behind with the wheel, David.
Yes, Alan Kensland. That is, he's been giving it the big licks on the chat, and it looks like the best team has got a drive-through for Team Widest People Happy. I love that name. It's such a... Oh, there is... I've not seen that car up close. I had no idea there was Pepe's all over it. I love it. Right,
oh,
see for the final 15 minutes, we need to have just to focus on that car. But look at this, James Parker side by side with Igor Ogorodnikov. Oh, there's contact. James Parker spinning sideways, and there goes Igor Ogorodnikov trying to recover. And I can tell you what, the fan base are not going to like that, because that is the second bit of contact in quick succession in about an hour that number 57 has had to endure. But Igor Ogorodnikov keeps on going, and James Parker just having to tuck in and keep going again.
Is the touch paper being lit again, David?
I think that's what that sound was.
That's what it sounded like to me. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, they've been...
Pepe! Sorry. I love that in the back though. If you can read this, you need to donate.
I think you need to donate then, don't you? Because you've just read that out.
I've already donated. I'll donate again, happily.
We've got some more donations coming in as well, so which is really, really good to see. So we're at £2,511 apparently, according to the total that's been raised so far. A big thank you to everyone that actually made the target, the initial target. It was £500, let's not forget. And it was exceeded by twice that amount. So before we'd even gone green, David, we'd hit over £1,000 before even going live. And that just shows the solidarity of the community and the amount of people that have wanted to make this happen, but also for those people that have been part and parcel of this event. The teams have had to donate as well. It was in the sign-up regulations as well, if memory serves me correctly, that you had to donate in order to compete, as well as have the Brain Tumour charity logo if you ran with a custom livery. And I think that's fair enough for what these drivers have decided to do for today, but obviously the amount of hard work between Next Gen Racing, SimGrid, and also the Brain Tumour charity for making this happen.
Oh, that was a little bit naughty there, as we see Henrik Gamble just getting overtaken by the 101. That is that the Turn Pro, or was that the one? No, that was Benedetti in the Porsche there that just managed to get past them there. Look at that car, looks decidedly dirty. He's been off for a little bit of rallycrossing this afternoon from the looks of it. But into pit lane then comes Henrik Gamble. That is either very late or very, very early for his second to last pit stop. But either way, Henrik comes into pit lane, back to his battle then for 6th place. And Igor Ogorodnikov has all of the pressure again to hold on to from James Parker. That car looking very, very menacing in a straight line.
Yeah, the Bentley has gotten a bit more spring in its step as the temperatures have sort of increased. We're now up to 12 degrees air and track temperature. Server time now 7 minutes to 9 in the morning. So I cannot believe that we are just over, we've completed nearly a full, well, now that's 10 hours and 20 minutes, David. We've just got under an hour and 40 to go. I'm looking forward to whatever this race brings us, because it has been unpredictable so far. I'm expecting more unpredictability. So, as they say, let's rock on, shall we?
Certainly shall, and I tell you what, I'm looking forward to my pillow tonight. It's been a very, very long day for both ourselves and our production team of Michael Hamlet and Mike Yao behind the scenes at Simply Race, doing a cracking job of bringing us all of the amazing audio-visual goodies that you are so used to seeing here. But yeah. And see, Michael says that, but again, we get whispering sweet nothings into our ears behind the scenes. Michael Hamlet always says that he takes no credit because he's done nothing, but he's, for the past 12 out of 10 hours, he's done the best part of trying to put us off while we're talking. I think he does a marvellous job of that.
Well, he started giggling as you said that.
Yeah, exactly. He knows he's been caught out.
You know what? I mean, this. The thing is that we've got. I'm going to be a little bit serious for a moment now. Don't worry, it won't get too serious because we'll have a bit of giggling afterwards, anyhow. No. It's just basically. It's not just the teams on the track. It's also the team behind us here at the broadcast. Mike Yao, Michael Hamlet, you and me, David. We've all been hard at work today, and for us to all pull together, and be at this stage of the race and still going strong. And Parker, well, let's quickly go to Parker and Ogorodnikov, and this is going into club corner before the double right. There's a couple of GT4s just up ahead. I think I spotted the 302 TPC Sim Racing car and the SimGrid GT3, the number 24 car just up ahead. But Parker's got a real good run on Ogorodnikov going into Abbey, but Igor stays ahead going through Abbey. But look at that run again from Parker. He's run on the back bumper of the Mercedes. It could be a case of, will there be a possibility that James Parker is going to have a clean opportunity to get past Ogorodnikov, who knows? But it's not a case of if, it might be a case of more likely than when now.
I think it is a case of when rather than if. It's me Moyne on YouTube asks if we can get a fly around the widest people happy car. Yes, I am absolutely all over that one. Oh, James Parker has a look to the inside, thinks better of it, and Yegor Ogrodnikov, that car slid away from the back end here. James Parker, this is so much pressure being put on the back of this Mercedes, and it's overdriving the car. It's boiling the tyres to within an inch of their life. And Ogrodnikov just has to keep holding on to keep pushing. Meanwhile, Jaroslav Honzik has brought that gap down to Jack McIntyre from 5 seconds down to 1.3. So that's going to be a battle for 4th place. James Parker jinks to the right through Maggots and Beckett's and has to tuck back in. And they're going to be coming down that straight again through the Hangar Straight. It's all going to be on the exit from this corner here. If Parker can do it, he's got a big chance. He's ducked out already. I would have maybe tried to take a little bit of the toe. Ogrodnikov is going to have to move. There's a GT4 car at the worst possible time through Stowe Corner. That is actually the Simpson GT3 car. And oh my goodness me, this is just so nervous. On the run down at the corner, tries to get the car braked in time, but James Parker tucks it back in and has to keep that car so close, Alex.
Yeah, Jardier's just taken a second out of Jack McIntyre, so the battle for P4 and 5 is now only half a second apart, because now they've got the 100 turn 1 car. Ogrodnikov goes flying up the inside. Oh, he loses the back end! Oh my goodness, how did he hold on to that one? That could have been so much more worse. James Parker did a great job in avoidance, didn't he?
Well, I think for, yeah, that is awkward because Igor Ogrodnikov is his own worst enemy. And to be honest, after the way it's gone, I think it's, yeah, shocking stuff. But the 995, your GT4 leader getting overtaken at speed by this battle for the GT3s. This is for 4th and 5th position. We're watching the live stream from Jardier, a couple of seconds behind their own one. You can see us live, picture in picture on the bottom right. That is what's happening right now on the track. And look at this, because here comes Jardier. They're side by side going into Maggots and Beckett's right on the back end of that McLaren. All that pressure, all that constant hounding that Jack McIntyre having to absorb, and then again onto the exit, onto Hangar Straight. It's all about whether or not he can get a toe. This is huge stuff for Jardier to take this 4th place.
Yeah, again, this is the Bentleys are really firing on song at the moment, and it's great to just see the competitive nature of the likes of Jardier and James Parker. And it's you know, it's one of those things that who could have thought that the Bentleys were going to be the dark horses, because we thought the McLarens were going to be quick, even with the 30 kilo success ballast. But the Bentleys have really been the dark horses.
Yeah, they really have, and look at this run that Jardier has got on the back of Jack McIntyre just now as they come in towards the second half of the circuit. This is going to be on the run down towards Village, the right-hander here, and look at that, Jardier fires it up the outside of the corner. They cut back on the left-hander at the loop. It's then in towards Aintree, and then it's going to be the run down Wellington straight to Brooklands for the, what lap are we on? 306, can you believe it? And there's a GT4 car there, but he's right on the back. There's almost side by side, going down into the braking point on the corner, in towards Brooklands. Jardier has to tuck back in, but this is incredible, intense stuff right now. Jardier throwing everything to possibly can. I think we're going to go back full screen with our feed. There we go. Brilliant broadcast direction there. And Jaroslav Honzik straight back onto the back of Jack McIntyre. The gap just 0.2 of a second. Can you believe, ladies and gentlemen, we are 10.5 hours in to a 12-hour race, and we have still got this absolutely bonkers nose-to-tail racing. This is absurd. This is the Sim Grid.
Yeah, it's definitely Alien-esque right now, because with just over 90 minutes of this race running, both Jardier and Jack McIntyre had to get past, that was Ludwig's in the 969 Harvey Racing BMW M6, still M4, still in second position in GT4. But this battle between McIntyre and Honzik, as Honzik's got the run going into Stowe corner up the inside of the number 22. And the ballast really starting to hurt the McLarens. But look, Jardier looking to try and get through. He's got the job done. Up to P4 goes the number 39 Bentley with just over 1 hour and 32 minutes on the clock. Brilliant textbook form that we normally expect from Jardier.
Wow, that was awesome stuff there. And McLaren really should try and stick into the bottom of it, try and drag onto the toe of the Bentley and catch themselves up to Gregor Schill up in front, 9.3 seconds ahead. However, what is the pace that Jaroslav Honzik has got in clear air now he's passed him? Can he get back up? In fact, actually, sorry, it is 24 seconds now that he is behind. So Schill might be okay, but remember, there's a pit stop still to come. Undercuts, very much possible.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that if Jardier wanted to stay in the car for the remainder of the race, he's got enough driving time to do so. And also for those that noticed sort of like just where the speedo cluster was on Jardier's stream for the readouts for the car, so revs, ABS, traction control, map settings, speedometer, lap time. On the bottom left you actually had an indicator of how much longer was in his stint, which is about 40 minutes. Jardier has quite... And look, here is the fly around of the widest peepo happy for Mr. Christian Dahl on the chat. Oh, as it goes off the circuit going on to the hangar straight away. But, oh my goodness me. Peepo!
I've got to say, on a meme scale of 1 to 10, that is 56 right now. That is off the charts. Look at it. I mean... it's like somebody has taken 4chan and put it onto a car.
So yeah, very much the case. But now the thing is that there's a real good battle happening between PPR Esports in the number 1. That's got Nicolas Bosselet, and then also Stanchu in the 192. That's the other Racing Line Motorsport charity car down in 22nd position. That could be a rather interesting battle between those two, because they are battling over position, and they are Bosselet and Stanchu literally can't be taken apart at the moment.
Yeah, a fantastically close race just now. And again, I mean, to say that we're an hour and a half left to go, it's just manic. It really is. Here we are just watching this little fight just now. This is for P21 and P22, and yeah, I think that move is going to be done very shortly. Of course, the 101 isn't actually in this because that's the 101 of Benedetti. But just watching the cars come through Maggots and Beckett's onto Hangar Straight, Alex, it's yeah, wild stuff. In fact, no, sorry, that's not Maggots and Beckett's. Of course, that is away into Farm Curve and then Village. So they're actually on the brand new infield section, loop, and then into Aintree. But Emil Stanislao for Racing Line Motorsport 192. I mean, yeah, it's been a spirited performance, but I think they're going to be left thinking what could have been.
Yeah, but I mean, what is it, in 7 days' time? Lots still to come here on the Sim Grid. Just to give you a brief update on our programming, we're going to have the season finale of Endurance Cup Season 2, the 8 Hours of Silverstone, which is next Saturday, the 6th of March, and then Sprint Cup returns for Season 3 on the 11th of March with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and David Christie, the official commentators for that. We start things off at Snetterton 300, and then the Best of British kickstarts on the 13th of March with Alton Park. It's a 90-minute race encounter there, and for what I understand, that Best of British is also going to be featured on some of the Super Saturday programming in the future as well.
Yeah, so lots to look forward to. If you do want to join the community, head over to thesimgrid.com, take part in our championships, as well as our awesome beta of daily racing, daily doses, multiple times per day of GT3 and GT4 racing goodness, and multiple splits. So, you know, plenty to keep everyone involved and keep everyone happy. And of course, if you do like what you're seeing here on YouTube, if you enjoy the content that we put out, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit the little notification bell to keep up to date with what we are doing. But more importantly, hit that donation button, and I will come back to that thought in a minute, because Emil Stanglou trying to get past the number 4 Aston Martin of Vasily Onufriev. It's just not happening right now. It's he's really struggling to get past. We've got a replay here. Let's have a look here.
Right, okay, so this is, just look, I've got Rodnikov just lost the back end going through the corner through Abbey. He just lost it on his own, like literally turned the car in. The back end decided to rotate before the front end decided to turn in. And I just heard that Maggots and Beckett's Tauscher in the 211 has just had an almighty off in the Porsche whilst running in P14. That's a real drama for that car. Obviously, whenever we see Cormac and Killian Ryan Meenan, they really have a good run, and then for some reason it just sort of goes completely south, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and it leaves so much to the imagination as to how things could have been so differently through this race. And again, it is something that we keep pointing out, as we've got a yellow flag. That is the 211 car that is off. That's Tauscher again, is it? Let's have a look at where that was. That was on the exit of Club Corner, so that's a bit of a strange one. How's he done that?
I mean, you can just see, look, the car's bouncing up and down on the suspension a little bit. I think that's a bit of a wounded car there. So it's, he's just pulled off the circuit. That car, look at the front end. Can you see the front end? I think I saw a little bit of, probably that was just the air vent, just the brake duct just over the wheels. But that car doesn't seem to be working right. Look, he's just tried to turn it left, going out of Aintree. I'm wondering if there's a wheel issue possibly for Tauscher. Let's just stay on board with him for a moment. Okay, he's going up the gears. That's not a problem, but it's more the steering that I'm concerned about. Now going into the left-hander. Look, the wheel's not wanting to cooperate. I think he's got a wheel issue.
Yeah, that is not looking too handy whatsoever. He's trying desperately to fight that car back. I think that's it. I think Michael Tauscher might very well be retiring this car if he can. He's waiting actually for a bit of clear traffic to try and whip that car into pit lane. And the way that that's working, I think that he's either having to use a controller or use the keys to get that round, because it's the lock is completely broken on that car, and thankfully he can just pass the car to another driver, and that shouldn't affect him. But here we go. This is a replay of the incident. It's through Maggots and Beckett's just now, and on the rear of the oh yeah, there we go, hardware failure, 100%. The car just dives off to the right on a left-hander, and there's nothing that he can do. Yeah, that car is most definitely a huge hardware failure for him.
Yeah, James Baldwin in second position, as now we're on 312 laps completed. Baldwin trying to get past the number 96 car. That's the Biscuit Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan, one of two, because the other one with Simonini, which is the GTWR car that's had the likes of Tobias Pfeffer and Jordan Sherritt behind the wheel. They're currently running P9 at the moment. And that's, I think Jordan Sherritt will be a lot happy, because obviously for those that watched Super Saturday with myself and Lewis McGlade when we were commentating on the 2.4 hours, Jordan Sherritt was actually in prime position to be at the front of the field. Now, was there a car, I think, that was just trying to get out of the way or keeping to the side? Might have been the Team Kate car, possibly, as James Baldwin came through. But yeah, he had a pedal failure whilst coming out of the pits. And there's an update. We're just hearing an update on the 211, and so Tauscher's actually now handed the car over, and it's basically going to be, it's either going to be Cormac or it's Cormac in the car, and he's actually behind the wheel of Killian's rig.
Well, it's all fun and games, really.
No.
It's probably just a case of whoever had the rig still set up from the last stint. I don't know if it's anything like me. I've got my rig over one side of the room and tend to unplug quite a lot of the stuff. So it's very likely it's just a case of the wheel and everything was still plugged in, jump in it. And, you know, this has been a long 12 hours for these drivers as well. I mean, we obviously have had a bit of a nearly 14 hours of providing this coverage. But these drivers as well, they go through a very different type of tiredness through here. Killian Ryan Minion looking a bit wild over the corners there. But the point being that the drivers have a very different type of tiredness right now, because the stress that they go through is just craziness. It really is. Hang on. Am I right in saying that the third place of Gregor Schill is 11 points back from James Baldwin? Was that not a lot more?
Well, it's 12 seconds now as he's going through Copse Corner. I'm wondering if Gregor Schill's had a moment sort of earlier on, maybe a couple of laps ago or something, because he wouldn't drop that amount of time. And there's a possibility of an issue. I mean, Plank Liveries just said, tired but wired, coffee helps, probably true, or a preferable choice of energy drink, depending on whether you prefer coffee in a mug or you prefer something out of a can. It is, you know, there's, as you were saying, and we've talked about this before, mental and physical tiredness. Again, one of the things, you know, the majority of the muscles that you're going to be using when you're in your sim rig will be, like, say, your delts, which will be your shoulder muscles. You have the trapezius, which connects the shoulders to the neck. Then you've also got the forearms, the biceps, the triceps. You've also got your back muscles working. You've then also got your legs working quite a lot. And in some respects, there is a lot of work going on, but also one of the things, because with the kind of motion when you're sort of sitting in that chair, you're turning right, you're turning left, you're also working your stomach muscles as well. So and also the thing is that driving, and this is one of the things that has been stated by other professional sports people, particularly in America, especially those that like to play basketball, when they've said that, oh yeah, drivers just ride around in circles. It's a hell of a lot more than that, to be honest with you. And these drivers are using probably pretty much the majority of the muscles in the body that they know that they have. So one of the biggest shout-outs we have to give, and currently behind the wheel of the number 66, it is the Amusant behind the wheel, and they are still 12. They're 12 laps down off of the leaders. They are still going. That just shows how much this means to so many people to get to the end of a 12-hour endurance race, even though it's on a 2x multiplier here on the server. That is a fantastic achievement. David, we all know that these girls will be so happy when that car crosses the finish line in just over an hour and 19 minutes. Well, the thing is that the Amusant, one of the more regular drivers that we've seen, also streams as well. She's been competing along with quite a few other drivers that are on this grid, such as Eonori and Mia Rose, Oscar Sandberg, who have competed in the more female races by Thrustmaster. There's Darren King, not been hopefully, you know, we know that Darren King, quite a credible driver in his own right here in the sim racing world. The 38 Ferrari, currently P26 at the moment, as Mia Rose now pits with an hour and 18 minutes and a half still to go. Nicolas Bosselet still battling away with other drivers, and that is with Stanchu in the number 192 Racing Line Motorsport Charity Aston Martin, as all the Energy Racing Team car nearly gets compromised. Oh my goodness me. Lottie Robinson, we will let you know when more female races by Thrustmaster Season 3 is on the books. I'm sure that will be after the success of the 2 initial seasons so far. I'm just excited. So 92.7% of the now extended target of 2,700 £2,550. So just over £2,550 donated so far. David, are you back with us?
Oh yes, my friends. Oh yes. So heading into the pit window, Alex, our final pit window of the day. Oh man, you just get the feeling that there's just this one roll of the dice that we don't know about yet.
That can come at any time. So the thing is that, you know, one of the biggest things here, David, look, the track temperature's climbing. If they are going to get the drivers into the cars, they've got to wait until we hit, that's going to be in effectively 12 and a bit minutes that they can then go in for their final pit stops. But obviously, what about those that might go in that little bit earlier and then they've got to do a splash and dash in the last 15 minutes of the race? That could change everything.
It could, and also remember things like drive-throughs and time penalties as well. I think they could come in massively, especially when you look at that group of cars from 2nd to 8th place. You've got a gap of 57 seconds between the likes of Baldwin. You've got Marek Schintz, you've got Jaroslav Honzig, you've got Jack McIntyre, James Parker, Danilo Santoro, and Igor Ogorodnikov. Any one of those, I mean, still within contention of a podium position. But this is it now. This is where all the chips are being placed, and this is where the final bets are made. So let's go through the running order. We are on lap number 317, and it's Marek Schintz from the 191 Racing Line Motorsport charity car that is leading the way, 57 seconds ahead of the number 26 Zancho Rocket Esports car, currently being piloted by James Baldwin. Gregor Schild for the 62 G2 Esports BMW rounds out the top three. Then it is Jardier, aka Jaroslav Honzig, in the number 39 Jardier Community Racing Team Bentley Continental GT3. And he's ahead of Jack McIntyre in the number 22 Zancho Rocket Esports McLaren. Then it is James Parker in the 889 Bentley Continental rounding out the top six. Good run so far from the Jean Alesi Esports Academy team, with Italy's Danilo Santoro behind the wheel of the 28 Aston Martin. Then it is the number 57 Like and Subscribe team, with Igor Ogorodnikov behind the wheel of the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Great effort so far from the team at GTWR charity race, the 157 Lamborghini, with Giorgio Simonini behind the wheel. And rounding out the top 10 is the number 9 Rennfelden Pro team, with Germany's Samir Ibrahimi just behind. We'll now look to GT4 in terms of the top 10. So it is the 995, that is the ambassadors for Rennfelden 995 Porsche, with Jan Kaminski behind the wheel. They're 35th overall, but leading by a lap ahead of the 969 Have Racing BMW M4 GT4. Nearly said M6 there again for the second time this broadcast. Simon Speth from Germany is rounding out the top three in the number 302 TPC Sim Racing Porsche 718 Cayman. Italy's Filippo Caneo is behind the wheel of the 252 Energy Racing Team Camaro GT4, followed by the 666 of SimSport Solution Positive Perceptions team, with Mark Raddenbury behind the wheel of the 666 Porsche Cayman. Then we've got the number 7 car, the Holdcroft Empire GT4, as it's showing on its team name, obviously named after Harley Holdcroft, with Steve Donald behind the wheel. Then we've got Santeri Rantala behind the wheel of the number 100. Well, now it's AJ Jones, who's just come out of the pits. And then we've got the number 95 with Tom Burlig behind the wheel in the Pop Gymnastic 95 Mercedes-AMG GT4. Then we've got the 137, everyone's favourite when it comes to cake. It's the Team Cake 137 Aston Martin with Sarah Fair behind the wheel. Rounding out the top 10, it is the Simgrid GT4 car with Jamie Shaw behind the wheel. We've still got 12 cars still running, and it's the number 32 of X-Kart Esports, James Haskell, that rounds out the top 11, followed by the number 79, and that is NSN Racing with Rob Taplin behind the wheel. And for all these drivers to get to this point, David, is a feat in its own right. It absolutely is, and no word of a lie. I know this for those that haven't taken part in endurance races. It always sounds super cheery, this, but no matter where you finish in an endurance race, you always cross the line feeling like you've just won the race. The sense of elation, the sense of accomplishment you get, the cheers you get from your teammates, it is just so addictive. It's so intoxicating, and I've got no doubt whatsoever it's a big part why these guys and girls come back time and time again to do these long events, put their bodies through it, put their loved ones through it, and getting in for that glory as well. And no word of a lie, it's been something very, very different today. It's been a very special event. We've been so privileged to raise such an amazing amount of money for the Brain Tumour charity, and again, this is one of those days where you kind of feel like part of something bigger, Alex. We've just been sitting here talking about this amazingly fun sim race, and everyone's been taking part, but the real point of this is that £2,500 is going to make real differences to people's lives. This is hopefully going to improve people's lives. This is hopefully going to improve people's quality of lives and make, such a horrible situation and a horrible time that little bit more bearable for people. And I don't know about you and everybody else at home, but that helps me sleep a little bit better at night.
I think at the end of the day, it takes such a difficult time like we've been having for the last 12 to 18 months across the globe, let's not forget, but it takes something as simple as one message to put across. And the thing is that sometimes they say that the equation is bigger than the sum of the parts all put together, but together we can achieve so much as the human race. And with what we've done here today, even before the event got underway, as I was explaining, the £500 initial target was exceeded by double, and then it went up. Now it's gone up again. Now it's gone up again. And that just shows how much good that we can make despite being, stuck at our homes, not being able to travel, not being able to have the sort of freedoms that we were afforded. And, in some respects, what I think a lot of us, we feel that we're never going to take that for granted again, myself included. But to still raise that amount of money, that's well over €3,000 in terms of the money side of things. But £2,500, that is going to help so many people. And by the good that this community and everyone here on this race have done, and those that have continued to donate, let's see if we can smash that £2,750 target within the next 70 minutes. It's got to be done, people. Get donating, no matter how big or small your donation is. It will all help.
It certainly will, but 9 minutes left to go in this penultimate hour here on the Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone, here live on the SimGrid. David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt taking you through the final moments of this race, and I think we're about 4 minutes away now from our final driver stint window, as you pointed out, Alex, and this is absolutely fascinating. I mean, you just get the feeling that something quite profound is about to happen, and you just cannot put your finger on what exactly that is, given that there's so many drivers close to each other. Look at that battle for 6th, 7th and 8th, for example, between James Parker, between Danilo Santoro and between Igor Ogorodnikov. The three of them split by just 8 seconds. Then you've got Jaroslav Hontig and Jack McIntyre split by just 3 seconds, 2.8 seconds actually. And then a little bit further up, you've got the likes of James Baldwin and Gregor Schill, who look comfortable, but we all know that can change in an instant.
Yeah, another battle as well. Andrea De Santis in the Triple Eight is being chased down by George Boothby in the 99. So that's two prancing horses we've got to keep our eyes on. That's the thing with endurance racing. We've said this a couple of times. I'm going to just sort of put this point across again. Endurance racing, it's not decided in the first lap. It's not decided in the first 90 minutes or so. What can happen is the fact that everything will build. And it will build, and it will become this kind of crescendo that you just wait for it to literally hit you square in the face with the saucepan, and then you know that it's there, and you just don't know when that point is going to happen. You could be on tender hooks, biting your fingernails to the quick, on the edge of your seat, your knuckles are going white just by holding onto the armrests on the chair. And sometimes by having that split-second moment where one particular move could decide the difference between victory and defeat in this race, but also there could be that moment where one car and another car come together, and that incident takes either one or both of those vehicles out, and that changes another dynamic. You can't really you just have to wait for it to unfold, and when you get pleasantly surprised or it takes your breath away, you know that is the beauty of endurance racing.
It certainly is, and I actually couldn't have summed it up any better, Alex. That was very, very nice, my friends. Let's think about this final hour then. Obviously, it's looking very, very comfortable up front for Marek Schintz. He's looking... I'm saying that's 2 laps on the bounce that he's been a little bit slower, but he has had several cars to make his way past just now. But he is looking comfortable up in that lead. But James Baldwin is pushing quite hard right now. What do you think then we've got in store then for the final hour?
Well, I know for one thing, if you're closing at the best part of 1.7 seconds a lap, Baldwin's just put in a 158.5. That's quite worrying at this sort of stage as Nicolas Beausoleil trying to go with Stanciu. This battle for 20th position. Beausoleil nearly gets 2 wheels on the grass coming out of Chapel Corner and heading down the Hangar Straight, but Beausoleil looks to have the inside run on Stanciu, going up the inside of Stowe Corner. Yep, nice work by the number 1 from PPR Esports. But then you've got the 777. That's Mooney behind the wheel of the BMW just behind, and he's looking to put a lap on the pair of them. The last hour, it's... I don't know what to say about it, really, because it's... we've seen some great racing here on the Sim Grid, and this one here, when we get to the dying stages, again, like Super Saturdays, the 90-minute one-off events, seeing such great racers absolutely pushing like crazy. We knew that on a 12-hour race with a 24-hour time server, there were going to be some incidents, there were going to be some accidents, there were going to be some people ending up with cars beached on curbing or going sideways, going through a very, very fast right-hand kink. It happens. It's part and parcel of racing. But as you said, every single driver of every single team, and even us in the broadcast team, we will be not only breathing a very, very big sigh of relief that we've accomplished something so profound today, but also the fact that it is an achievement in your own right. And you can look back at it with fond memories. And I think one of the fondest memories is not only with the team that I work with here in the broadcast, yourself, Michael Hamlet, Mike Yao, and everyone else within the crew, but it's also the achievement that we have made as a community. And that's the biggest thing that I will take away from today. I might feel tired as hell after we go dark on the stream, but the biggest thing is that the sense of achievement of doing a good deed for other people is always very much appreciated. I'm sure that the Brain Tumour charity will be very, very appreciative of all the fundraising efforts, and I really cannot applaud Sharon from the events team at the Brain Tumour charity for being on the chat on YouTube. That means a hell of a lot to us here at the Sim Grid.
Yeah, it certainly does. And as we've been constantly trying to bring you information about the Brain Tumour charity, I think it's about time to show you another video on just the incredible work that the Brain Tumour charity do.
I support the Brain Tumour Charity because it is a charity that's very close to my heart. I lost my dad in 2011 to a brain tumour, and ever since I wanted to do everything that I can to help raise awareness and raise money and, to help hopefully find a cure. My dad was an absolute joker. Like, he would do everything in his power to try and embarrass me at any given occasion. Now I'm older and now I've got a kid myself. Looking back on that, he was just sending such strong messages of not caring what anyone else thought and being able to just be himself, and he would do anything to protect and help his friends and family, and I think that's something that's so admirable about my dad. Losing a parent at any time is one of the toughest things that will ever happen. I lost my dad when I was 17 years old, and to never have him teach me to drive or go for a pint out in the pub for the first time when I was 18. He never got to see me win an Olympic medal in London. He never got to see me get married, have a kid, all those things. Like, now I look back, it's one of the toughest things ever. The best piece of advice that I could give anyone that's going through a loss with brain tumour or is currently with a brain tumour is to be able to talk about it and speak to people with similar experiences, and that's where the Brain Tumour Charity can really help you, link you and set you up with people that have gone through the same thing, so you can just talk about things that have happened, because sometimes if you bottle things up it can become so difficult and so overwhelming, but being able to speak about it can really help you have that support system around you. Hopefully, with it being Brain Tumour Awareness Month, it will motivate people to get out and help raise money for the Brain Tumour Charity, because it's now or never. They're doing such important work, and especially with brain tumours being the biggest killer of under 40s of any kind of cancer, it's so important and so crucial that we have the funds to be able to do the research to help find a cure.
So hopefully that puts into perspective just exactly why we are all here today doing such a great deed, raising £2,500 for the Brain Tumour Charity. A wonderful, wonderful charity here in the UK. They provide a variety of information and support services that allow people personally affected by brain tumours to access support online, face-to-face or on the phone or in printed form across the UK, regardless of tumour type, age or location, for both adults and children. The services are focused on improving life today, helping people to live their life well with improved quality of life, and the charity support and information services are available free of charge for everyone affected by a brain tumour, to those who have been diagnosed, as well as their friends, family, school and employers. If you want to find out more, head over to thebraintumourcharity.org. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back then to the final hour. The dices are being rolled, the final chips are being set, and the pit stops are underway. 58 minutes left to go in this 12-hour race around the heart of British motorsport here at Silverstone. David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt bringing you live coverage of this final hour, and it is still at the lead, the Bentley of Marek Schintz, the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Charity. That's at the head of the field, and then for the GT4s, again, it is going to be the ambassadors for Renville and GT4 995 outfit. Currently, Jan Kaminski ahead in that one just now. So it could all change in this final hour. But Alex, I mean, it's just been a crazy, crazy 12 hours. 11 hours in the book, and we have got just 58 minutes left to go.
And considering the fact that we've been going for just under 12 and a half hours here on the broadcast, that has been a marathon event in its own right. And like you said a bit earlier, I'm looking forward to getting some sleep tonight, but I think one of the other things I'm going to have to do is stretch my legs and get some blood flowing into them at the moment. It's been one hell of a race. We are seeing the Matushkas in the pits from P11. Gregor Schiller's in the pits from P3. So a lot happening around this circuit. And to be honest with you, these, a very good point put in the chat by Singrid, saying that at the PPR charity race here at Silverstone, the same 191 team was leading and got a puncture on the penultimate lap. That can... I mean, we've seen it before where pit stops have decided races. I mean, 2.4 hours on Super Saturday 1.0 at Imola. And as I say that, the leader has now gone into the pits, and that is on lap number 327. We've covered nearly 1,200 miles in this race so far. And we're, so we're on lap 327. In about 41 laps, we'll hit 1,347 miles. So who knows how many laps they're going to cover in the next 56.5 minutes here, David?
Yeah, that is the big question, Alex. There's so much that could be decided here over the next 56 minutes. Let's have a look. Kieran Vidago donates £10, saying, "Been told I don't have to donate a tenner for every track warning I get." That should be much more than that, Kieran. Get the money in, son. Daz41, good luck to all teams with the racing. My uncle Tony is in hospital being treated for this terrible disease, so if you could please give him a mention. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone. Daz41, everyone here at the SimGrid wishes your Uncle Tony the very, very best in his fight. We hope he's kicking ass, taking names, and possibly chewing some bubblegum on the way as well. I love the fact nobody will actually get that reference. Vicia Kanowski says that my mother was diagnosed a year ago with stage 4 ovarian cancer. She got the surgery. Through the actions like this one, she might live a little bit longer now. Wish you all the best and courage. Thank you so much for that donation. And again, so many people now affected, not just personally, not just themselves by forms of cancer, but it's loved ones, it's friends, it's family. We all seem to know somebody that is fighting right now, and we just all have to be there for each other, and that's exactly what events like this are for.
I mean, from my own personal perspective, this is something I don't really talk about, but as we are talking about cancer, my mother, who is still with us, third time in remission after non-Hodgkin's lymphoma disease, had a really big fight a few years ago, and I know what it is like to see a loved one have that fight, and she's powered through all the way, and she's still around to this day. She's still as clumsy and as always, but she's my mum, and I love her to bits, and the world would be a very different place when she's not around, but it can be so destructive, and it's not easy for anybody when you have such a close loved one, especially when it's one of your own parents as well. But with that being said, I think, shall we bring in Alaric Enslin from the team Widest Peepo Happy and have a chat with him, shall we?
I think we absolutely have to, given that that was the greatest team, according to Alaric. Alaric, you've got a lot of explaining to do, my friend. What has happened to Mr. Peepo?
Man. I mean, I've been making a few mistakes, I have to admit, but I mean, it's been incredible. Probably the best race I've ever been part of. Like, not kidding, this has been hands down the best race ever.
Joking aside, the performance of that car, it's been amazing today. The teams, if I had to give you a rating, it'd be over 9,000.
Yeah, I mean, the guys have been brilliant. We've just been, we went into this with zero practice, and we're just in here for the fun, and it's been absolutely amazing, like literally. They've just been making it such a great experience. So yeah, big shout out to the boys.
Alaric, what's the banter been like on the voice chat between you all?
Oh, everything. I mean, we've told life stories, I think, by now. But, having a chat about the drama in front of us and behind us, and I guess, bit of drama in the chats, I think also the fascist chat has also been keeping us entertained, doing a little Q&A and stuff, but yeah, it's just been good fun.
What's the funniest thing that's been shared today that we can, that we're safe to share on air?
Oof. Oh man, I think the funniest thing we've been talking about is just about the Janetta flying onto his roof in front of us, and then spawning or just teleporting 100 meters back onto the track. So yeah, that has been hilarious. And other than that, yeah.
It's been a crazy effort for 11 hours. What's the getting a little bit squeezed there by GT4 there. But what's the hopes for the final hour then? Is it just to survive and get through this final hour?
Okay, well, Fosh is looking to get Frank Lucas since there are two somewhat big ACC streamers. So Fosh is trying to catch Frank Lucas at the moment in front of us. It's a big gap, but I have faith. So yeah, that's our goal. Get to Frank Lucid and just keep the position, I guess.
Well, let's channel all our inner Pepes and wish you the very, very best of luck, Alaric.
I do have a question though, Alaric. It's Alex here. Who came up with the design for the livery? Come on, just tell us who was the mastermind creating this one.
That was Kuza, I must say. Kuza and Fosh together, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it was. We just had a good laugh about all of this, with this livery especially. It's been brilliant, just putting all of this together.
Well, I absolutely love it, and I tell you what, if we get you in the top 25, we'll play some Shadley for you as the car comes across the line. Absolutely love it. But Alaric Ensign, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We'll hopefully catch up with you later on.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, have a good race.
Meme-tastic, absolutely loving that. But yeah, that is such an awesome car. Widest people happy team in the 696. Nice Bentley Continental of Alaric Ensign, Gegli Kinsavo, Oscar Saristo and Samir Fosh. But back to the action on track. Now here's a little bit of an update then for you. Jaroslav Honzik has got Luca Berk about 6 seconds behind him, who's then got Joe McCauley 5.9 seconds behind him, who's then got Luca Locchio 5.9 seconds behind him, who's got Kirill Antonov, that 57 car, falling way back down the order, 2.1 seconds behind there. So I mean, it is all kicking off.
Yeah, looks like we might be having a replay very, very shortly. But yeah, I mean, obviously we saw Igor Ogorodnikov having that sideways moment going through Abbey, and the back end just stepped out to the left-hand side and caught the 57 in a tailspin. So, you know, that is now, what, 5th to 8th, covered by just under around about sort of 13 or so seconds. We've still got 50 minutes to go, David. Anything is possible, but it's just dependent on how quick, you know. I'm looking at the lap times now between Luca Berk and Joe McCauley. We're now going to go to this replay here, and this is, that's the SimGrid GT3 car just in the way. Tries to get up the inside. Oh, little tangle, and the Mercedes has a little bit of a tank slapper, but good work there by Kirill Antonov to keep that car on the runoff area, but not going into the Kitty Lissa there.
That's a bit daft, I've got to be honest. The car wasn't in contention, and to cut across like that on the braking line as Luca Berk goes across the grass, and that's a huge moment for Luca Berk. Gets back onto the track, but my goodness me, Joe McCauley is going to be hunting him down, and Luca Berk had better pray that he can hold on to that 5th place. That was an unforced error there for Luca Berk. And Alex, wow, Joe McCauley's eyes are going to be lit up with 48 minutes left to go. Hello.
Excuse me, coming through is what Joe McCauley's going to say when he gets up to within 0.2 of a second on Luca Berk, because Luca Berk just lost close to 3.1 seconds on that moment, but he was such a lucky guy as Luca Berk on that particular occasion. And now this means that Joe McCauley has Luca Berk in sight, and that's going to give the 889 Bentley the motivation to move forward and push. Gap now is already down to 2.1 seconds, so Luca Berk absolutely losing time hand over fist, and you can just see they're going into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. McCauley gets past the 666 SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception. He's got another car just up in front. That will be the 888 of the Now this is still a really... What I love about this is the fact that even in endurance races, and we see it in the shorter endurance races, that Sergio Cormo and the team is... Oh! Capoccia loses it going through Abbey. Oh my goodness me. And was closing on the number 25 of Phil Vitt in Pink Performance. That was a battle for position, and Capoccia just absolutely lost the back end. It sent him exogen stage left going off of Abbey. That's a real shame for Capoccia, because that could have been one position away from the top 10.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate the sixth sense that Mike Yao had to cut to that camera view just straight as Capoccia decided to go straight to the scene of the accident? That was quite spooky, actually, almost on command.
Yeah, looks like we might have to open a Silverstone division of CSI after the amount of moments people having going through Abbey. I mean, Capoccia, previously it was Igor Ogorodnikov, who the drivers are getting tired. It's in that phase now that it's a case of just holding on a little bit. Some drivers might be feeling a bit more fresher than others because of the stint times, and that depends on whether you've got a 3 or a 4 driver crew. If you've got a 4 driver crew, that's a little bit easier on everybody, but some people might have decided to do double or triple stints earlier on in the race, rack up that driving stint, that driving time, and then have a little bit of a breather, stay in contact with the team, keep them motivated, keep them going, allow people to help with sharing the workload, and then, as I said earlier, put in the driver that could be the one that's going to push the car to the end and maybe gain a position or two. And Luckerberg was very, very lucky indeed, but Joe McCauley is about 0.6 of a second away with 46 minutes on the clock. Battle for P5, well and truly on.
It certainly is, and I do wonder about Luckerberg doing a 1:59.3 there. It could be that he was caught up with traffic there, but has he double stinted his tyres? Is that possibly an explanation as to why Joe McCauley on fresh tyres is absolutely all over the back of that McLaren right now? And this is just incredible.
Yeah, I mean the thing is with people now starting to get a bit tired. I'm hearing from Michael Hamlet that a few drive-through penalties are coming through. People are getting tired. We're into the last 45 minutes of this race. Oh, the 96 Summerhill, Boych over the 64 has got one. Sean Arnold in the 38 with the likes of Darren King in that car. They picked up a drive-through. Mistakes are getting made, and that's what you don't want to do, especially if you're in this prime position like Joe McCauley is right now, battling with Luckerberg for P5 with 45 minutes exactly on the clock of this 12-hour race here at Silverstone, in association with Next Gen Racing and raising money for the Brain Tumour charity. This is how close it can get, and this is where the magic is really, really going to happen. We've got 7.3% to hit that target of £2,750. Let's hit that target. Let's smash through that glass ceiling in the next 44.5 minutes.
Wild stuff indeed. And as you said, with 3/4 of an hour left to go in this 12-hour race, it's still unwritten as to what is going to happen here. Look about having to fight off everything he can to hold off on Joe McCauley. But Jardier is catching up on to P3 Arthur Kammerer, because the gap is 12 seconds, but he is catching up by 1.2 per lap if that keeps on going. But there we go, GT4 car on the left hand side, and that has compromised the exit of Luckerberg there. Joe McCauley in the slipstream. Surely it's going to be side by side now as they come down the Wellington Straight here. Oh, wild stuff. Sorry, this is the Hanger Straight onto Stowe, excuse me. But Joe McCauley can't make that move stick, but he is right on the back now. They're going to be side by side down through Vale in towards Club Corner. And I think Luckerberg just managing to hold on there and having to make Joe McCauley really work for this one, Alex.
Luckerberg has got that difficulty of that 30 kilos of ballast. And the big thing is that Joe McCauley knows it, and Luckerberg is going to have to make that McLaren as wide as possible. It's going to have the advantage because it's mid-engine rear-wheel drive through the twisty stuff. But on the straights, because of that weight penalty, Joe McCauley is going to be like a rat up a drain pipe trying to get past him, and it won't take him long to do so. The way there's then decided to try and move forward, and yeah, I mean now this is that's the GT4 class leader in the just ahead of Luckerberg. So now it's a case of Luckerberg's got to do one or two things here. Go round he's going round. He just went round the outside of the 995 there, and that was going through Woodcote, and then yeah, effectively, that was. I can't believe this. This is just absolutely down to the wire. Sports car racing at its finest, and we've been treated to an absolute show for the last 11 hours, 17 minutes and 42 seconds. There's still 42 minutes to go, David. Whatever comes our way as we head to the checkered flag, it's going to be one of those brilliant ends to the race. And really a big shout out to Dynamic Automotive Photography. Nice work as always, guys. It's so close that we don't know what's going to happen. Jardier's got the gap down, but to, what is it, about 12.4 seconds, but Artur Kamaha is now he's actually responded. He's gone nearly 1.2 seconds quicker than Jardier, so Jardier's got to try and muster up, what was it, the best part of 13 seconds. I'd probably say if he can do that in the next half an hour, he'll have 11 minutes to try and get past camera, and that'll give him enough time, I think, if he can do that.
Oh my goodness me, I'm positive there was contact between that Bentley of Joe McCauley there and is that the Chevrolet that's just making its way around the course there. But yeah, that was a big moment. The other thing is, have a look at Luca Lozio. Luca Lozio was 5 seconds behind this battle for 5th and 6th place. It's now 3.4 seconds, so he's getting drawn in as well. So is Konstantin Antonov. So, I mean, this is just amazing work going on right now. And yeah, Joe McCauley has to pull the pin right now. There is no two ways about it. He needs to make this work, and he needs to make this work very, very quickly.
He needs to get past in the next 5 minutes for it to work. That's what he needs to do. You know, with 35 minutes on the clock, and you look at the time, 15.1 seconds. Now McCauley and Burke, they're running pretty consistently in terms of the times at the moment, within a couple of tenths of each other. But Luca Burke's doing a really good defensive job here. You know, it reminds me of Frank Balzer as well, and we've seen some great defensive drives from him in recent races. And Luca Burke's just trying to. He's got the racing line here. Let's not forget this, David, that he can plant that car wherever he likes on the racing line. And as long as Joe McCauley is behind him, Luca Burke does not have to worry. It's only when Joe McCauley gets closer and closer, and then he's half a car length alongside, that's where it all changes.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a great point, because of course Luca Burke isn't in the point where he's being outpaced by the Aston Martin just now. But yeah, it all comes down to these next couple of minutes, because it's make or break. If Joe McCauley can get past, then maybe there's a line over the next half an hour to catch up to Jaroslav Honzik. But at the moment, right now, I can't see how that's going to happen, because Luca Burke just doing everything he needs to do to keep that car at bay and just hold off onto that position. So yeah, it's going to be make or break right now within the next couple of corners as they go down the straight here. This is of course going to be on the entrance to Brooklands and then round through into Luffield. But again, just looking at the car behind, Luca Lozio still catching up, and then it is Konstantin Soldatov trying to get caught up onto the back of that. Kirill Antonov trying to get caught up in the 57 like and subscribe racing machine. But I've got to be honest, Luca Burke doing a fantastic job holding on to this position, Alex.
Yeah, whilst we're keeping our eyes on this keen battle, let's bring in from the 666 GT4 crew, that is SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception, let's bring in Mark Raddenbury. Well, good to have you with us, Mark.
Hello.
How are you? How's the team at SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception? You guys are currently running P5 in the class after what was a great qualifying from Kieran Vidago when we went, way before we went green, just over 11 hours and 20 minutes. How's the mood in the camp?
Tired, to put it bluntly. It's been a long day. For some of us, it's our first try at endurance. So I think I've been pulled along by the rest of the team. we've had a really good time. Fantastic to be involved in a charity event. Really enjoyed it.
Obviously, what's the chatter been like between the four of you? Obviously, we've got Mark Neutings, Largo, and also Adam Isalovic. That's a good crew to have around you. Obviously, there's probably been plenty of banter, especially from Mark. I would take it.
We've had a lot of banter. It's been non-stop for the past 12 hours. It's been fantastic. Couldn't ask for a better team around me. Really good fun.
Now, obviously, despite the fact you guys are still in the top 5, you've completed just over 300 laps. I mean, that's in the team's eyes is still a mammoth achievement. I'm sure you guys are going to be, even though it's going to be like very much a muted and tired celebration, virtually speaking, between you four, still to come across the line after 12 hours and potentially get a P5 finish. You guys must be looking forward to seeing that checkered flag.
We are, and we're really happy with how it's gone. It's been a long slog. We made a little bit of a strategy error at the start, but we've hung in. We've pulled back some places. To be running 5th is fantastic. Really happy with that. We're just going to look for the next one to do now.
Well, Mark Ranenbury from SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception in the 666 Porsche, thank you for joining us.
No problem. Thank you for everyone for their hard work with this. It's been a fantastic event.
So, big thank you to Mark Ranenbury there, but still Joe McCauley. Oh, he's getting closer and closer. That's through into Stowe. Oh, he looks up the inside. Oh, that was nigh on threading the eye of the needle. But the good thing was there, David, that Joe McCauley just had the common sense just to back off the throttle, because that could have been nasty for the pair of them. I was talking about this, that one mistake by one driver could compromise not just their race, but also somebody else's.
Yeah, and that's a real good strategy. That's sort of eyes open attacking there from Joe McCauley. Wants to and also let's not forget, it's also a bit of head games with Luca Berg. Just want to let him know that yes, I am still here. But have a look at the gap with Luca Lozio as well. That gap now down in Aston Martin to just 2.9 seconds as picture in picture we go with Adam Chalewski in the number 1 McLaren right now. He's all over the back there of the Aston Martin. They go side by side into Vale Corner, into Club Corner, and I think that Chalewski has to think better of it. Takes the back line there and tries to take that P20 away, but it's going to have to come later on. Back to our little battle that we've got going on here for Luca Berg and Joe McCauley. I mean, those two are trading tenths of a second left, right and centre right now with 35 minutes left to go in the race. They're coming through to start another lap. That's just through Woodcut Corner now. They go across into to Cox Corner. But I think we've also got another driver, and it's I'm a bit worried about the weather because 60% humidity, which means that rain could be a factor. But we do have a driver in the waiting room, Wilf Machuska from Pink Performance, waiting to have a little bit of a chat with us. So a very good evening, Wilf Machuska. It's been a mixed bag for Pink Performance tonight.
Oh, well, honestly, we had an amazing race, except for lap 1. It's still, I'm still not over it. I'm going to have to look at the replay at some point, but ever since we've been fighting back, we had amazing timing on the rain stint at the beginning. 0 penalties, very little contact. So yeah. It's been tough, but we're fighting.
I mean, just to explain to those that are watching the broadcast who maybe don't do sim racing themselves, as a driver, when you get a blow like that and you want to just give up, how difficult is it as a team to kind of pull yourselves back through?
We managed well, I think. It's obviously the hardest for me, or you would think it's kind of hard for me at the beginning, but getting turned around at lap 1. But I try not to think about it at all in the situation. I'm just in the car to drive it as fast as I can, regardless of what's going on around me. And then once I'm out of the car, you start to think about what could have been. But the team, really talked to me like, don't worry about it. We make it up. we're gonna have a fun race now, battling people that are equally our speed. So it didn't pull anyone down, and that was very, very good for my team.
What is the aim then with just half an hour left to go? Do you think that you've got a chance of catching up there to Ebrahimi?
No, he's over like half a lap ahead of us. But the interesting scene is between P11 us and P12, the Mercedes 149. They were just on our bumper a few laps ago, and then you on the stream you just caught him spinning, and right there. And ever since he's been closing in again. So the last half hour is going to be about defending against that Mercedes, and we're in for finishing in P11 after all.
Well, Wilf, we look forward to keeping an eye on that, and hopefully we get a chance to speak with you after the race. But it's been awesome watching you in the Pink Performance 25. Congratulations, and let's have a good final half hour.
Thank you. See you guys later.
There we go, Wilf Machuska in the 25 Pink Performance Racing machine there, and I hate to say it, but Kirill Antonov in the 57, like and subscribe racing team, 10-second penalty. Yeah, that happened, Alex.
Yep, nothing we can do about it now. It's happened, it's in the past. But still, Luca Burke being hounded by Joe McCauley there. Just under 3.7 tenths between the pair of them. And this is getting rather interesting because Luca Burke, as I said earlier, he's just doing what he needs to do. He's just looking forward. He's got his eyeballs on stalks, let's be completely honest. However, Pat McLaren doesn't seem to be at such a disadvantage after all, apart from when we get onto the start, like the straight slot, we're going down the national pit straight through into Copse Corner. But then as soon as Luca Burke turns that car in, the centre of gravity helps it to go through the corners. But then again, Joe McCauley looking rather racy in that Bentley, nearly going side by side into the entrance into Maggots, now into Beckett's. That McLaren of Luca Burke is just holding off Joe McCauley very, very nicely, I must admit.
But have a look in the background. There is Luca Lozio right into stage right. 1.7 seconds to add a little bit of a spicy dynamic to this final half an hour battle for 5th place. Luca Burke just ahead of Joe McCauley, and then Luca Lozio deciding to have a little go. A new challenger has entered, as the kids would say. But also have a look at Jaroslav Honzing. That gap to Camera is just 10 seconds now. So that's starting to come down very slightly, very, very slightly, but again, more than possible, given that they're trading 8 to 9 tenths as they make their way through traffic right now. More traffic coming up for Luca Burke right now, and have a look at this. Oh, they're almost side by side, and Joe McCauley having to absolutely go for it as they come around the right-hander here. This is crazy, crazy stuff. In towards the loop and then in towards Aintree. It's going to be the drag race down the Wellington Straight. And again, you're absolutely spot on, Alex. I think this is where the McLaren decides to shine. And that's the BMW just coming back on track. But this is going to be down in towards Brooklands. And again, that McLaren, it looks under threat, but it looks like it's got the threat managed.
You know what this means? That Jaroslav Honzik has got, a 17-second gap between himself and these two battling for P5 at the moment. But Jardier has lost time to Arthur Camara in the meantime. Gap was around 10.8 seconds. It's now gone up by 6 tenths in the last lap. So Jardier, he lost, on the last lap, which is lap number 339. He did a 2-minute.0. Camera, that was a 1 minute 58.7, the number 62 G2 eSports car. So Jardier's got his work cut out for him in these last few moments. So that was a bit of a slight drift onto the dusty grass there for Luca Burke going through the Exeter Chapel curve, but he's still keeping ahead of Joe McCauley. Gap now just under 0.2 of a second. The Bentley looking towards the inside through Stoke Corner, but again Luca Burke just planting the car where he needs to. I think the 22 Rocket Esports team, I think they might have just said, well, we're not in competition for the victory. Let's just see if we can keep it in the top 5, and that's what Luca Burke is doing right now. He's holding on He's holding off every single attack from Joe McCauley, but Joe McCauley will not give up. But then you've got to factor in, you've got the Turn 1 GT4 car that both drivers now passed, then the SimSport Solutions Positive Perception Cayman, which has got Kieran Vidago behind the wheel for the to bring it home, and McCauley looked towards the outside to get a little bit of a cutback on Luca Burke. That was going through Village into the loop, now through into Aintree. McCauley looks to be making that run. That's a great run for the 889. Down the Wellington straight, he goes to the left-hand side. This is going to give the inside for Brooklands, but Luca Burke keeps it pinned round the outside. He's going to get the apex for Woodcote and Luffield. Luca Burke, bravo. That was an absolutely textbook defensive drive there. And Joe McCauley, if he was another car length in front of, alongside Luca Burke, or behind him, coming out of Aintree, he would have had that place.
Wow, wow, wow. Luca Lozio now just 1 second behind this. He is well and truly on to this 2-car train for 5th place. And choo-choo, we've got 26 minutes left to go in this race. And these two absolutely going for it. Hammer and tongs right now. That is a great run out of the corner for Luca Burke. So does Joe McCauley right now, and here we go. They're almost going to be side by side. This is going to be the run down then towards Stowe Corner on the Hanger Straight, and has he got the move done? It's going to be the inside line for Luca Burke. He has to hold on, and he does hold on. Oh my goodness me, this is epic battling. There's Luca Lozio as well, and this is now 3 cars within 0.2 of a second. Oh, Alex, what a stormer of a finish.
All I'm going to say, guys, Luca Lozio, he's behind you. Look, the gap's less than 0.3 of a second between McCauley and Lozio. Now, this is the battle for P5. It's now intensified. It's rather than it being a 2-way scrap, it's now going to become a 3-way scrap. And the biggest benefactor here could possibly be Lozio. The reason being is that if they literally go line astern down the straight, Lozio will have the double toe.
Oh my goodness me. And you've also got to think, right, Joe McCauley has had 10 laps to make this move on Luca Burke, and he's not been able to do it. Lozio has the pace, and this is exactly what you were saying, because McCauley's got the toe, Lozio's got the toe, but thinks better of it. He just wants to hang in there, try and make the move stick. But yeah, this is just, I feel so nervous, because any moment between the 3 of these drivers and it's curtains. Can you imagine how gut-wrenching that's going to be, Alex? 24 minutes left to go at the end and something happening.
Well, the thing is that if it's done neatly, McCauley coming under fire from Luca Lozio going through into Copse Corner. You could see the Aston Martin going to the left, then going to the right, looking towards the inside. And just look, they are pretty much line astern going through into Maggots, now into Beckett's. Then they'll come out of Beckett's and go through into Chapel, and then it'll be down the Hanger Straight towards Stowe. I mean, this is just absolutely mental. And these drivers are covered by less than half a second, whilst Mike Yao, according to Ross McGregor, is showing off his camera skills. But this just gives us a true indication as McCauley right up close and personal to the back bumper of Luca Burke going through Stowe Corner. Luca Lozio waiting in the wings. McCauley goes to the right-hand side through into Club. They're now going to go through the double right at Vale. McCauley has a little bit of a touch on the dusty grass. Once again, kicking up the dust by Luca Burke with the right rear tyre of that McLaren 720. They've got the 252 Energy Racing Team Camaro just up ahead. And there's been a quick flash of lights from both Burke and McCauley trying to get past. And Lozio's just kept it cool as a cucumber. Now going through Abbey, into Farm Curve, now into the right-hander at Village. Lozio looking to try and get the run through Village into the loop, but you can just see this is the motorsport equivalent of high-octane, fast-paced, through full throttle chess here at Silverstone. And we got 23 minutes on the clock to go, David.
Now, has Lozio just dropped off the back of that little fight there? I think it's back down to... No, sorry, excuse me. Ignore me, I was thinking we were looking back from Luca Burke there. We're looking back from Joe McCauley, and that is, of course, Luca Lozio just behind. I was looking at one of the GT4s off in the background, so panic over. The 3-car battle still goes on. 0.4 of a second, 3 cars fighting it out. 22 minutes left to go. I'm just absolutely speechless that we're coming down to the wire like this.
And this is what we want. You know, Macaulay's got a good run coming out of Copse Corner. Now into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel they go. Macaulay right on the back bumper of the McLaren, with an Aston Martin for close company just behind. These three, I'm going to be completely honest here. The way that I see this battle sort of unfolding, David, is the fact that we will see something, I think, happen in the last 3 to 5 minutes. That's where I see something happening. Maybe not even that. Who knows?
We'll certainly find out, but fascinating little battle right now. They go a little bit wide just now. Lotso having a little look up the inside there, but it's still Berg's game to defend right now. We've got Joe Macaulay still trying to have a look up the inside. They're coming through Vale, through Club, and now they are going to go through Abbey. And yeah, a fascinating three-way battle that we've got going right now. It's Artur Kammerer is still ahead of Jaroslav Honzik by about 13 seconds, 12.2 to be precise. But Luca Berg, this battle is just riveting, absolutely awe-inspiring right now, with Luca Lotto just holding off in the background here, waiting, biding his time. And I think it's all going to come down to this run through Village, then through the Wellington Straight here. And Alex, I mean, 20 minutes left to go. I know we want a high-octane drama, but I never expected this.
Through the years of watching sports car racing, and actually being, I've actually been at endurance racing myself personally in media. You know, the 6 Hours of Silverstone World Endurance Championship 2013. Never in my wildest dreams would I see such an interesting race. It was Porsche's first ever podium with the 919 hybrid, with Mark Webber and Brendan Hartley actually on there as well. Jambo CJ is now wondering about the distance travelled. Okay, 344 laps completed with just over 20 minutes to go. That's 1,259 miles travelled. We are so that could be rather close. We're on lap 345. And yeah, I think we're going to break 350 easily, and with Sebastian Hertz putting in 1 minute 58 at this particular moment in time, that's going to be about another 11 laps, so we'll probably hit about 356 by the end of this race, which in terms of calculations, that's 1,303 miles. Approximately, round it up to the nearest mile. But to see that amount of distance covered in 12 hours as Macaulay again, he just seems to get a run on Luca Burke, but just places the car. But Burke's car placement is absolutely pinpoint. It's clinical, and Lotso now has got the ringside seat again. I don't know how this story is going to end. I thought it was going to be the last 3 minutes. It might even be less than that. Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine, David. But this battle here, it's absolutely riveting. And now they go past the number 95 Pop Gymnastic, going through into Brooklands. It's you can't separate these drivers. But then Lotso loses a little bit of time in the Aston Martin coming through out of Woodcote and now into the Luffield. But we know the calibre of the Jean Alesi Esports Academy. They're going to try and close back up again. And when you've got such incredible sim racers like we've got in these three here, they are going to keep us waiting with bated breath.
I'll give you a laugh, right? I remember back to me doing my first endurance race in real life and listening back to your commentary on the start of the race and saying that this one line is so fitting. And it's almost how you say tantalising, almost mesmerising. That's exactly what this is right now. Luca Berg, I mean, let's be honest here, right? Joe Macaulay is fast, but Luca Berg isn't having to go like crazy mad defensive. He's just putting that car where it needs to be. He's just keeping Joe Macaulay at bay, and meaning that Joe Macaulay is going to have to make a crazy mad move to make this stick, because look at Luca Lotso. He is starting to think, yeah, I fancy a little bit of this too.
That's what's rather tantalising about this battle at the moment, because the Macaulay is piggy in the middle here. So he's got either one or two choices, and it's rather simple. You know where I'm going with this, and I'm sure that a lot of folks at home will be understanding this as well. Macaulay can either pull off an audacious move and get past Luca Burke and get 5th, or he's going to have to defend against Luca Lozio. It's a choice of one or the other. You can position that car to a point where you might be able to have that sort of middle ground, but you can't always find that perfect balance between trying to attack and trying to also defend at the same time, because if you do one, you're not going to be able to do the other.
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on, and what I hope is that it doesn't come down to a back marker or trying to navigate through traffic, because I want to see this settled on the track, you know, mano a mano, between these racing drivers, and thankfully everybody just staying out of the way.
Yeah, and that's the good thing, you know, the drivers are getting into, you know, they can see that the end is now in sight. We can now see that the end is in sight for the checkered flag, but not quite yet for the end of the stream. But this really just goes to show the amount, it's a triumph of the human spirit. It's us all coming together and doing something for a great cause, but also pushing the limits of human endurance. And you know, we always find there's always something that motivates us, that drives us forward. It's not something tangible that you can hold on to. It's something that's inside, and you think, actually, I can do this. I've got every possible opportunity handed to me on a silver platter, and I can go for it. And that's what Joe Macaulay thinks. He might be able to do that to get past Luca Burke, but time is fast running out.
It certainly is. 15 minutes. We've got a yellow flag on the track. I'm just trying to find out where that is. It's quite a big yellow flag. It's clear now again.
Yeah, that was going through Abbey.
Yep, as Joe Macaulay, look at that, still on the back of Luca Burke right now, and they're almost side by side. He moves around the outside. What a move! But it's not going to work. He's outbroken himself, and there goes Luca Lozio trying to catch up to the back of it. It's going to be As You Were. Oh my goodness me, my little heart cannot take this. 15 minutes left to go, and what a race we've got. Luca Lozio, I think, is in the pound seats now. He's got the run as they come down through the Wellington Straight, down in towards Brooklands. And this is scary stuff now. 15 minutes left to go in a 12-hour race. Riveting stuff here on the Next Gen 12 Hours of Silverstone live here on the SimGrid. David Christie along with Alex Goldschmidt bringing you live coverage of the race. We'll bring you up to speed on the GT4s as well. It is still the 995 team in the lead of the GT4s just now. That's the ambassadors for Renvelton ahead of Florian Bauer in the 969 Hall Racing outfit, and then it is the 302 of TPC Sim Racing in third place. That's the battles for GT4 just now. That, quite honestly, looks already settled as long as the drivers can make their way through, because it is significant gaps between first, second and third place. So again, we'll have another look at that in the next sort of 5 minutes or so. Cut back though, picture in picture then, to this cracking battle that we've got going on for 5th, 6th and 7th place right now. Jaroslav Honzig up into 4th place there, has dropped down now. That's 4 seconds he is behind Artur Kammerer. I think that is already done. Luca Lozio looking a little bit fighty. He fancies taking this position from Joe Macaulay, who was compromised quite badly there by one of the lap cars. Thinks better of it, gets going again, and it sets back off with the sight of Luca Burke. Oh my goodness me, Alex.
Yeah, well, the car that was that actually caused the yellow flag was the 127 of ART Esports, and that had Stuart McLeod behind the wheel. Now Luca Burke is still ahead, but Joe Macaulay's lost a little bit of time there, and they were just getting past the GT4 class leader, the ambassadors for Renvelton. As picture in picture, you can see that Mooney in the 777 is being is battling away with Ben Walker in the 94 from the Virtual Life Experience Ferrari. They're battling for position, that's for P16, but shout out to Sergio Como in the VIG Project Strato car. That is up 20 positions from P34 after qualifying, and with just over 12.5 minutes remaining, they're in P14. That's an absolutely fantastic effort from that crew, as Joe McCauley looking one way, then looking the other, can't get past Luca Burke. Luca Lozio from John Alesi Esports Academy still behind. This is absolutely breathtaking what we are seeing right now. Huge respect for these three drivers, just keeping enough racing room, enough racing respect for each other. No one's making any sudden moves that could really compromise another, but Joe McCauley seems to be the one out of these three that has had the most opportunities so far, and with just under 12 minutes to go, it's anybody's guess which one of these three cars, David, is going to bring it across the line for their team in 5th place.
I'm not even stupid enough to think about calling this one, because it's anyone's right now, and I mean literally any of the three of them right now. But here's a rundown of your top three then for GT3 just now. It's Samuel Ratz in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Charity Bentley Continental from Tobin Lee, and then Arthur Kammerer in the number 62 G2 Esports that's in 3rd place, and again decide to take that wider line through the corner goes Joe McCauley. He's trying everything right now through the loop and Aintree, and I think that's compromised his exit from that corner. Might not have, because he gets a good run there into the toe then of Luca Burke, but again he's too far back to think about anything going in towards Brooklands just now. It's going to have to be just keep the pressure on, keep forcing the issue with Luca Burke, and hopefully he makes a mistake. But I'll be honest with you, the way Luca Burke is driving, I can't see that happening.
He's driving the wheels off of that McLaren. That's quite clear to see. You know, he's doing just the absolute bare minimum. He's not going above the limit of adhesion. He's not driving beyond the capabilities of that car. He is just doing a plain and simple, straightforward positional job. As now Ben Walker gets his way past Mooney in the 777 there, and that was Raymond Mooney in the Sim Racing Masterclass BMW, but they're squabbling away over what is P16. About 23 seconds up the road from them is the Cuscus Racing Team Aston Martin, with Vasily Onufriev behind the wheel, rounding out the top 15 positions. So yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I can't believe it that this race has gone completely down to the wire. Obviously, yeah, the leaders, it's a foregone conclusion, but having this kind of intense three-way battle royale, a scrap for the final position in the top 5, and it's come down to just less than 10 minutes to go. I mean, you try and put an A4 piece of paper over these three, you could just about cover them. That's how close they are now.
Yeah, it is, and we head into 10 minutes left to go. Luca Lozio taking way more speed into that corner. Joe McCauley looking every which way but loose right now as he tries to get his way through. Luca Lozio, though, fires it up the inside. Oh, surely he's managed to avoid that one. Wow, that was ballsy from Luca Lozio. Managed to avoid making any contact through the loop and through entry. And we're on lap 340, lap 350, and we're still knocking lumps out of these three drivers.
And also knocking lumps out of their tyres in the meantime as well, David. That's the thing, because, you know, McCauley had been putting so much effort in trying to get past Luca Burke. I think he's overcooked those tyres. I think the job's done by Luca Burke. He's done exactly what he needed to do. And, you know, one of the things, and Jorge Vila says this, and I actually agree with this can sometimes end really badly when impatience shows up. And that's when everything gets thrown out of the window, a bit like a rock star throwing a TV out of a high-level hotel room through the window. But in this respect, you can just see Joe McCauley starting to now show a little sign of frustration, not to the point where he's going to be absolutely filled with desperation. He knows that there is going to be a chance, and he's got to be there in the right place at the right time to get past Luca Burke. With GT4 and GT3 traffic ahead, that could be something that these Luca Burke right up close and personal. That was the 969 BMW M4 that he just got slightly compromised with and that was coming through Vale as the 969 now comes, gets out of the way, allows both Burke and Macaulay to get through. Lotsio's dropped off a little bit going through Abbey, but Luca Burke, I think he's sent. Now I'm wondering how his tyres are at this particular moment, because there's only so much defending that you can do, and Joe Macaulay, he must be on the pure limit of adhesion, or possibly on tread on that Bentley with those tyres. It's a case of, when is it going to happen? What is going to be that move that's going to decide 5th place? We're still 7 minutes and 10 seconds away from the checker flag. We're no closer to finding out.
I swear to God, if it finishes like that, I'm going to be so disappointed. It's just been building and building and building for the past 20 minutes, and we have to have some sort of a resolution. Look at Berto. I mean, what a job he is doing on doing that McLaren. Here's a funny point though, right? After all the squabbling, right, and going to and fro, these guys are still doing solid 158s, 159s even, every single lap. It's absurd, the pace that these three are showing right now. But Joe Macaulay, I think, is desperate to get back onto the back of Luca Burke. And look at Luca Lotio again. Oh, tries to go one way, then the other, and right at the last moment, Luca Burke gets past them, and we've got two cars that are potentially going to get in the way here, and it's all kicking off into Stowe Corner.
Yeah, that's the 79 NSN Racing Ginetta G55. On the previous lap, these three, Burke, Macaulay and Lotio, were lapping within 0.2 of each other. That's how close these drivers are. And to still have that pace in these cars after 351 laps. We're now on lap 352, so we're going to hit 356, 357 laps total here today, and that is just around about just over 1,300 miles covered. So, and they, like you say, they've been knocking lumps out of each other. They have not stopped. They've kept us very, very busy in this sort of respect. And one of the things that I was looking for was an onboard for Joe Macaulay, and thanks to our broadcast director Mike Yao, you know, we've got that. And you can just see, just look at the steering input now from Joe Macaulay. Tight on the apex. Now this is coming through Woodcote now, going up the gears. And one of the things that I've really found as well, because they're trying to, there's one other thing that we need to factor in here. When you've got slower GT3 and GT4 back marker traffic, if these guys start getting aggressive to try and get up to one another and start battling away, if there's a slower GT4 or a GT3 car in the way, that can cause carnage.
It certainly can, and you know, I'm really hoping that that doesn't play into anything today. But I mean, Joe Macaulay just looking so on the absolute edge of adhesion, on the edge of traction. We've got a drive-through for car 64. That is the FDS Racing. I think there's that the Team Simpact Racing Blue that's got that. We'll bring it up in a moment. But have a look at Luca Lotio just behind. Trying to catch up onto the back of Joe Macaulay. They're going down in towards Vale. Late on the brakes here. More penalties coming in just now. We'll read them out in just a second. We'll keep an eye on this battle because we've got 3:50 left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. This is, of course, the next gen 12 Hours of Silverstone. It's David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt taking you through this amazing, amazing finale. And oh my goodness me, any idea of tiredness, any idea of exhaustion is out the window right now. We are all running on adrenaline as we watch this barnstormer of a finish. And this is just for 5th, 6th and 7th place right now. It's already in the bag, it looks like, for Samuel Ratz in the 191. Racing Line Motorsport charity team. Tobin Lee in 2nd place for the 26 Zansho Rocket Esports team, and then it's the 62 outfit of G2 Esports of Miles Noyox, Arthur Kammerer and Gregor Schill for 3rd place. They all look very, very comfortable, but by far the most excitement we've had in the past 3 hours is this just ding-dong battle between Joe McCauley, Luca Berk and Luca Lozio right now. Amazing stuff, and I've got absolutely no idea which way it's going to go, although Luca Berk does look like he's taken a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah, but then Joe McCauley in the brakes, after sort of using the pure straight line power of that Bentley, closing up, now going through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Then you got Luca Lozio just behind. This is this anticipation is palpable right now, David, and I'm absolutely speechless with how these drivers have been battling for, what is it, well over 35 plus minutes over this same position, and Luca Berk has got the numbers of both Joe McCauley and Luca Lozio. Luca Berk is not. He's making it easy for himself, as now Luca Lozio looks towards the inside. That was going through into Club Corner, now into Vale, but that was very close. Luca Lozio smells some blood in the water, and the Aston Martin looks to get past the Bentley. Now going through into Abbey, Lozio towards the inside, puts the nose out there just to say to McCauley that I'm there. Through into Farm, now into the right-hander at Village. This is rather interesting, but just below, down on the right-hand side, that is Samuel Hatz in the 191, the current leader. And that is the Racing Line Motorsport charity quartet that's got Samuel Hatz bringing the car home. 1 minute and 10 seconds still to go. This has been, I have to agree with Blank Liveries here, David. It's all been great. No need for a highlight reel.
Oh no, the entire 12 hours has been the highlight reel. It's we'd have to run the entire race again just to show the highlights. It's been incredible stuff. Just looking at your race leader Samuel Ratz coming down in towards, that is going to be in towards Brooklands and Luffield to start the final lap of the race. Oh man, what an incredible performance. So Samuel Ratz then across the line for the 191 Racing Line Motorsport charity team starts the final lap of the race, ladies and gentlemen. 12 hours boils down to this, but we are absolutely glued right now to this battle for 5th place. Luca Berk ahead of Joe McCauley, ahead of Luca Lozio, and who knows what the hell is going to happen in the final 2 minutes of this race. This is just incredible action. They move across the side, Joe McCauley tries to defend, and it's all kicking off right now. Luca Lozio still trying to put pressure on Joe McCauley, and Luca Berk still holding on right now. They're going to come across the line and go down in towards Club and into Vale, and then Club Corner. Joe McCauley gets a great run out of that corner, but he's slightly compromised, putting 2 wheels onto the grass, and that means Luca Lozio is looking very dangerous indeed. Oh man, Alex, this is just crazy.
The timer has now hit 0. That is it. 12 hours and we've still got fireworks aplenty here on the race circuit here at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone. So you can now see that Samuel Hatz now is going through Abbey into Farm Curve, now into Village for what will be the final time. Just a handful of corners, and the leader will have completed just a 0.7 of a mile short of 1,300 miles as he exits Aintree for the final time. But this battle royale for 5th, 6th and 7th still going unabated. It is Berk versus McCauley versus Lozio. There is no give, there's no quarter given, no one's given an inch, no one has taken a mile. It has been a stalemate. So final corner, it looks like Samuel Hatz is about to bring it home for Racing Line Motorsport in the 191 Bentley. After 355 laps, they take the checkered flag.
Amazing run for Samuel Ratz, but it's not over behind him. Tobin Lee's going to take 2nd place, and Artur Kammerer's going to take 3rd place. That's looking fairly sure, fairly certain on that one. Tobin Lee is going to come across the line very shortly, but it's all about this battle for 5th, 6th and 7th place. I've got to be honest, Luca Berk looks quite comfortable in that 5th position, but it's between Joe McCauley and Luca Lozio right now. They're on the run down towards Vale. This is thrilling stuff. Across the line then goes Tobin Lee, out of the final corner. Amazing performance for Tobin Lee to take second place for the Jensen Team Rocket RGN. Brilliant result there. Arthur Kammerer is going to take third place, and across the line then it's going to be... Oh wait, they're still down the other end of the track just now. That's why it's getting all excited. Joe McCauley has got another couple of corners to hold on to here. Luca Berg just holding on for dear life right now.
Oh, this is all kicking off now. Look, Lazio trying to look up the inside. Arthur Kammerer brings home G2 Esports to round out the podium in GT3. Meanwhile, we head back to the GT3 battle that we have been waiting and abating for. Jaroslav Honzik will cross the line very shortly in 4th place as he does so in the number 39 Bentley. A great drive by Hein van Ormen and Barrier. But look, Burke's going to hold them off. He's got the job done. Out of Woodcote, out of Luffield. What a dynamite defensive drive. The best one I've seen yet on SimGrid. Forget Frank Balzer. Luca Burke is the man this evening. 45 minutes and he holds on to P5. Wow.
Wow, that was an awesome finish there for Luca Burke to hold on from Joe McCauley and Luca Lazio. Kirill Antonov finishes in 8th place there for the 57 like and subscribe racing team. It's going to be 9th place for Giorgio Simonini in the GTWR charity race team 157 Lamborghini. Samir Ibrahimi finishes in 10th place in the number 9 car. Oh my God, Alex. Right, let's bring it up to speed on GT4s then. And then it is going to be Jan Kaminski in the 995 ambassadors for Renville and GT4 team, with Jonas van Droyten and Henrik Gamble taking that win there. It is also Florian Bauer in the 969 Hal Racing BMW M4 GT4, Daniel Schwab, Ludwigs and Hannes second place, and then it is going to be Sergio Mendes in the 302 TPC Sim Racing car, the Mercedes. Sergio Mendes along with Michael Martin and Simon Spaeth. Oh, right. There we go. Drivers starting to fill into the interview room.
Well,
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alex, on you go.
Well, actually, we need to speak to someone very specifically. Let's bring in Kevin Smith from Next Gen Racing, shall we? One of the masterminds behind this event. Right. Good evening to Next Gen Racing's Kevin Smith. Kevin, firstly, a big kudos to you and the whole team at Next Gen Racing for putting this all together, and obviously for the console race that is still going on strong after, 8.5 hours, having started at 3:30 this afternoon. We've raised over £2,500 here on SimGrid. What a race, and what great work by everyone donating today.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. Obviously, the support we've had from everyone, and everyone taking the time to come and partake in the event. The SimGrid guys for organising this with us. It's been absolutely fantastic, and I believe we are just shy of the 3,000 mark as well, including console donations.
Yeah, we just hit just over £2,605. That was 94% of the £2,750 target from tonight, and that's from 158 different supporters. I mean, that just shows when the sim racing community gets together, we can do wonders, can't we?
Yeah, we absolutely can, and like I say, the support from everyone's been absolutely phenomenal.
Well, Kevin, we wish you and all the guys at Next Gen Racing all the very best of luck for the 24-hour race that will continue all the way through to tomorrow. And I understand there are some people doing the 24 hours on their own, is that right?
Yeah, there is. So on console, we've got a few select drivers that have decided to take the ultimate challenge of a 24-hour race solo. And it's going to be absolutely mentally and physically tough on them, but it'll be great to see how they get on.
Well, Kevin, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you once again for bringing awareness to such a great charity, the Brain Tumour Charity. And we're glad that we've done our part here on the SimGrid. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
So, looks like very soon we will be getting some drivers in, but a big thank you to Kevin Smith and the entire team at Next Gen Racing. Without them, this event would not be a reality. Also, we'd like to thank the Brain Tumour Charity themselves, Sharon from Events being involved in the chat, a lot of people being involved in there as well. David, I think it's time to get some drivers in, don't you think?
I certainly do when I'm not dragging myself accidentally at the commentary booth. Who shall we have a chat with first then?
Okay, well, I'm just wondering, do we have... I think we've got Marek Shins from the team at 191. So that'd be the Racing Line team, so... Yeah. Yeah, so let's see if we can get the... Let's get the team in from our winners of the Next Gen Racing Silverstone 12 Hours. So we've got Kevin Siclari, Marek Shins, and also very shortly we should also have Samuel Hatz. Guys, firstly, congratulations, well done, a fantastic victory. That was one hell of an effort. Just take us through it from your perspective, guys. Well done tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a nice race for us after a difficult quali on the rain. We did set up for terrain, so I tried my best and we finished 17. After I had a nice start. I was able to avoid the accident, and the first stint was very good. I was able to keep 4 position or 5 position. And the pace was here, especially on the dry. The car was very good. And after 2 hours, I managed to be on 3rd position, and other guys after do a very nice job. And we fight a lot with McLaren. And we managed to overtake him, and we create a gap. It was an AUG. Come on, Marek, talk with me because I'm not good on English.
Actually, I was going to head to Marek. I mean, Marek, you did a lot of what we effectively in real life racing would call the graveyard shift. You know, you did some great work in the night. Obviously, you were having a very, very interesting battle with one of these Zansho Rocket Esports cars. I think that might have been Jensen Button, if memory serves me correctly, and you guys were battling for position. But it just goes to show that in the night, it is very difficult because all you've got to guide you, apart from sort of seeing what the track map is doing, but obviously the headlights, it gives you minimal visibility, and that's a true test, racing in the night, isn't it?
Yeah, it's obviously a bit more difficult, but I think we all have very much practice racing in the night. As long as we can think we are all racing, I think, and we are big fans, so I don't think that's much of a problem. And obviously the incident I had, it was with Michael O'Brien in the penultimate corner. Yeah, it was my mistake, and I admit it. I just outbraked myself, broke a bit too late, and yeah, when I realized I was gonna hit him, I couldn't really do anything because there was another car on my outside, so I couldn't really avoid him, and we already saw the penalty coming. In the end, it still worked out, and I'm very sorry about that.
And finally, we come to Samuel Hatz. Samuel, just to firstly, you brought the car home. That must have been a feeling of euphoria getting across that line after 12 hours.
Yeah, I felt pretty good, but at the end I was exhausted already. It's been a long race, but yeah, we're happy to have finished first. It's good.
Well, guys, congratulations. Kevin Siclari, Marek Shins, and Samuel Hatz from the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Bentley. Congratulations on your victory in GT3.
Thank you very much. Don't forget Fabrizio Crestani isn't here. I think he fell to sleep.
That's a really good thing to say. Yeah, Fabrizio's asleep. Yeah, but the good thing is he did his fair part in the race as well. So congratulations to all 4 of you. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks for hosting, guys.
So a big thank you to the 191 Racing Line Motorsport crew. Who shall we bring in next, David?
It's going to have to be second place, isn't it? It's going to have to be Zansho Rocket Esports, number 26, McLaren, Tobin Lee, Michael O'Brien, and James Baldwin.
Well, you just had to do that, didn't you? I'll let you have this one, Mr. Christie.
You're Baldwin, Michael O'Brien, Tobin Lee, Zansho Rocket Esports. Guys, Wow, that was an awesome race, and you guys were kind of left to yourself in second place there. Well, don't all speak at once, guys.
Sorry.
Go on, Jay.
I thought ladies first. I thought Toby might want to go, but
the banter.
Basically, yeah, we had a good start. Couple of hours in, looked all, we were on course for a victory and extending the gap. Then it rained. Then we held the gap and it was good. And yeah, the race got away from us in the middle part really. And then it was good fun. I think we were all a little bit disappointed because I thought we had the pace to win, we had the car to win, but we just made a few too many errors in the middle part of the race.
Well, without drawing too much attention to a bit that we'll probably want to forget, Michael O'Brien, you really had a bit of a difficult time with the car today.
Yeah, I mean, those first two stints were awful, really. Like, I'd got taken out twice, and then just ended up driving round with, I think it was 7 seconds of damage each time on each stint for most of the stint, which wasn't really the best. That really is what caused our race to unravel in a sense. Those two incidents, and then obviously a couple of unfortunate penalties, and we really, in the last sort of 4 or 5 hours, we really got going again, but by that point it was too late.
Just on that note then, as a team, what were you guys saying to each other to keep yourselves motivated, to keep yourselves pushing on at that point?
You really wouldn't want to know, to be honest. There was so much waffle today. It was an absolute. I mean, it was gold, really. I think I'll take it. I don't know about you guys, Michael and James, but I'm just going to be taking away all the waffle that we've been chatting. I think that was the fuel.
What I mean, from the moment we were 50 seconds behind, we were catching with 3 hours to go. I think we were still quite serious and the win was possible, but then it got to an hour to go and the gap wasn't really changing, and we thought we may as well just enjoy this final hour, and we did. So
what was the difference in that final hour with you guys then, just having fun and enjoying it? Describe it for us.
Yeah, well, before, obviously you want the driver to concentrate, so we were trying to keep quiet and stuff, but we
were all basically drunk.
Yeah, on tiredness and disappointment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a great second place. Will you guys be celebrating together tonight? Virtually, of course.
I think if we'd won, we might have done something, but I think it's bedtime now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just go and cry ourselves to sleep now, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably appropriate.
Well, guys, we'll send some commiseration blankets your way to cry yourselves to sleep into. But listen, it's been an absolutely enthralling race with you guys, and you guys made it even better to watch. So thank you very much for that, and looking forward to seeing you guys out with the sim grid again.
Thanks for having us.
David.
Thanks a ton, guys.
Thank you, guys.
There we go then. That was the Zansho Rocket esports team, Tobin Lee, Michael O'Brien and James Baldwin. Right, all that's left then is the third place, Alex, which is down to you. That is the
G2 Esports.
G2 Esports, yep. Niels
Noyox. Yeah, Niels Noyox, Arthur Kamara and Gregor Schill. Let's bring them in. Well, firstly, let's start with you, Niels. We spoke to you after qualifying, and now for you guys to now have P3. A pretty solid run for you guys, wasn't
it? Indeed. It started off horribly. I think we were last after the first hour. And once we get our head around that mistakes will be the key factor, we stop doing them.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show the determination that when teams get setbacks, we've seen that before in races where you can come back from it, and you guys were rather exemplary. I mean, to have such a over 180 drivers competing in 51 different cars on the grid, that was a hell of a task to undertake. But how was it negotiating the backmarker traffic in the latter stages? Because obviously people were getting tired, people were making mistakes. It was getting rather tricky towards the end.
Maybe Arthur and Gregor drove at the end, so they know better.
Yeah, well, let's head to Arthur, who actually brought the car home, if memory serves me correctly. So, Arthur, firstly, great job today, well done. When we got back into the daylight, it was a case that the car came a bit more alive in the latter stages when the temperatures sort of increased, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. The hours from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. were definitely my favorite because, I don't know, we just got back to the daylight, or it starts to lighten up, and suddenly motivation rises and the car is getting faster again, because I do think the very low temperatures just hurt the tire and hurt the overall performance after all. And yeah, but then once it was fully dry, fully lit up, and also on my last stint, it was just a matter of bringing it home and staying clean, not doing any mistakes, which we did not. And yeah, I'm very happy about that.
And we'll now speak to the most recent acquisition for G2 Esports, Gregor Schill. Gregor, to get a podium on this event with the team must be a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, it's definitely a good feeling, it's, such a nice and, pleasure to drive with Arthur, and, one of the quickest, drivers in ACC, and just to share, a car with them, it's such a pleasure, and to learn from them. And really cool, to have, in my debut, a podium result, everyone worked so hard for it, we tried our best, and it's nice to see, that the hard work paid off at the end.
Well, Niels, Arthur, Gregor, congratulations on P3 and GT3 here at the Next Gen Silverstone 12-hour race. Congratulations, guys.
Cheers. Cheers. Thanks a lot.
So a big thank you to G2 Esports, the number 62 crew of Niels Noyox, Arthur Camara and Gregor Schill. David, it's been one hell of a day. We are nearly... it started at 10:30. We're about 20 minutes away from hitting 14 hours on the trot. Wow.
£2,685 though for the better to the Brain Tumour charity, and you know what, that makes it all so worthwhile. And it's just a bonus that we had one hell of a 12-hour Silverstone endurance race to keep us entertained during that. Alex, thank you so much for your amazing commentary, and I couldn't think of anybody that I'd rather have in the commentary box for that one, buddy. That was just an amazing effort, my man.
Yeah, thank you. Well, really, I think with that being said, I think we all need our bed right about now. So on behalf of myself, Alex Goldschmidt, David Christie, Michael Hamlet, Mike Yao, the whole team behind the SimGrid, Next Gen Racing, every single competitor, every single viewer, everyone that's liked and subscribed to our channel, everyone that's donated money to the Brain Tumour charity, a big thank you to them. Things are kicking off in 2021. Sprint Cup Season 3, Best of British, Endurance Cup Season 2 finale next Saturday. The World Cup powered by VCO starts on April the 11th. There is so much coming in 2021. This has been a fantastic event. I'm really pleased to have worked alongside you, David. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, everyone that's raced today, the 181 drivers, 36 GT3s, 15 GT4s from the virtual recreation of Silverstone. It's good night from us here at the SimGrid.